The knife came down on my collarbone, and then it stopped, because the man holding it wanted me awake for the rest. His name was Jiao Wei. 2 years before that night, he had been the guy in the third row of my lecture hall who borrowed my notes and never gave them back. Now he was standing over me in front of a stadium, on a live stream that most of a dying planet was watching, and he was smiling, the way people smile when they finally get to say a line they have rehearsed in the shower for years. "Ye Cheng," he said, "the demon king of humanity." Behind him, the crowd was cheering. That is the part I want you to understand, because the knife was honestly the least of it. 10 years earlier, I had been the strongest man on Earth. I had held 4 continents together with my own 2 hands. And then Jiao Wei ate a few 100 million people, hung every one of those deaths around my neck, and the world believed him, because the world always believes the guy who is crying on camera over a pile of bodies he made himself. They took my family first. Then they took their time with me. The last thing I saw was the ceiling of that stadium and a scoreboard with my own face on it. Then I opened my eyes, and the sun was trying to murder me personally through a window. I was on a couch, a very expensive couch, my couch, in the sitting room of the Ye family estate in Zhenjiang City, with the air conditioning humming and a bowl of fruit on the table that somebody had cut into little flowers. My hands were the wrong hands. They were smooth. They were 19. And there was a girl kneeling in front of me. "Hiss," I said. That was genuinely all I could manage. 19 years old, no scars, no missing fingers, alive, and a girl on her knees on my carpet looking up at me with wet eyes like this was some kind of scene. Fan Ru, campus beauty, school uniform she had not worn to school since freshman year, black stockings with a run in them that she thought nobody noticed, and a face she practiced. "Chung," she said, "are you okay? You just went really pale." I looked past her at the television. A very calm anchorwoman was explaining that the wastewater dumped into the Pacific had produced something they were calling the G virus, that the infected were falling into a deep sleep and then into organ failure, that a belt of asteroid debris had done something rude to the planet's magnetic field, and that 90% of all flights had been canceled. Then she said the date, November 1st, 2029. I want to be very clear about what that meant. That meant I had until midnight. At midnight on November 2nd, 2029, every sleeper on this planet would wake up as something else. The sky would turn the color of a bad decision, and a voice would announce that Earth was now aboard, and we were the pieces on it. Gods had been playing this game with worlds for a very long time. Nobody asked us. In my first life, I woke up on that same couch, with that same girl kneeling there, and I spent the first 6 hours of the apocalypse being confused. Not this time. "What time is it?" I said. "It's like 11 in the morning," Ru said. "Cheng, listen, about what I wanted to ask you." Something clicked in the back of my skull like a lock turning. A panel unfolded in the air in front of me, and I am aware that sounds insane, but by that point in my life, a floating window was the single most normal thing that had happened to me in 10 years. "Villainous System of the Godslayer is happily binding to host." Then, underneath, in a font that I swear was slightly larger, "Would you like to punch the son of luck, stomp on the protagonist's face, and take everything that was promised to somebody else?" Reader, I would. Quest 1 appeared before I could even answer. Luck's son, Jiao Wei, is currently searching for Fan Ru in a state of great anxiety. Should you tell him that Fan Ru is kneeling in front of you right now? Isn't helping others the greatest virtue of a villain? On the carpet, Ru's phone started buzzing. I looked down. The screen said, Jiao Wei. She reached for it. I got there first. "Chung, that's mine." "I know," I said, and I put it to my ear. "Hello?" The thing about Fan Ru is that she was never actually the villain of my first life. She was the door. Jiao Wei loved her the way small men love a trophy, and he built 10 years of ambition on the fact that a rich boy took her from him. Fine. If the entire machine was going to be built on that anyway, I was going to build it myself, on my own schedule, with my own hands. Also, her father owed a lot of money. I found that out about 90 seconds later, when she was still trying to get the phone back, and I put 2 fingers under her chin and lifted it. Fanbo, gambler, tens of millions in the hole with a bank, plus 20 million more to the sort of people who charge interest in limbs. They had already sent him a photograph of his own front door. "Here's the deal," I said. "You lie to Jiao Wei. That's it. That's the whole job. It's just lying to Jiao Wei. That's not really a big deal, right? She looked at me for a second with an expression I had never once seen on her face in my first life, which was the expression of somebody doing math and getting a very good number. Right, she said. On the other end of the line, Zhao Wei said, Ru, are you there? She took the phone back and told him she was at the hair salon. She said it beautifully. Warm voice, little laugh, tiny complaint about the stylist. 10 years of my life had ended with a knife because of the man on the other end of that call. And here he was believing a story about highlights. Then I took the phone out of her hand. Is she your girlfriend? I said. No, that's not right. Fan Ru is my girlfriend now. Silence. Somewhere on the other side of the city, standing under a dormitory building with a bag of takeout he had bought with money he did not have, Zhao Wei closed his fist hard enough to open his own palm. Who is this? He said. Ye Cheng. He called back 11 seconds later. This time, Ru answered on her own, without being asked, which honestly told me everything I needed to know about who she was. Zhao Wei, she said, don't bother me anymore. We broke up a long time ago. The person I love is Ye Cheng. He started screaming. Not words at first. The whole dormitory heard it, all 6 floors, a man standing in a courtyard howling at a phone. Then the words arrived, and they were exactly the words I remembered. You'll regret this. Ye Cheng, sooner or later you will be kneeling in front of me. You will kneel and you will beg, and I will… Ru hung up, and the panel in my head lit up like a slot machine. Reward 1. Talent column expanded to infinite. Now, a normal awakened human on this planet gets 3 talents. 3. That is the ceiling. That is the whole design. Entire wars would be fought over a 4th slot. I had just been handed a column with no bottom to it. Reward 2, and this is the one I want you to hold on to for the next several hours of your life. Eternal grade talent. God-slaying plunder. Effect 1. Every basic attack I land permanently adds 1 point of strength. Permanently. Not for the fight, not for the day, forever. And there is no cap on it. And the system was very clear about the no cap part, in the way a casino is very clear about the free drinks. Effect 2. Villain's aura. It ignores the protective luck of a world's chosen son. It ignores the shielding a god puts on his own agent. It lets me kill a deity without the backlash that normally turns the killer into a smear. Effect 3. When I kill something, I steal its talent. 10% chance, normally. The first time is 100%. And directly under that, a new quest. Slay Zhao Wei, agent of the god of devouring. Reward, 1 random mythic item. I sat there on my own couch in my own house, with a girl still kneeling on my own carpet, and I started laughing. And I could not stop for a while, and it was not a nice sound. Ru's face went through about 4 separate emotions and settled on quiet terror, which I felt was appropriate. Cheng? Sorry, I said. It's been a long 10 years. The door opened. Lenthan came in the way she always came in, which is to say I did not hear her until she was already standing there. Black training clothes, hair tied back, hands loose at her sides. My personal bodyguard since I was 11. Xingyi boxer. In my first life, she took a broken neck for me in a hallway in Chengdu, and I did not get there in time, and I have thought about that hallway more than I have thought about my own death. Young lord, she said, orders from the patriarch. Combat readiness level 1. All branches return to the ancestral grounds in Demon Capital. Good, I said. Add to it. She blinked. In 19 years, I had never once added to my father's orders. Every free asset the family has goes into food. Today, not tomorrow. Armed men on all 4 road exits, in and out, nobody moves without our say. Take the military plants in the West District, and after midnight, anything that used to be a person and isn't anymore gets put down where it stands. No hesitation, no reporting up the chain, no waiting for a lawyer. Lanfin wrote none of this down because she never wrote anything down. Anything else? Yes, I said. Buy me the largest slaughterhouse in Qianjiang City. There was a pause. The largest what, young lord? Slaughterhouse. Pay whatever they ask. Then buy every live animal you can get your hands on in this city and truck it there in the next 2 hours. Pigs, cattle, sheep, fish, I do not care. If it has a pulse, I want it in that building before dark. She looked at me. I could see her deciding in real time that I had suffered some kind of stroke and that her job now included covering for it. Understood. One more. There's a student at Qianjiang University, Zhao Wei, 2nd year. Find him. My phone rang. My father. Yejin does not do small talk. He said the orders were already moving, that the family had grain reserves that would feed our people for a century, and that I should get on a plane. Then, at the end, in the flat voice he uses when he is trying not to sound like he cares, he said, "Take care of yourself. Use firearms if you have to." I said, "Okay, Dad." In my first life, he died 2 years later, in a stairwell, holding a door shut with his shoulder so my mother could get to the roof. The man who killed him was named Shu Long, and I never even got to touch him. I put the phone down, and my hands were steady, and that surprised me a little. Lanfen came back 20 minutes later with a tablet and a video on it. It was Jia Wei, filmed through a window from across a courtyard. He was sitting on his dormitory bed, alone, perfectly still, staring at nothing. And crawling up out of his eyebrows and across his forehead were thin, dark lines, moving, arranging themselves into shapes that hurt to look at directly. "Young lord, what is that?" "That," I said, "is a contract." Because on the other side of that stillness, Jia Wei was not in his dormitory at all. He was standing in a space made of black fog with no floor and no ceiling, in front of a throne that was also made of fog, and in the dark above the throne there was a pair of red eyes the size of a house. "You are my chosen agent," the god of devouring told him. "You have no choice." The fog went into him through the mouth. His bones came apart and went back together in a slightly different order, and a word settled onto his soul in letters he could feel but not read. Devour. Mythic grade. Consume the source of what you kill and make it yours. "Kill," the god said. "Take the origin of this world." "Who do I start with?" Jia Wei said, and he was already grinning. "The one the planet chose, Ye Chung." Jia Wei laughed so hard he had to put a hand on the throne to stay upright. "In a few hours," he said, "you two are both going to be dead." That was around noon. I got to his dormitory at 1:30, room 201, 3rd floor, east wing. The Ye family had rented out the entire building 2 hours earlier at $100,000 a head, cash, on the single condition that everyone take a nice long walk and not come back until evening. You would be amazed how fast a dormitory empties when you make it worth their while. 240 students were at a shopping mall across town, having the best afternoon of their lives. Ye Guang put his boot through the door. Ye Guang is my father's cousin, captain of the family's armed detachment, built like a refrigerator, with opinions. He had 4 men with him, and it took them roughly a second and a half. Jia Wei was still halfway off the bed when they folded his arms behind him and put his face into the floor tiles. "Do you even know that murder is a crime?" he shouted into the tile. Then, when nobody answered, "I've already called the police." I came in and stood over him and had a genuine moment of vertigo because from up here he was so small. This was it. This was the thing. 10 years, a stadium, a scoreboard with my face on it, and it was a 19-year-old with a bad haircut yelling about the police. "Ye Chung," he said, and got one eye up off the floor to find me. "You have no idea what you're touching. You have no idea what's coming tonight. In 6 hours, I'm going to be—" "Although I am the villain," I said, "I really don't talk much." I took the kukri off the man on my left. I want to be honest with you about this part because I have thought about how to tell it. There was nothing dramatic. There was no speech. I did not explain to him about the first life or the stadium or my mother. He would not have understood any of it, and I did not owe him the context. It took less than a second, and he did not get to say anything else. And I felt absolutely nothing except a kind of enormous quiet, like a noise I had been living inside for a decade had finally been switched off. Then the panel lit up. Strength +1. Plunder successful. Mythic talent acquired. Devour 1 star. And then the pain arrived. I have been hit by a truck. I have had a spear go through my side. Neither of those is in the same postal district as having a mythic talent installed into a 19-year-old nervous system that was not built for it. Every nerve I owned lit up at once. My back arched off nothing, and I heard myself make a sound I would prefer not to describe. The system, cheerfully. The first time always hurts a bit. I am going to kill that thing one day. When my eyes worked again, I had Devour. Effect 1. Eat the origin of anything I kill, 10% conversion. Effect 2. Devouring Vortex, which opens a hole in the air that swallows incoming attacks and also anything else nearby that I feel strongly about. Effect 3. 10 times cultivation speed. Quest complete. 1 random mythic item pending. 100 Godslayer points deposited. And a shop unlocked in the corner of my vision, which I did not have time to browse, because behind me, Fan Ru stood up. She stood up wrong. Nobody stands up like that. It was like watching a coat get put on from the inside. She turned around and her eyes were solid red from lid to lid. "Kill him," she said, in a voice that was not remotely hers, "and you will be the only queen this world ever has." Then she came across the room and got both hands around my throat. To Ye Guang's eternal credit, he did not panic. Two of his men had her off me and cuffed to the bed frame in about 4 seconds, and she kept smiling the whole time, which was worse. I rubbed my neck and looked at what was wearing my classmate. "You shouldn't be able to project into this world at all right now," I said. "Right? The only proxy on Earth who could carry your power is currently a stain on that floor. This is you scraping the bottom of the jar. Are you angry?" The red eyes in her face did not blink. Human. Yes. Something burned onto the back of my right hand. A mark, dull red, shaped like nothing I had a name for, and cold in a way that had nothing to do with temperature. "The moment you step off this planet," the god of devouring said through a 19-year-old girl's mouth, "will be the moment you die." Then Ru's eyes rolled back, and she went down and slept for 11 hours. We put Zhao Wei's remains in a bag. As we were leaving, I caught Ye Guang looking at the girl handcuffed to the bed with an expression of pure professional bafflement, and I could read it off his face like subtitles. Why exactly is the young lord carrying this woman around with him? Buddy, I have asked myself that a lot. The Shengwang slaughterhouse cost me 200 million. It was worth maybe 15. Lanfen had walked in, put a number on the table, and offered 10 times market rate for every living animal that could be delivered before dark, and the owner, a heavy man named Wang Tao, signed the papers without reading past the first page, the way you would. 39 trucks, 3,300 head of livestock, and about 1,100 fish, which was more of Qianjiang City's total meat supply than I want to think about. I got out of the car. Wang Tao was standing at the gate, holding a pen he had forgotten to give back, watching a 19-year-old in a school jacket step out of a stretched Lincoln to inspect a building full of pigs. "Boss Wang," I said, "free advice. On your way home today, buy as many daily necessities as your car will hold. And weapons." "Weapons?" "Axes are good. Fire axes, the long ones." I have no idea why I said it. He had signed already. There was nothing to gain. Some part of me looked at a fat man with a pen and a wedding ring and just did not want him to die on a Tuesday. He drove home like a man possessed, filled his trunk twice, and bought 4 fire axes off a hardware store owner who thought he was joking. Remember him. He is going to matter more than you think. Then I went inside and started punching pigs. I need you to picture this properly. Concrete floor, fluorescent lights, 800 animals in pens, complaining, and the newly installed head of one of the 3 great families of the Dragon Country picks a boning knife off a rack, walks up to a 400-pound sow, and stabs it. +1 strength. Again. +1 strength. Again. +1. There is no cap. I want to say that again because at the time it was the only thing in my head, bouncing around like a coin in a dryer. There is no cap. A normal human being on this planet tops out around 100 points of strength, and that is the wall. That is the design. That is what a lifetime of training buys you. And I was standing in a slaughterhouse, getting a point per swing off livestock that could not fight back. Lanfen and Ye Guang stood by the door for 11 minutes without speaking. I found out later what they were thinking, because Ye Guang eventually told me, badly, at a dinner after too much of my grandfather's rice wine. They had assumed I was having a breakdown. They had a plan. The plan was to let me finish and then quietly call a doctor. And what they were both actually thinking, in the moment, in the words Ye Guang used, was, did the young lord buy an entire slaughterhouse overnight so that he could personally kill pigs with his hands? Yes. Yes, he did. By pen 4, the knives stopped working. Not because they broke, although they did, but because I was swinging hard enough that the blade was slowing me down. So I dropped the knife and used my hands, and a 140-kilo ram left the floor and hit the far wall about 9 meters away and did not come back down for a moment. Behind me, one of the guards whispered to another one that Captain Ye Guang's best measured punch was 120 kilos of force. I passed 100 points somewhere in pen 5. That is where a punch starts making its own wind. You feel it on your face on the way in. Then I tried the vortex. I opened a hole in the air about a meter across in the middle of the cattle pen, and 20 animals went into it sideways, all at once, gone, like the world had a drain in it. Defense +1, source power +0.1. So, good to know. Plunder is the engine, devour is the alternator. Punching pays in strength, eating pays in everything else, slowly. Fine, I would do both. 10 minutes later, there was nothing left alive in that building. 1,800 head, 1,000 fish, and a number sitting in my vision that I read 4 separate times because I thought I was hallucinating. Strength, 2,000. 20 times the human ceiling on a 19-year-old who had not yet awakened a single talent, 4 hours before the world ended. I walked out into the yard and looked up, and the moon had gone red. Not poetic red, wrong red, arterial, wet, filling the whole sky like something enormous had opened one eye. Doomsday, gods, game, start. Everywhere at once, all over the planet, the sleepers stopped sleeping. A woman in Hangzhou shook her husband's shoulder because he was burning up, hot enough that steam came off the sheets, and he sat up with a mouth that had too much in it and took her down onto the mattress. Cars went into each other on every road in every city at the same instant. A boy said, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" which is a sentence I have thought about a lot since, and did not get to say anything after it. The plants went next. Trees in a park in Osaka grew 9 meters in 40 seconds and started firing their own branches like crossbow bolts. The Pacific turned dark and something in it began to move, and the machines stopped. Not all at once, but in a wave. Engines coughed, radar went white. 24 countries fired missiles at their own cities in the first hour, and roughly a third of them landed anywhere near where they were aimed. Then a voice spoke inside every skull on the planet at the same time. It was a woman's voice, and I want to be clear that it was kind. That is what nobody tells you about that night. It was the kindest voice I have ever heard. Survival of the fittest. Humans can conquer the heavens. Panels bloomed in front of 8 billion pairs of eyes. A shop. Rules. Kill the creatures, take the crystal out of the forehead, use 10 of them to awaken a talent, and live. Try to survive, the voice said. Please stay alive. Be careful of the goat. And it cut off. Mid-word. Like a hand had gone over her mouth. Nobody else noticed. I did, because in my first life I heard the same cut and spent 9 years assuming it was a glitch. It was not a glitch. My own panel came up last, and it came up different. Awakening Realm, 1 star. Talents, God-slaying plunder, eternal grade, 1 star. Devour, mythic, 1 star. Third slot, extracting, bone structure 99 out of 100. In my first life, I measured 89 and considered it a gift from heaven. Strength 2,000, and the panel actually editorialized about it. The first order limit is 1,000. You really are a brute. Defense 122. You are a glass cannon. Physique 130. Speed 103. Source power 3 out of 100. Godslayer points 100. Then the quest. There is a white tiger with a strange lineage held in the demon capital zoo. As a great villain, how can you not have a cool mount? Reward, immortal supreme demon bone. I said out loud to nobody, is that seriously the priority right now? The mythic item from Jiao Wei finally rolled. A disc of pale jade turned over twice in the air and dropped into my palm, warm as a held hand. Reverse source divine jade. Effect 1. Once a day, sacrifice 50 points from any attribute and get back free points to spend wherever I want. Effect 2. 10 free points a day on its own, scaling with my rank. Effect 3. 1 divine barrier on a lethal hit, 30-day cooldown. I dumped everything into speed. 103 became 203. Because here is a thing I learned the slow way, over 10 years, with a body that eventually stopped working. In all the martial arts of the world, the only one that has never been broken is being faster than the other guy. Behind me, on the other side of a corrugated wall, 800 fresh animal corpses in the isolation shed started standing up. The isolation shed came apart from the inside. Every animal we had penned up in there had been quietly incubating the same thing everyone's neighbors had, and when the moon changed, 400 of them woke up. Pigs that had swollen to 3 times their size, hide gone gray and plated, and a white crystal sitting in the frontal bone of each one like a bad idea. First-order mutants, hundreds of them, coming through a corrugated wall like it was a shower curtain. Yi Guang's men opened fire, and the rounds went into that hide and stopped there, and I watched the exact moment 8 professional soldiers understood that guns were over. Miss Lanfen, Yi Guang shouted. Take the young master and go. We'll hold. I walked past him, not ran. Walked, straight up the middle of the yard, with my hands loose, toward 400 animals that had just eaten the concept of firearms. Ye Guang made a noise like a man watching his own career end. The first pig hit me at about 40 kilometers an hour, and I hit it back. It did not fly. That is the thing I remember. It did not go anywhere at all, because there was no longer enough of it in one place to go anywhere, and the pressure wave off my fist went out behind it and took the next dozen off their feet and put them into the fence. +1 strength. The floor cracked under my back foot. I stepped into the second one, and there was another crack, deeper, a little crater with my shoe print in the middle of it. +1. +1. +1. Somewhere behind me, a 19-year-old private stopped shooting because he had forgotten he was holding a rifle. 9 minutes. 387 crystals. Strength 2,188, and a slaughterhouse yard that now had a topography. I turned around, and Ye Guang was staring at me with his mouth slightly open, and then he did the thing that would become the single most reliable feature of my next decade. He straightened up, turned to his own men, and announced at volume, with total sincerity, "How could we mere mortals ever understand an existence like the young lord? Captain, buddy, you watched me do it. We divided the crystals 10 to a man. Here is the trick, and it is the only genuinely useful piece of advice I have ever given anyone. When you crack 10 crystals and the bubbles come up in front of your eyes, you do not think about what would be strong. You think about the thing you love most in the world, hard, with everything you have. 9 out of 10 talents come out shaped like the person holding them. In my first life, I watched a man who loved cooking pull an A-rank fire talent and beat a demigod with it 30 years later. Lanfen went first. She closed her eyes, and I have no idea what she saw, but I know what she thought, because she told me afterward in about 4 words. She thought, protect. The bubbles collapsed into gold, divine protection, triple S. A holy light that closes wounds and rebuilds bone. A cleanse that strips any curse or debuff off an ally. And a bond effect that lets her lock onto one single person anywhere and cross any distance between them instantly. In my first life, that talent went to a woman on the other side of the world named Lily Thorne, and it made her the second most famous person alive. In this one, it went to a girl in black training clothes who woke up at 5 every morning to punch a wooden post in my garden. There is more. That talent leads to a hidden class called Holy Heaven Shepherd, and at the 9th order, a Holy Heaven Shepherd can bring back the dead. Understand that in this world there is no health bar and there are no extra lives. You get one. Being able to hand somebody a second one is not a skill, it is a religion. Yi Guang pulled S rank, thunder armor, purple spiked plating that grows out of the skin, a spear made out of a lightning strike, and a shield to match. He put it on, looked down at himself, and cried, which I have never once mentioned to him. The rest of the detachment came out A and B across the board, every last one of them stronger than they had been in my first life, because in my first life, nobody told them about the trick. Then I cracked my 10. The bubbles came up. I looked into them, and I did not see anything I loved. I saw my mother's hands. I saw my father's shoulder against a door. I saw a scoreboard with my own face on it and 10 billion people cheering. And, above all of it, so far above it that we were not even a hobby to them, something enormous, laughing. Every bubble in front of me burst at once and reformed into a single one, and it was red. Source of destruction. Mythic. Effect 1. Every attack I make now carries destruction, which does not care about defense and does not stop at the wound. It goes down into whatever makes a thing alive, and it takes that. Effect 2. Eyes of destruction. Effect 3. Grievance, rage, and refusal are fuel. Specifically mine. It reads what I am carrying, and it burns it, and what comes out is a black flame. Effect 4. The stronger the thing I destroy, the stronger the source becomes. New quest. Take control of the Ye family. Reward. Hidden class legacy scroll. Unique grade. The Zhenjiang airport had about 1 million people at its gates by then. Every aircraft on the field was dead. Magnetic field, no avionics, nothing. Every aircraft except one, a private jet on the far apron with its engines already turning, because it belonged to my family and it was waiting for me. We came through the crowd in 3 armored vehicles, and Zhang Qiang's company on foot around them. Zhang Qiang is an orphan the Ye family raised. 26, laughs like a drain, would put his hand in a fire if my grandfather asked politely. A man in a very good coat stopped us at the apron gate by standing in front of it and holding up a card. Deputy Minister Hu Min-wen, he announced. Personnel. This aircraft is being requisitioned for essential state Then somebody behind him said my name, and I watched Hu Min-wen's entire face reorganize itself in less than a second, from bureaucrat to salesman. Young Master Ye! Absolutely delighted. Hands out. Ah, of course, of course. You may not remember, but back when you were visiting the imperial capital, it was I who made all the arrangements for your… Sorry, I said. You'll have to wait for the next plane. Move aside, I'm in a hurry. He did not move aside. What he did, and what about 40 other people in very good coats did, was get down on their knees on the tarmac. Then they got hold of our legs. Deputy ministers, 2 provincial secretaries, a man I am fairly sure was a judge, all of them on the ground with their hands around the ankles of 19-year-old soldiers, shrieking about their families and their positions and how much they were worth. Behind them, 1 million people were pressed against a fence that was going to fail in about 6 hours. Ye Guang, I said, kill all of these people. They're noisy. I want to give you the honest version, because there is a version of this story where I am the good guy, and it is not this one. I kicked Hu Min-wen. He came apart in the air and did not reach the ground. +1 strength. Ye Guang's lightning went down the line, and it was very fast, and then it was quiet. Zhang Chang's company burned the gate approach with incendiaries to keep the crowd off the apron, and we loaded onto the jet, and as we climbed the stairs, a private named Lin Hua, 19 years old, turned around and asked in a small voice, "Sir, what about all those people?" Nobody answered her. We went inside and the door closed. Out in the city below us, as we lifted, you could see it happening in the streets. Soldiers were burning ammunition they could not replace to pull civilians out of buildings, and the civilians they saved were standing in the roads screaming at them about incompetence, about response times, about why nobody had warned them, and then the next wave came around the corner and took all of them together. Lenthan sat down next to me and, after a while, put her head on my shoulder. "Young lord, what happens now to all of it?" "Don't worry," I said. "I've got it." Which was the first outright lie I told her in this life, and not the last. We landed at Maple Leaf Field, 3 kilometers from the ancestral grounds, into a ring of armor and floodlights and about 600 men who had been standing in the cold for 4 hours because my grandfather does not do things by halves. Uncle Fu met us at the stairs. Family butler, 71, has been putting my coat on the correct hook since I was 4. He gave me the state of the city in 90 seconds while we walked. Everyone was in. Every branch, every cousin, every retainer. The patriarch had activated all 3 military districts, sealed the ring roads, and moved every confirmed infected person in Demon Capital into the Western District over the course of 1 afternoon, which is a logistics achievement I still do not entirely believe. At midnight, the ones that turned in the street got shot. The Western District got carpet bombed. They collected a great many first-order crystals afterward, Uncle Fu said, with his chin up. Fan Ru, who had woken up on the plane and had not said a word since, made a small noise. "You leveled an entire district," she said. "How many people were…" Uncle Fu turned and looked at her with the profound serenity of a man who has served one family for 50 years. "Every department head in Demon Capital is surnamed Ye, Miss Fan," he said. "This city has been surnamed Ye since before either of us was born. The Ye estate is a few hundred acres inside a city of 30 million. There are 12 buildings and a lake and a 900-year-old pine that has its own full-time gardener. I grew up thinking this was a normal amount of house." Lanfin took Rue off toward the guest wing, where her parents had already been installed and where her twin sister was apparently waiting to talk to somebody. I heard Rue's footsteps stop for half a second on the gravel, and I did not have to look at her face to know what was happening behind it. She was doing math again. She was standing in the middle of a family that had just deleted a district, and she was calculating, in real time, how to become permanently valuable to it. Fine. Everyone in this story is calculating. At least she was honest about the arithmetic. The council chamber has a table you could land a helicopter on. My grandfather, Ye Hong, sat at the head of it, the last surviving elder of a council of 4. My father, Ye Jin, sat at his left, one of the 3 standing commanders of the Dragon Country's armies. Down the sides, Uncle Ye Min, who ran the Ministry of Resources, Uncle Ye Rui, Justice, my aunt Ye Xin, Finance. That is what my family is. That is the whole answer to every question you might have about how we survived the first night. And halfway down, on his feet, mid-sentence, was Ye Kui from the collateral branch, arguing that the crystal allocation should be weighted toward his 2 sons on account of their double S talents. I opened the door. I had killed about 430 things that day, and I was carrying a mythic source that had opened 4 hours earlier, and I had not thought to do anything about how that felt from the outside. Ye Kuei went off his feet and onto the floor. Both of his sons went face down into the tabletop. The elder had a magnetic control talent that could crush a car, and he could not lift his chin off the wood. "Uncle Kong," I said, walking in. "It sounds like you've had me on your mind." Nobody in that room asked me what had happened to me. That is the thing about my family. They filed it and moved on. The briefing went like this. The imperial capital had fallen at 4 a.m. 3 of the 4 council elders were dead. 90% of the world's cities were gone. The estimate on the table was 1 billion casualties. The real number was over 10 billion, and 90% of everyone still walking would not be a person by the end of the month. But they did not need to hear that from me at 2 in the morning. And then Ye Min mentioned a name, Lin Jian, student, Demon City University, the only confirmed SSS talent inside the city limits. The family had sent a recruitment delegation to him with an offer that was, frankly, generous. He killed all of them and disappeared. I put my hand flat on the table, mostly to keep it still. In my first life, Lin Jian inherited a scroll called Formless Demonic Lord, and came out the other side with a skill that let him wear anybody's face and anybody's profession. For 4 years, he lived inside my family. He was a quartermaster in Chengdu, and then he was a physician in Wuhan, and then he was a bodyguard standing behind my uncle at a banquet. We started killing our own people out of pure suspicion. By the end, we had executed more of our own than he had. They called him the Undying Phantom Demon. He is the one who killed Uncle Ye Min, who was, at that exact moment, sitting 11 feet away from me complaining about the recruitment budget. Quest, strike him while he is weak and kill him. When you see him strong, kill him quietly. When you see him weak, kill him first. Reward, Heavenly Demon Heart plus 30,000 second-order crystals. I looked up at the room. If I take control of the Ye family, I said, we will not simply survive this. We will be the family that decides what the world looks like afterward. I would like to describe the silence that followed. Every single person at that table turned to look at my father, who was sitting 11 feet from his own father, at the head of an 800-year lineage, being told by his teenage son, out loud, in front of the whole council, that he was in the wrong chair. My father put down his cup. "Very good," he said. "Continue. Let's see how much you've actually grown." Which was not the reaction anybody was braced for, including me, and it took me 11 years and a lot of rice wine to find out why. Ye Jin became head of this family at 35. He never wanted it. What he wanted, at 19, was to draw comics. He has a drawer. I have seen the drawer. At the head of the table, my grandfather closed his eyes and opened them again, and the pupils were gone, replaced by a small, slowly rotating diagram of 8 trigrams. In my first life, that talent measured double S. It came up triple S this time. The trigrams turned and settled and formed 2 characters that I could read from across the table. Great luck. He smiled with his whole ruined face and said nothing at all, which from him is a coronation. So I started handing out jobs. Aunt Ye Shin, finance. Build me a deposit system, because money is dead and crystals are the currency now, and whoever runs the bank runs the century. She had it drafted in 11 hours. Uncle Ye Min, resources, allocation, rationing, and a registry of who has what. Uncle Ye Rui, justice, write new law, all of it, from nothing. This is no longer an era where everyone is equal, uncle. Write for the era we're actually in. He looked slightly ill, and then he looked slightly excited, which is how you know a lawyer is about to enjoy himself. And to my father, the army. I watched him receive that, and I watched the exact thought cross behind his eyes, and I am fairly confident it was, "You said you were taking over the family, and somehow I still have the army. Are you ever going to let me retire or not?" Then I walked around the table, sat down on my grandfather's right, and said, "Grandpa, you agree, don't you?" The old man laughed until he had to hold the arm of his chair. "Dad. There's a type of person in this world called your father. Did you know that?" Ye Jin stood up. He straightened his jacket, which he does before anything he means. "From this day," he said, "the 884th generation descendant of the Ye family, Ye Cheng, is family head." Everyone in that room stood up and said it at once, and it hit me in the chest harder than the lightning had. Quest complete. Hidden profession. Legacy scroll. Unique. A trial, apparently, and whatever class it hands you at the end is scaled to how well you do in it, and the floor on the whole table is epic. I put it in my pocket and gave the room my first 3 orders as head of the family. 1. Demon capital becomes a fortress and not a modern one. Walls. Actual walls. Stone. Thickness measured in meters. The kind of thing a civil engineer would laugh at. Because in about 11 months, every engine, every rifle, every computer on this planet stops working, permanently. And I would rather be laughed at now than dead then. 2. The heavy industry gets retrained. Every steel plant, every chemical works, every fabrication line, blacksmith, alchemist, source array master. 100 crystals buys an elementary profession, and I had a warehouse of them. And anyone who pulled an E or an F talent goes and farms, with full family support and no shame attached, because an army that runs out of rice loses to an army that did not. 3. Added on the spot, because a panel was blinking at me about a tiger. Find me a white cat, big one, dark gold markings, mismatched eyes, gold claws, triple S talent called armor-piercing gang metal, currently somewhere in the Demon Capital Zoo, or, more likely, currently somewhere in Demon Capital that used to be the zoo. Do not touch it. Do not shoot at it. Find it and call me. My father volunteered to run that one personally, and I understood immediately that he was going to spend a week outdoors on purpose. Yekwe apologized to me on both knees, and I gave him the wall project, which is the largest construction contract in the history of the province, and also 5 years of the most tedious work available. His sons got a mineral survey and orders to retrain as mages. Somebody at the far end of the table shouted, "Pinnacle of the world!" And then the whole room was chanting it, 40 people who had watched a district burn that morning, and I stood there in the middle of it, thinking about a stadium and a scoreboard. I spent that night sitting cross-legged on a rosewood bed in the middle of a hill of crystals. Somewhere out there, I said to nobody, every so-called protagonist on this planet is either chopping zombies in a stairwell or making eyes at a girl in a bunker. Then I opened the vortex and ate 40,000 crystals in 10 minutes. Awakening realm went from 1 star to 9. Strength 2,459. Defense 572. Physique 580. Speed 1,103, because every free point I had went into it, and I do not intend to explain that again. Source power 4,966 out of 10,000. The panel also, finally, showed me the whole ladder. I already knew it, but seeing it laid out flat is different. First order, Tianxing. Second, source nurturing. Third, palm source. Fourth, transcendent. Fifth, heavenly extreme. Sixth, heavenly origin. Seventh, God treasury. Eighth, Tao palace. Ninth, Saint emperor. 10th, pseudo-god. And then, above the 10th, one word with nothing written next to it. Mythical. To kill a god, you need to be at least pseudo-god. I was 1 star into the first rung of 10. I sent a message to my parents through the panel's friend list, since telephones were now decorative. Going into a class trial. Back soon. While I'm gone, find me a 3rd order zombie king, 3 stars minimum, and do not engage it. Then I open the scroll. The trial happens somewhere called Origin Land, and Origin Land looks like the inside of an opal. No ground that I could find, rings of light turning slowly at different speeds, and, in the middle of all of it, a tower. Source Tower. Black, banded, going up until the top of it was a rumor. And the moment I stepped through the door, I felt my talents start gaining 5 points a second, passively, like standing in a warm shower. Floor 1 was 3 speed-type zombies at 1st order peak. They came at me from 3 sides simultaneously, which was tactically correct and completely irrelevant. Is that all the speed you have? 2 of them stopped being structurally continuous. The 3rd one I dropped into the vortex, which I am told is an unpleasant way to go. Drop. A skill book. Dark Shadow Fist. Rare grade. Area damage in a 3-meter box. Evaluation. Excellent. Floor 2 was 1,000 Crimson Magic Ox in permanent berserk, each of them sitting at about 1,200 across strength, defense, and physique. I opened with Dark Shadow Fist and put down maybe 40 of them, and then the other 960 found out about it. Here is what 1,000 berserk oxen looks like from the inside. It looks like being at the bottom of a landslide that is angry with you personally. I went up over the first rank, hung in the air for about a second, and hit 15 times in that second, and roughly 100 of them came apart underneath me. Drop, mid-air, berserk power, C rank. 10% to all attributes, complete immunity to pain, and in exchange, you lose your judgment and get double the pain afterward, all at once, as a lump sum. Then they got me on the ground and the horns went in. 100 cuts in half a second. I am not exaggerating for effect. I counted them later off the healing. My back opened up in 4 places at once, and I lost most of the skin on my left forearm, and something went through the meat of my thigh and out again. Fine, I said with a horn in me. Since I can't dodge you, I'll eat you. I opened the vortex to 5 meters. Berserk creatures do not run away. That is the entire problem with berserk creatures, and that day it was the entire solution, because they kept charging into a hole in the world and they kept not coming out of it, and they never once questioned the plan. Somewhere in the middle of that, one of them stopped, looked around at a field that had recently held 900 of its relatives, and said, out loud, in a voice like a cello falling downstairs, "Moo?" I have thought about that cow a great deal. Final tally on floor 2, strength 2,766. Defense 709, physique 718, speed 1,533, drops, magic ox armor, 99 defense, reflects a portion of what hits it. Frenzied demon gauntlets, 99 strength, -5 sanity, and the less sanity you have, the harder they hit, which is the single most honest piece of equipment design I have ever seen. Berserk ring, 99 strength, 99 source, 5% to everything, and a book. Mountain-shattering palm, top quality grade. In my first life, a copy of that book went at auction in the imperial capital for 300 million crystals, and the man who bought it was assassinated inside a week. Floor 3 was a volcano. Actual volcano. Cone, lava lake, 500 magma apes at second order 6 stars, sitting in the lava the way old men sit in a bathhouse. 2 problems. 1, they outranked me by an entire order. 2, and worse, in the lava they could shape the magma itself, which meant fighting them in there was fighting the mountain. But they had a note in their bestiary entry, and the note said, extremely bad-tempered. So I stood on the rim and I started talking. A whole clan of red-bottomed monkeys, I called down. Genuinely, no wonder none of the lady monkeys will look at you. Nothing. Soft, I said. Short. Fast. The lava lake moved. Yeah, I'm talking about you. What followed is, I am told, the first recorded instance in the history of that trial of a challenger being chased on foot around the outside of a volcano by 500 screaming apes while pointing at them. Yo, 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 exactly what I'd expect from the spineless magma ape clan. Come on, chase me. Can't catch me, can you? You mad? I want to give their side of it, in fairness. I later got the trial's own log of that floor, and the log recorded that it was the first time those creatures had ever encountered a human this rude, that I had directly addressed their happiness function, and that I had done it while pointing at their noses. I led them a full kilometer down the slope, away from the lake, and then I stopped and turned around. Mountain-shattering palm. The ghost of a mountain, several hundred meters of it, came down out of nothing into the front rank. 100 apes stopped being a crowd and started being weather. The ones behind them turned to run for the lava, which meant they gave me their backs, which meant I got to do it again. Drop. Fire attribute affinity, B rank. Strength went through 3,000 somewhere in there and settled at 3,211, and I stood in a crater on the side of a volcano in another dimension covered in ash, laughing like an idiot, on my second day of being alive again. Then floor 4 loaded, and the condition came up on the panel, and it was one line. Kill as many second-order peak creatures as possible, until death. 3,500 peak second-order magma apes came over the ridge, attributes north of 2,500 each. I was a first-order awakener. The first volley was 2,000 lava spheres, and it removed the hills. I went into a fissure and pulled the vortex over me like a manhole cover, and it ate maybe a third of what came down, and the rest of it cooked the fissure, and my skin split along both arms in lines like a dry riverbed. All right, I said, to a rock. Then I don't need to keep any sanity either. Frenzied demon gauntlets on, berserk power up, berserk ring lit. Strength 3,750, 4,200, 4,666, 5,000. 5,000 is the attribute ceiling of the entire second order, and I was standing in it as a first order awakener with my brain about 80% switched off, and the black flame came up my arms without being asked. Destruction takes what a thing is, not what a thing has. The first rank went out like a row of candles. 30 seconds, 500 apes, then 1,000. The lava spheres kept coming, and the armor broke off me in plates, and the gauntlets went to powder on my hands, and the ring cracked and fell off in 3 pieces, and I was still swinging, and I was down to about 1 working eye. They pulled 2,000 spheres together into a single mass, the way you would build a wave, and they dropped it on me. That should be the end of the story. That is genuinely where it should end. Is he going to die? No. I pulled everything left in me into the vortex, walked into the densest part of the crowd, and detonated. Not metaphor, detonation. I opened my own source and let destruction out through the walls of my body all at once, and it seeded itself into everything within a few hundred meters, and the mountain came down on top of all of us. Final count, 2,899. I woke up on a stone floor with the trial reading me my rewards like a nurse. A pile of second-order top-quality crystals. Lava secret armor, extraordinary grade, 1,600 defense, repairs itself when it is on fire, and it carries a secret art that drops 4 lava spheres a day. And a bow. Lava burst bow, extraordinary, 1,800 strength. Every arrow burns mana out of whatever it hits. And the secret art on it is called Sky-Filling Fire Rain, which fires 200 exploding arrows in one pull. Remember the bow. The bow is the answer to a question you have not asked yet. There was also a technique manual on body tempering in there, transcendent grade, which I read, filed, and will not be discussing further. The last floor was not a fight. It was a slab. Head-high, dark stone, covered in runes, and one instruction. Within 30 minutes, use these runes to create your own technique. I stood in front of that slab for 25 minutes. Here is the relevant line from my own character panel, which I had been carefully not reading. Comprehension ability. Not bad. Not bad. In the language of a system that describes a 2,000 strength as brute, not bad means average. It means fine. It means somebody patted me on the head. The runes looked like tadpoles. They looked like tadpoles that had been drawn by a tadpole. I stared until my eyes went dry, and then I stared some more, and at minute 23, I caught myself falling asleep standing up. This thing is exactly like the stone wall in that old novel, I said out loud. Unless you happen to be the one fated guy, you cannot read a single stroke of it. 25 minutes gone, 5 left. And then I had a thought. Is the way to open this just wrong? I punched the slab. A rune lit up. And across my panel, in a new line I had never seen before, cultivation technique. Unknown. Violently plundering. Progress 0.1%. Stop. That was a voice. A child's voice, coming from somewhere inside the stone, and it sounded genuinely alarmed. Stop! Do not attack the origin stela! I hit it again, harder. 0.2%. I put destruction into my knuckles and started alternating, dark shadow fist and then mountain shattering palm and then bare hands as fast as I could cycle, and the number climbed. 10%. 20. 40. Who says I lack comprehension ability? Power is comprehension ability. 90%. Did somebody just shout something? Must have been the wind. Please stop hitting me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have blocked up the origin of the runes. My arm was already coming down. There is no braking distance on a punch that size. 100%. And the world went out. I was standing in a sea of stars, not looking at it, in it, and in front of me was a figure so large that I could not hold the whole of it in my head at once, and around that figure, in every direction, were thousands of other beings of the same order, laying siege to it. Behind those thousands there were galaxies burning and oceans that had gone red, and all of it was already ruined, and none of their attacks were reaching the hem of the figure's robe. The figure raised one arm and threw one perfectly ordinary punch. Thousands of almighty beings stopped existing at the same time. The stars went out, and I was on a stone floor again, with my knuckles bleeding, and a name burned into my panel. Chaos, Extreme Tao Demon God Art. Chaos Grade. First Revolution, plus 1,000 to every attribute. Second, plus 5,000. Third, plus 10,000. And at the 9th revolution, you stop asking the rules of a world for permission and you simply take them. Then the class rolled. Supreme Emperor, Chaotic Grade, Unique, 28 listed characteristics. 4 of them mattered. 1. It ignores rank limits, entirely. Every attribute cap that this world enforces on a body, gone, plus a bonus 100 to 200 attributes and free points per star on top. 2. It ignores comprehension. Rules are not understood, they are taken by force. Which the last 30 seconds had already established, but it was nice of the system to make it official. 3. I can wear and use the equipment and the skills of any class on the table. Not my class, any class. 4. And the system wrote this one with what I can only describe as affection. Battle Maniac. The more you court death, the stronger you become. And directly beneath it, in smaller print, as one envied by the heavens, you will endure calamity to match. The class came with exactly one first-level skill, Extreme Tao. It takes any skill I have already learned, and it makes that skill extreme, times 100. Dark Shadow Fist, a rare little 3-meter area attack, became Supreme Shadow Fist, 200% fist speed, plus 1500 strength on the swing, and an area of effect of 300 meters by 300 meters. Mountain Shattering Palm became Supreme Mountain Breaking Palm, and I have never once used it indoors. Then the slab cracked down the middle, and something came out of it. It was a ball of light about the size of a fist, and it drifted down to eye level and unfolded into a very small girl, fist-sized, multicolored hair, arms crossed, face absolutely soaked with tears. "What kind of thing are you?" I said. "You're the thing," she shouted and put her hands on her hips, which at that scale is a full body motion. Look, I had just violently mugged a stone slab for a chaos-grade technique, and the slab turned out to have a tenant. There is no protocol for that. "Do you have a name?" She did not. She had been in there for something on the order of hundreds of millions of years, and nobody had ever needed to call her anything, because there was nobody. "Then you're Jing Kai-Yir," I said. "Or take my surname if you want, Ye Kai-Yir." Jing Kai-Yir sounds better. And then she hid her whole face behind her hands, which does not work when your hands are 4 millimeters across. My panel pinged. "Quest, become friends with this small guardian within 3 minutes." I actually said it out loud. "Since when are you a friendship system?" Because up to that point, the only thing that machine had ever wanted from me was to hurt somebody's favorite child. So I sat down on the floor of a trial dimension with my back against a broken slab, and I told a 100-million-year-old spirit about candy. Specifically, hard candy, and how the good ones are the ones that crack in the middle. Cotton candy, and how it is a scam, and everybody knows it is a scam, and everybody buys it anyway. Dolls. Comic books, and how the ending of a good one makes you angry. Roller rinks. The specific misery of being 9 and having a loose tooth. And then, because she asked, my own childhood, my mother's noodles. The pine tree in the garden. My father teaching me to ride a bicycle by lying about holding on, and then I stopped. I stopped exactly where I stopped on purpose, at the summer I turned 17, and I did not go past it. Because everything past it is a stadium and a scoreboard, and 10 years of a life that this small, clean thing was not going to be carrying around on my behalf. She sat on my shoulder and did not say anything for a long time. "Will you really come back here?" she said finally. "Rest assured, I definitely will." She flew up to my forehead and pressed both hands against it. Origin mark. Pure source power came into me like a river changing course. 5,500 to 10,000. 10,000 to 14,900. My meridians rebuilt themselves twice on the way through, and the panel could not keep up with its own numbers. Second order. Source nurturing realm. And then, because the universe has a sense of humor, a global announcement went out to every human being alive on Earth, 3 times, in a voice like a stadium PA. The first human on this planet to reach the second order is A. Cheng of the Dragon Country. I had not found the button to hide my name. I want you to understand what that did. That was 90 hours into the apocalypse. There were people on that broadcast who had not yet killed their first zombie. Somewhere in Chang'an, a girl named Ding Ru wrote my name down on a piece of paper. Somewhere in Black Dragon City, a man named Shu Long broke a table. And in an unfinished parking structure on the edge of Qianjiang City, a fat man with 4 fire axes and a 6-year-old daughter looked up at the sky and said, "Ye Cheng, is that the young man who bought my slaughterhouse last week?" Wang Tao thought about it for a while. "If it weren't for what he told me," he said to his daughter, "you and I would already be dead." Then he picked up an axe and started walking toward Demon Capital. The global chat opened the same night, and I want to talk about it for a second because it is the single funniest thing the system ever did. One message costs 1 point of source power. That is it. That is the whole moderation policy. 8 billion people, 1 open channel, and the entry fee is a fraction of a heartbeat. Within an hour, it was a message board. Somebody in Guangdong, does this feel like an old-school online game to anyone else, or is it just me? Settlements advertising for members like it was a recruitment fair. A guy explaining at length that he and his brother killed first-order zombies every single day, that his brother had a B-rank talent and a bone structure of 72, and that they were still stuck at 4 stars, and could somebody please explain what they were doing wrong? And 2 names, over and over, both of them doing the exact same thing in opposite directions. Su Long of the Shu family, Black Dragon City, promising safety and resources to anyone who came to him. Ye Hao of my family, promising the same with better numbers. 2 great houses fighting a marketing war in a chat box on the 4th day of the end of the world. I teleported out of the origin land, and I missed. I would like to state for the record that the return coordinates on a class trial are supposed to put you back where you started, which in my case was a bedroom. Instead, I came out 400 kilometers off, in an unfinished parking structure on the wrong side of Qianjiang City, at night, about 9 meters behind 5 men with crossbows. Wang Tao was on the concrete with both legs shot through. His daughter was being held off the ground by the collar. "Stop crying," the one holding her was saying. "Nobody's hurting you. You are worth actual money now. Do you understand that? A 6-year-old who woke up a talent. There are 3 settlements west of here that would trade a month of crystals for a live alchemist, and you are going to make us all rich." "My daddy," she said. "Your daddy is fine. Your daddy is going to lie there." "Where's my mommy?" The man laughed. "We left her for the zombies when she wouldn't walk with us. Now shut up." I have done a lot of things. I opened this account with a knife in a dormitory, and it does not get cleaner from there. But I remember standing in that parking structure and thinking, with genuine offense, a few pieces of garbage. Even I, an actual villain, have never done anything like that. I put my hand through the leader's chest. The other 4 took 1 punch total, collectively, as a group. Then I picked the girl up because she had landed hard. "Little sister, are you okay?" She wiped her face with the back of her wrist and looked at me with the most businesslike expression I have ever seen on a person that size. "Big brother, I'm fine, but my daddy is hurt." A pause. "If you help me make daddy better, I, Lin, can refine a lot of medicine for you. A lot." She was 6. She was negotiating. Here is the thing about Wang Lin. Children under 12 cannot pull a talent out of a crystal at all. The system will not let them. The body is not finished. The only way a child has a talent in this world is if the talent was already in them, from birth, waiting. Hers was triple S, Heavenly Fragrance Medicine God Body, and underneath it, a hidden class that had already latched on, Qiankun Medicine God, Mythic Grade. In my first life, she surfaced 8 years later under the name The White Medicine God, sat at the top of the global rankings for a decade, and never once told anybody where she came from. In this one, she was sitting on my forearm asking if I had any bandages. I set her father's legs while she watched and corrected me twice, which was humiliating and correct. Then Wang Tao, flat on his back, with 2 through-and-through wounds and a broken nose, tried to negotiate with me as well. "There's a 3rd-order zombie king," he said. "Center of the city, the old exhibition hall. I've seen it. I'll take you there." He got a hand up and pointed at his daughter. "If you protect her." "Boss Wang," I said, "I was already going to invite both of you to join the Ye family. You have just spent your only bargaining chip on something you were getting for free." He started crying, which, after the day he had had, was fair. Lin patted his face with a very small hand. "Dad, don't cry," she said. "A man of integrity doesn't shed tears." Then a shadow came out of the wall and took her. I want to be precise about how fast it was. It was faster than I was, and at that point, I was carrying more speed than anyone alive on the planet. A black shape peeled off a support column, crossed 9 meters, and she was gone out of my arms and 3 meters away before the sound arrived. I put my fist through its skull anyway, because speed is not the only stat, and it dissolved on the way down, and as it went, it laughed. "Be careful," it said. "Your family members are going to start dying quietly. One by one." Then it was smoke, and Lin dropped into my hands, entirely unbothered, and asked if that was a monster. 6 kilometers away, a man named Ding Hao opened his eyes in an apartment and swore. Ding Hao was 23. Before all this, he had been a mechanic's apprentice who never finished the apprenticeship, in a city where that means you have no money, no qualification, and no floor to stand on. He played games, he watched films, he owed his landlord 4 months. Then the world ended, and he pulled a mythic talent on his first 10 crystals. Demon Shadow Clone. 6 clones. Not illusions, not projections, actual working copies. And he had worked out the optimal usage inside of a week, which I will grudgingly admit is smarter than most people manage. 4 of them out killing zombies 24 hours a day, 2 of them sitting in a room cultivating, and the original lying on a mattress doing absolutely nothing, forever. He had dark circles under his eyes anyway. Some people are just like that. He also had 2 women living in that apartment, working for their rations, and I found out later what he had told them, which was that the door was unlocked any time they wanted to go and try their luck outside with what was in the streets. I want you to know that I did think about that afterward on the balance sheet, but that night he was thinking about crystals. "Let Yi Cheng kill the zombie king," he said to the ceiling. "Let him do all of it. As long as a demon shadow clone can touch a thing, it comes straight back to me." We ran out of fuel on an overpass in the 3rd district, with about 100 zombies coming up the ramp behind us. I did not turn around. I threw a straight punch backward over my shoulder, and the top halves of about a dozen of them went into the concrete like they had been through a press, and the rest of the ramp went quiet. Lin applauded. "Big Brother is so amazing, even more amazing than Dad. When Dad kills a monster, he has to hit it with the axe lots of times." Her father went a deep and complicated color. Somebody in a window on the far side of the overpass filmed all of it, and the global chat came apart. And within 10 minutes, 3 separate people put a price on me. Lin Jian on global. Whoever kills Ye Chang at the Zombie King and takes the guild token off the drop gets 50,000 crystals from me. Su Long, 100,000. Feng Chen, 100,000 and change, and I will beat any offer. The 3 great houses of the Dragon Country, aiming the entire surviving population of Tianjiang City at one 19-year-old, in public, in a chat box. It worked, too. 2 groups moved. The first was a man calling himself Gale Leopard, 7 stars, roughly 1,000 people under him, who started staging them around the exhibition district within the hour with the straightforward intention of robbing whoever won. The second was a man named Zhang Xin, who looked at the same information, thought about it for a while, and told his people to stay exactly where they were and get ready to rob the robbers instead. I noted that quite hard. And in a stairwell somewhere in between, a middle-aged man named Duan Jie, who used to teach me history and who I had personally bored in a lecture hall for 2 semesters, said this to the people around him. "Ye Cheng is not a reckless person. I taught him. He is walking into the center of the city carrying 2 liabilities, an injured man and a small child, which means he is not worried about either of them. Anyone who goes to pull teeth out of a tiger's mouth tonight is going to die badly. Full marks, Professor. Genuinely." I gave Wang Tao and his daughter breath-concealing pills and put them 4 blocks out with orders to stay low. On the way, I told Lin to look up a skill called Calamity Poison in the shop when she had crystals, because in my first life it was what made her terrifying, and she wrote the name on her hand in pen. Then I went into the exhibition hall. The Zombie King was 3 meters tall and 3rd order 4 stars, gray-white veins under skin like wet paper. It had been eating its own kind, which is how they climb, and there were a great many of its own kind laid out around the hall in rows, which told me it had been doing that for a while, and doing it deliberately. It opened its mouth and screamed, and every pane of glass within a few kilometers failed at once. Strength and physique around 10,000 each. I was sitting at roughly 3,200 before equipment. Its voice arrived directly inside my head, and it was not the noise of an animal. It was a sentence. "Human, leave my territory." Sorry, I said, you've got something I want. Specifically, the king rank crystal in your forehead, but honestly, all of it. Supreme Shadow Fist opened the fight, and it covered 300 meters by 300 meters, and every First Order zombie in that hall, thousands of them, went to dust in a single beat, like a hand had wiped a table. The king came through the dust with a golden mace. Supreme Mountain-breaking palm caught the mace, and then the black flame went off my palm onto the metal, and up the metal, and into its hand, and destruction does not stop at the wound. It let go of the mace and screamed again, and this time it was a different noise. Is that everything? I said. Your speed is embarrassing. You cannot even keep up with your own reactions. How exactly were you planning to kill me? Then I put on the lava secret armor, which took my defense from 2,000 to nearly 4, and I stopped playing. At around 4,000 speed, a Third Order Zombie King is a stationary object. I hit it 11 times and put it into the floor of the exhibition hall in a crater shaped like an open hand, and somewhere around hit 8, Supreme Shadow Fist leveled up mid-swing, which is a very strange thing to feel. It stopped moving. The system, immediately, in triplicate. First human to slay a Third Order Zombie King. 500 free attribute points, plus 1 draw on Second Order Supreme Grade equipment. First successful cross-rank challenge recorded on this world. Reward, Brave Medal, Transcendent, plus 5% to all attributes. Another global announcement with my name on it again, and the drop hit the floor and 5 black shadows came through the wall and took it before it stopped rolling. 2 transcendent items and a king rank crystal gone in under a second. And then a voice came out of the rafters, delighted with itself. Ye Chang, oh Ye Chang, what good is all that strength of yours when these things are going to be so cheap for me? Then, because he could not help himself, he threw the rest of the drop out of the shadows in 4 directions, across the hall, out into the street. Friends of Tianjiang City, I am not a greedy man. Let's all get rich together. Gale Leopard's people came through the windows like a bag of nails. They got 3 items. One of them was a rectangle of pale metal about the size of a phone, and Gale Leopard himself grabbed it, and I watched him do it, and I did not move. That rectangle was the guild certificate. That was the only thing in the entire building I actually came for. Then he vanished, because his talent was B rank and stupidly good, and it let him dissolve into wind, flowers, snow, or moonlight, and it was snowing. Here is what everyone in that hall was seeing, and I had spent about 11 minutes engineering it. They saw a young man who had just barely put down a monster 4 ranks above him, doubled over, hands on knees, breathing like a bellows, squeezing crystals in his fist to fake a mana refill. I was not tired. I had never been less tired in my life. I had been crushing those crystals for the visual. The items the Zombie King dropped were bait. They were always bait. Now let me show you what I was fishing for. I straightened up and pulled the lava burst bow off my back. Sky-filling fire rain. 200 arrows on the first pull, and the pull takes about a second. And the arrows are not arrows so much as they are opinions delivered at speed. The Gale Leopard settlement had been staged in a 4-block perimeter around the exhibition district in 11 positions. I fired 6 times. You could hear it from inside the hall. Not the explosions, the other thing, underneath. Hundreds of people all realizing the same thing at once and shouting the same sentence in different words. Gale Leopard took the items himself and left us out here as bait. Correct, he had. He was, at that exact moment, in an alley 2 kilometers away, trying to sell my property in the global chat. Xu Long offered 200,000 crystals. Feng Chen offered 300. A woman named Ding Ru offered 400,000 and added, helpfully, the transfer takes 30 seconds. Find somewhere quiet. There was nowhere quiet. I opened the vortex to 800 meters. I have never done it that wide before or since. 800 meters of city went sideways into a hole in the air. Snow, cars, 3 condemned buildings, 400 zombies, and every single scavenger who had spent the last hour lying flat on a rooftop waiting for me to be weak enough to loot. Ye Chung, somebody screamed on the way in. We didn't steal anything from you. What are you doing? You were lying up there waiting to strip me, I said. You deserve to die. Gale Leopard came out of the snow like a fish out of a net, because you cannot merge with snow that is currently orbiting a singularity. Spare me, he said on his knees before he had even finished landing. Spare me, I'll be a dog at your side. I'll hand over what you took. It's not on me. It's not on me, I swear. If you'll just let me live, I can. I took his head off mid-sentence and stole his talent on the way out, and now I can also turn into weather. The certificate was in his belt, guild certificate. Combine with 10,000 crystals to found a guild. Also in the pile, a hidden profession scroll for warrior, and a book called Golden Bell Shield. Lanfin arrived 20 minutes later with 100 men at 8 stars, 20 archers, 10 mages, 70 in armor, and several hundred prisoners walking in white manacles that lock source power out of the wearer. Zhang Xin was in the front rank of the prisoners, explaining very quickly and very reasonably that he had specifically ordered his people not to participate. I already knew that. I let all of them go. Somebody stole something from me, I said. I need to find him now. Which brought us to a genuine problem, which is that I had never seen Ding Hao's face. Lanfin handed me a tablet, actual working tablet, running off source energy instead of electricity, one of 3 in the world, built by our own people in 90 hours off a shop schematic. It could still reach whatever was left of the old networks. Census archives, ID photographs, movement records. The apocalypse version of a surveillance state, assembled in 4 days by my aunt's finance department because nobody told them not to. Useless. I had no name and no face to search on, so I used the astrolabe. Jing Chair had given it to me when I left, transcendent grade, single use, and its function is one line. It finds karma. Not people. Karma. Any thread of cause and effect that has attached itself to your fate, which is precisely why I had let the drop hit the floor in the first place. You cannot follow a thread that does not exist yet. So I gave him one, and I let him take it, and I let him gloat about it out loud where the world could hear. 8 trigrams lit up around the rim and turned. Wang, Kan, Zhen, Zhen, Shun, Chen, Kun, Dui, and a face arrived in my head. Skinny, about 1.75 meters, dark circles, wearing a mechanic's coverall that had not been washed in a while. Then the cursor. Quest. The son of Luck Ding Hao has provoked you, a villain. Can you tolerate this? I certainly cannot. Go and kill him. Reward. Life-Death Talisman plus a schematic for a minor source-gathering array. Building 6, Unit 13, 11th floor, a residential block on the north side. Ding Humor was sitting on his mattress, holding 2 transcendent items and laughing when one of the women in the apartment came to the doorway and said, "Master, why is it so noisy outside today?" He got up and looked out of the window. 22 camouflaged vehicles in the courtyard. Every stairwell held. Marksmen on the 2 neighboring rooftops. And the entire block cordoned by men in first order plate who had done this exact drill in 3 cities that week. He sent a clone into the corridor to test them, and the clone put a dagger into a Ye soldier's back at full extension, and the dagger stopped on the armor. Mages, mana orb cage. Archers, snipe. The clone was in a sphere before it could turn around, and then it was not a clone anymore. So Ding Hao played his actual card. He came out of the apartment with 4 clones, all of them identical to him in every measurable way, all of them moving differently, and he shouted something about how they would never find the real one. And the captain of the 3rd squad said, without raising his voice, and I want you to hear exactly how bored he sounded. The Patriarch says this one has 4 clones. Even disguised as the main body, a clone cannot bleed. If it does not bleed when you cut it, snipe it. Delay spell, minus 5% speed. Ice arrows. Whirlwind slash from the 2 men on the stairs. Report, Captain, no splatter. Report, Captain, no splatter. Report, Captain, no splatter. Report, Captain, no splatter. The squads were laughing at him by the 3rd one. I heard it on the way up. Somebody said it was like the god of longevity eating poison. In other words, a man with everything to live for who has made a specific effort to die. Ye Guang picked Ding Hao up off the floor of his own apartment by the throat and held him at eye level with mild curiosity. "You're Ding Hao? Why do you look so unwell?" I came in and sat down on a plastic chair. "Do you feel hopeless now?" I said. "Are you sitting there wondering how I got so strong?" He was. But he was also doing something else, and I could read it off him, because I have read it off 100 people since. He was stalling. He was waiting for the thing that happens in every story he had ever consumed. The mysterious savior, the crack in space, the last-second surge of power at the moment of death. "How did you find me?" he said. "Just tell me that. How did you know where I was?" Why should I tell him? Was he my father? Was he my mother? Why in the world would I answer the questions in the heart of an enemy? I put my fist through his chest, and he did not die. His last reflex, right at the edge, was to merge a fresh clone into his own body, which patched him back together in about a second and a half, and then he was through the door and down the corridor and into the stairwell, still moving, shouting over his shoulder. Ye Chang, if you hadn't been born into that family, you'd be garbage. As long as I am alive, your Ye family will never have one peaceful day. I was already standing at the bottom of the stairwell. Ignorant, I said. You didn't run. I let you breathe for a few more seconds. The plunder went wrong. I had gotten used to it being clean because it had been clean twice. This time, the plunder force went into him and dispersed, spread thin through a soul that had been split 6 ways, hunting blindly for a core that was not in any one place. So I spent 100 Godslayer points in the villain shop on something I had been eyeing for 2 days. Water of Fortune, epic grade. Raises your luck for 30 seconds. And the item description, which I read 4 times, said, "This is divine water from a certain very powerful goddess, and you had best not look too closely into what kind of water this is." I drank it anyway. Do not judge me. 1 drop of gold went down and through my arm and into him, and it gathered up all the scattered plunder force like a hand sweeping coins off a table and walked it straight to the core. Demon Shadow Clone, Mythic, 2 stars. Effect 1. The clones do not die while I have mana, 9 of them at first order, 18 at second, 36 at third. Effect 2. I can teleport to any clone, anywhere, and I can bring things with me. Effect 3. Each clone copies my appearance and my aura exactly and cultivates while it exists. Effect 4. A chance that a clone will simply step in front of a fatal blow and take it instead of me. I let 15 of them out into that courtyard at once and stood in the middle of them. Every one had my face. Every one carried 4,500 unallocated points and the full characteristics of a Supreme Emperor, which meant every one of them could take any class, wear any equipment, and walk into any city on Earth as a completely different professional. Ye Guang looked at 15 of me and said quietly, "Ah." In the apartment upstairs, the 2 women were still there, tied at the wrists, left behind as insurance by a man who did not come back for them. I did not go up. I sent Lan Fen. "Get them out," I said. "Feed them. Find out where their families were." Then I said the other thing, loudly, to my own men on the courtyard steps, because it needed saying once and then never again. From today on, anyone in the Ye family who lets their cultivation stagnate because they were busy enjoying themselves can walk out of the gate. I do not keep garbage. While I was doing that, 3 other families were having meetings about me. Black Dragon City, the Shu estate. Shu Ning, the head, was tearing strips off his grandson for the auction he had just run in the global chat. "You put a bounty on the head of the Ye family," said the second uncle, Shu Kai, in writing, in front of 8 billion people. Their family holds 3 of the standing commands of the National Army. Their family holds the last surviving council elder. That boy killed a 3rd-order king by himself on day 4. And the shop released a small teleportation array schematic this morning, which means distance has stopped being a defense. Apologize. Publicly. Shu Long stood up, and dark purple lightning went up both arms, and the ghost of a python stood up behind him. 2nd order, 1 star, which at that point in the timeline was genuinely impressive. And what he thought, standing in his grandfather's study, was, should I just kill both of these annoying old men? I know that because of what came later. Behind Shu Long, there was already a thunder god, and the terms were simple. Find the origin core of Earth, kill Ye Cheng, and you will hold the life and death of every human being on this planet in your hand. His aunt, Shu Lingtian, covered for him at that meeting, the way she covered for him at every meeting, because she had raised him and could not see him. That is the whole of her contribution, and it is enough. Blind love has killed more houses than ambition ever has. Chang'an, the Ding estate. Ding Ru on her knees in front of her father, explaining what a guild token was and what the first guild in the world receives as a gift. She had already inherited a hidden class, and it had come with knowledge, and the knowledge was this. There was a civilization on Earth before ours, and it moved mountains. She kept her eyes down for the whole conversation. What she was thinking behind them was, soon, father, you are already old. The Ding family is going to be mine. And then, at the very end of the thought, almost as an afterthought, Ye Cheng, I really do want to meet him. Shu Province, the Feng Estate. Feng Chun had taken a mythic talent from some god or other 4 days earlier, and then had done something I have never seen anybody else manage. He walked into an ancient inheritance meant for someone else, and took that too. A woman's silhouette rose out of it, scrubbed the divine mark off his soul with one gesture, and left behind only a channel of communication and one piece of advice. Deal with that deity perfunctorily for now. Then he sat down to begin the legacy of the Xuanyuan Swordmaster, and did not notice that he had just been adopted by something considerably worse than a god. I combined the certificate with 10,000 crystals in a courtyard at 4 in the morning. The announcement went out 10 times. Ye Cheng of the Dragon Country has founded the first guild of this world. Reward, 1 random mythic building. The international channel lost its mind. A Korean insisted that Ye Cheng was, of course, originally from his country. An American named Mark Foster, who had owned an airline the week before, sent me a friend request with a message that was 4 paragraphs long and read like a pitch deck. Shu Long and Feng Chen, working together for the first and last time, began a coordinated campaign about how a resource of this magnitude morally belonged to all humanity. And Zhang Xin, who had joined my family approximately 6 hours earlier, went into the global channel and destroyed both of them in one line. Whether the Ye family head wants to share is the Ye family head's business. What exactly have either of you shared? I'll wait. Then Lin Jian posted, the Ye family is forcing an entire city to work for them and taking every crystal. Ask the people of Demon Capital what they think. And Ye Guang, who should not have been given a keyboard, replied instantly, Yo, Lin Jian, you still dare to show your face? If I hadn't been told to take you alive last time, your head would already be in 2 pieces. I want to tell you where Lin Jian actually was when he posted that, because it is the single most useful thing to understand about him. He was in an abandoned village 90 kilometers out, in a farmhouse with the shutters closed, hunched over a table, working. There was a zombie on the floor with its head off. He had drained the heart into a bowl, and with a very small knife, he was taking the skin off its face in strips and laying the strips onto a mask made of something pale and featureless, and pressing them down with his thumbs the way you would smooth a decal. Then he tipped the bowl into a groove across the mask's forehead and shook a crushed crystal over it like salt. The mask took. It stopped being pale. It became a face, and the face was Ye Guang's, exactly, down to the 2 lines at the corner of the left eye that Ye Guang has because he squints when he laughs. He put it on, and his shoulders went wide, and his hands went rough, and when he spoke, in the empty farmhouse, it was Ye Guang's voice. Ye family, Ye Cheng, Ye Guang, all of you can just wait. Lin Jian was an orphan out of a state home in Demon Capital. He was 20. He had a girlfriend named Fan Qing, and the day before the world ended, men from my family came and took Fan Qing away in front of him, and one of them put a knee on the back of his neck while it happened. Then the world ended, and he pulled a talent that was very close to immortality, and a class called Phantom Demon Supreme. And then my family, who by then did not know or care what had happened outside a dormitory on October the 31st, sent a delegation to recruit him. He killed the lead envoy with his teeth. It was his first, and he told me later, at the end, that he liked it. He had more than 10 masks in a bag by that point. In half a month, he had killed several hundred awakened members of my family, and every single one of those killings had been arranged so that another Ye did it, or appeared to. With all these faces, he thought, how is the Ye family ever going to defend itself? It is a good question. I had an answer, but I needed a building first. The guild came up as Cosmos, rank 1, 500 slots out of 500 filled inside an hour. It threw a barrier over the ancestral grounds that marks any outsider who crosses it with a red brand they cannot wash off. It came with a territory aura, epic grade, that adds 10% cultivation speed to every living thing standing inside it, which prompted Uncle Fu to observe that a pig left in this compound long enough would eventually awaken. And it came with a panel that shows me everything about every member. Attributes, equipment, location. Every single one of them, live, all the time. Lenthan took Priest as her class instead of any of the 4 combat options available to her, and did it without asking me, And when I looked at her about it, she looked back at me with total calm. That girl is afraid I am going to get hurt. 2,000 strength and a mythic source, and she picked the bandage class. Yegwang took warrior and awakened a second talent on the same day, double S, explosive titan, which suits him the way a hat suits a hat rack. Then the mythic building rolled. I would like to state that I did not handle this with dignity. I stood in the middle of my own courtyard shouting at a floating panel, "Scram! Hurry up and draw me a building that raises talent grades and bone structure, not a warehouse. Do not give me a warehouse." The wheel stopped. Infinite Demon Tower. Unique. Function 1, and this is the one that mattered. An infinite body tempering pool. Every awakened person under my banner, at every major breakthrough for the rest of their lives, can go into that pool. Every base attribute goes up. There is a small chance the innate bone structure goes up, which is supposed to be impossible after birth. And there is a very small chance, a rounding error of a chance, that the pool raises the grade of the talent itself. A B rank becomes an A rank, sometimes, if the world is in a good mood. Do you understand what that is? In a world where your talent is decided in one draw on day one, and then you live with it forever? That is a second draw. That is the only second draw in existence. Function 2. The tower is full of sealed spaces, and the sealed spaces are full of dark demonic creatures, which is why the thing's other name is the Demon-Suppressing Legacy Tower. In my first life, Shulong founded the first guild 11 days after I did, and his mythic building could be used once per person per lifetime, and it consumed resources like a furnace. Ours was a fountain. The rewards from the Zombie King were still sitting unclaimed, so I spun those too, and the arrow crawled past purple, past crimson, and dropped into gold. Purification Spirit Ring. Epic. Defense 2,450, Physique 2,100, Speed 1,800, Source 6,000. And 3 times a day it strips any debuff below 3rd order off the wearer. It is priest equipment. It is exclusively priest equipment, restricted, class-locked, no exceptions. Supreme Emperor ignores class restrictions. I put it on. The Life-Death Talisman book came in the same delivery. Legendary grade, class restricted to Dark Curse Sealmaster, with a usage note in small letters that I read twice. Available only to beings already sunk in darkness, and the cost of each seal is 1 point of your own personal luck. 1 point of luck, per use, forever, non-refundable. I hit myself in the forehead with the book anyway. Something came up out of the pages and into me, whispering, and I could hear the words clearly. Die. You have to die. Merge into the dark. And my 3 mythic cores, the Devouring Seed and the Source of Destruction and the Demon Shadow, turned around at the same time and ate it. I felt them do it. My clones' free point pools jumped by about 100 each, and all 3 cores gained 1,000 points of progress, and the whispering stopped very abruptly, the way a man stops talking when he realizes what room he has walked into. The seal itself does this. Whoever is marked loses a fragment of their soul core to me. I can hurt them with a thought. I can end them with a thought. Then I used Extreme Tao on it, and for the first time, a skill fought back. The fist had gone quietly. The palm had gone quietly. The talisman bucked and burned mana at a rate that made my vision gray out, and finally broke. Extreme Tao, Life-Death Talisman. Cost is now ordinary mana instead of luck. 10 seals per casting instead of 1. A loyalty column now appears in the personnel file of anyone I have sealed. And if that number goes negative, the seal turns. At 20%, the person becomes absolutely loyal. At 30, their mind goes. At 50, they stop. It works on anything, including gods, as long as I am stronger than they are. And the system added, under the description, in the tone of a colleague, even a brute can have loyal subordinates. 10,000 mana per seal, and each one lasts half a month. My family had several 100,000 awakened people in it. I was going to need more mana. So I sat down in the crystal room and, for the first time, ran the Extreme Tao Demon God art. The white mana in my meridians began to darken, not all at once, like ink going into water at the top of a glass, spreading downward, and where it passed, the channel itself tore and knitted and tore again. That happened, I would estimate, several thousand times. Source Nurturing, 4 stars, 6, 8. And in my Dantian a black light opened up with a single ancient character standing in the middle of it, which the panel translated as Extreme. First revolution complete, plus 1,000 to every attribute. Second level class skill unlocked. Supreme Path Emperor Body. Strength 6,876, plus 1,800 from the bow. Defense 4,289, plus 1,600. Physique 4,118. Speed 5,403. Source 240,000 out of 500,000. The human attribute ceiling for the entire second order is 5,000. The panel wrote unprompted, "You are no longer a simple brute. You are now a powerhouse with no weaknesses." I would like that on a shirt. My father ambushed me at breakfast. "You brat. You came back last night and didn't go and see your grandfather." He poured tea without looking at me, which is how he opens. "And what is this Cosmos Guild you have signed all of us into? Your aunt says the paperwork is worse than the ministry." What he was actually thinking, and I could hear it as clearly as if he had said it, was, "You announced you were taking over this family, and I am still doing all of the work. Why did I never get to have a life like that?" I did not answer the question because I had spent the last hour reading his father's file. The guild panel shows me everything, which is how I found out that my grandfather's talent, the one that had come up triple S in the council chamber, was called innate Zhou-Yi, and that the system graded it semi-god rank, and that its function is to read fate, life and death, omens. Which of the roads in front of you has something waiting on it, and how it is paid for. It eats lifespan. It eats spirit. It eats the body. Every time he uses it, he spends himself, and he had used it at least once in the council chamber to look at me, and had said nothing about it, and had smiled. He had lost weight. I had noticed, and had assumed it was the war. So I put it to the whole table at once, over noodles, and I did it badly. Grandpa is not allowed to use his talent again until the fourth order. Everything he draws goes into physique and defense, nothing into any else. Aunt Yushin, that's a standing budget line. Silence. Then my mother put her hand flat on the table and said, "Chung, what is wrong with your grandfather?" "Nothing is wrong with Feng Shui-yun. Sit down," said my father to my mother, standing up himself. "How long does he have?" said Uncle Yi Rui. "Nobody has anything. He's not—" "Is it treatable?" said Aunt Yishin. It took me 4 minutes to get that room back under control, and my grandfather sat through the entire thing eating noodles with an expression of enormous private enjoyment. "You child," my aunt said at the end of it, glaring at me over her cup. "Next time, say the whole thing at once. You nearly frightened us to death." My mother came back from the kitchen with 2 more bowls and put one in front of me, and I did something I am not going to describe, which is that I had to look at the ceiling for a moment. 10 years. The last time I ate my mother's noodles, I was 23, and she was alive, and I did not notice either fact. Later, when the table had cleared, my grandfather stopped me at the door. "In your other life," he said, and did not explain how he knew, and I did not ask. "Was there a man with a talent like mine?" I stopped. There was. Somebody I never met sent me 3 warnings across 9 years, through intermediaries, unsigned. The first one said the boy Jiao Wei will end you. The second said Shulong is not working alone. The third said there is a man wearing your soldiers' faces and you have already promoted him. I was 31 and I was the strongest human being alive, and I filed all 3 of them under superstition. "Yes," I said, "there was." "And you didn't listen?" "No." He nodded slowly and went off toward the garden with his hands behind his back, and I stood in the doorway trying to work out something that has never stopped bothering me since. Who was that? Because it was not him. My grandfather never left Demon Capital in my first life. He died in the second year. Then, at 9 in the morning, the sky over Demon Capital opened. A black spiral about the width of the city unwounding above us, and out of the hole came shadows. Not creatures at first. Shadows of creatures, cast down onto 30 million people. And where the shadows fell, people who had been perfectly fine 10 seconds ago began to feel things. Dread that had no object. Envy so sharp it had a taste. And then, in a few hundred cases, nothing at all, except an urgent need to hurt whoever was closest. Chains came up out of the spiral, deep red, and dragged the shadows back. Then the tower itself came through, and I had a problem, which is that the tower was larger than the sky. I could see the sides of it, and I could not see the edges. It was black, banded in dark red, divided into cells, and it filled up everything above us until people started falling over from vertigo. I said one word: shrink. It came down to 666 meters and settled into the middle of the ancestral grounds like a cat sitting on a chair. The global chat had opinions. Su Long led with a long post about hoarding. Zhang Xin replied, "Damn, first thing in the morning and I can hear my husky barking again. His name is Ao Tian." Su Long, "I have remembered you. When my Su family finishes its teleportation array, you will die." Zhang Xin, "Oh no. My dog has epilepsy." And underneath all of it, in the middle of my finest hour, Lin Jian posted, "I have already killed several hundred awakened of the Ye family. Why can't you catch me? Hand over the person I want, or I will kill every one of you, one at a time." The report came up from the tablet an hour later. Lin Jian was inside the city. He was wearing Ye Guang's face, and he was currently on a foot patrol with the Tian Group, 3rd Squad, near the East Checkpoint, carrying a rifle he did not need and complaining about the cold. My order was, nobody touches him, nobody looks at him twice. Ye Quan came in and went down on one knee and asked to be allowed to kill Lin Jian personally. Ye Quan is my father's cousin, Captain General of the Armed Divisions, and he had been reading casualty lists for 2 weeks. "Uncle Quan, get up. How many of the 4 core groups have we lost?" He stopped. "None. None. Tian, Di, Xuan, and Huang have not lost one man. Every single person he has killed was an external recruit who joined in the last 3 weeks and had never met the man whose face was standing next to them." I put the tablet down. "He is not beating us. He is eating the parts of us that don't know each other yet." Then I gave the order that solved Lin Jian, and it had nothing to do with Lin Jian. Extreme Dao Life-Death Talisman. On every awakened person in this family above a certain talent grade. All of them. Including the 4 core groups. Including Yi Guang. Including me, if the system had allowed it, which it did not. Because a seal is not a leech. A seal is an identity. You cannot wear a man's face if his soul core is registered in my panel and yours is not. Yi Guang went white. Patriarch, our own people. Our own people are about to become the only people on this planet who can prove they are themselves. Do it. Then I stood up and stretched. "Uncle Quan, let's go. Call Len Fen. We're going to the Fan house." He stared at me. "I thought we were going to kill Lin Jian." We were. Fan Qing looked exactly like her sister, and nothing like her sister, which is a hard thing to explain until you have met identical twins where only one of them has ever had to lie. She stood up when I came in. "Whatever they told you, it isn't true," she said. "Lin Jian isn't like that. Something's happened to him, or someone's using his name, or—" "Sit down," I said. "Not as an order. I'm going to show you some things, and you should be sitting." Then I put the tablet on the table, and I did not say another word for 11 minutes. Photographs first. Not casualty reports, photographs, because a list is a number, and a number is nothing. Family photographs, the ones pulled from personnel files, 340 of them. A man holding a fish, a woman at a wedding, 2 boys in identical sweaters, both of them ours, both of them dead in the same week in 2 different districts. Then the locations, then the screenshots of the global chat, in his own handle, in his own words, counting them up like a scoreboard, and then the last one, which came off a farmhouse we had found 3 days too late, and which I turned face down before she reached it, and then turned back over, because she was going to see it eventually, and better here. A photograph of a young man at a table with a very small knife, taking the face off a body and pressing it onto a blank mask. She looked at it for a long time. Was that really the Lin Jian she knew? Is how she put it to me, years later. The Lin Jian she knew was a bright, sunny boy who was bad at math and carried her bag. Their father chose that moment to be helpful. "Jiaxing," he said from the doorway in the voice of a man reading from a card. "Be sensible. On one side of the scale, you have wealth and height and a great family. On the other side, you have 2 paupers with nothing. Any normal person can see which way that tips. I have met a great many disgusting people. He is in the top 10, and he never lifted a finger against anyone. Here's what I want," I said to Jiaxing. "Not a hostage, not a trade. He is going to keep killing people in this city with our faces on, and I cannot catch a man who has 10 of them. So I want him to come to a place I choose, at a time I choose, for a reason he will not question. And that's me. That's you." She was quiet for a second. "I want to look at him," she said. "When you do it, I want him to see me looking." Her sister sent the message, because her sister had the account and the writing style. Jiaxing has been taken by Ye Cheng. You're the only one who can save her now. The reply came in under 30 seconds. It was a rage emoji and then, tell me where she is. I will destroy the Ye family. Fan Ru looked at her phone, then at me, with an expression of honest, professional disappointment. Does this Lin Jian even have a brain? He asked his squad leader for 2 hours off, and the squad let him go, immediately, cheerfully, with a joke about the cold. They had made him 3 days earlier. My order had been standing since the first report. Smile at him, cover his shifts, let him walk. He changed faces in a basement on the way, and a second-year student who happened to be on those stairs at the wrong moment saw him do it, and that is all I am going to say about that. Then he came through the front wall of the Fan Villa at about 400 kilometers an hour. 8 of my men were on the ground floor. A blade took a piece off his shoulder, and he did not slow down. 2 burning arrows went through his chest, and the holes closed behind them like water. One of my men said, out loud, genuinely rattled, "Has this kid lost the ability to feel pain?" He had not. That is the thing about the undying body. It hurts the entire time. He simply did not care. And he had not cared for weeks, and there is no armor for that. He came up the stairs, and there were 9 more of us waiting on the landing, and he put a knife into every one of their backs, one after another, in about 2 seconds, and none of them dodged. They all went down, and as they went down, the skin came off their faces. 9 masks, his own masks, taken off a farmhouse table 4 days earlier, laid over 9 of our people who had walked up those stairs, knowing exactly what was going to happen to them, and had gone anyway. He stood on the landing in an empty house holding a knife and looked at 9 faces he had built himself. That is the moment he understood. Fan Xing opened the door at the end of the corridor and stepped out. He had rehearsed something. I know he had, because he got the first 2 words of it out, and then he saw what she was seeing, which was a young man covered to the elbows, smiling, standing on 9 bodies wearing his own handiwork. "No," she said, "you're not the Lin Jian I knew. Jiaxing, they took you, the Ye family never imprisoned me. Not for 1 hour. Not one." Her voice did not shake, and I have thought about that a lot. I came here. I walked in through that door. 8 clones came at my back from 4 directions at once. I turned around and slapped them. One motion, one open hand, all 8 of them and the original, and the wall behind them stopped being a wall. The pieces got up. "Lanfan," I said, "take Ru and Jiaxing downstairs. I'm concerned Lin Jian might hurt one of you." Lanfan looked at the corridor and then at me and closed the door on her way out with great care. Then I turned off destruction. I want to explain the next 5 minutes with numbers, because numbers are the only honest way to tell it. God-slaying plunder gives 1 strength per basic attack. Basic attack, not skill. Bare hands, no source, no flame, nothing exotic. And there is no cap on it, and there is no daily limit, and the only thing standing between me and infinity had always been that things die. Lin Jian could not die. 8 to 9 strikes per second, 5 minutes. Every time his face came apart and the light in him started to go out, I stopped and stood there and waited for him to knit, which took between 4 and 9 seconds depending on how much I had taken, and then I started again. Plus 2,400 strength. Somewhere around minute 3, he started laughing. "I really do have to thank you," he said, through a jaw that was rebuilding. "You know I've broken through twice since you started? 9th star. 9th star in a hallway. Keep going." He was not wrong. That is the joke at the center of the undying body. What does not kill you is quite literally a training regimen. We were both getting stronger. The difference was the rate, and the rate was not close. At minute 4, he stopped talking and let out 16 clones, and filled the corridor with a poison fog thick enough to hide in. I opened the vortex, and the corridor cleared. Then he tried to kill himself. That was the real plan, and it had been the real plan from the first second. The undying body has a second effect. Hide a portion of your own essence somewhere in the world, die anywhere, and reform there. He had done it in 9 places over 3 weeks. He turned the knife around, quite calmly, because from his side of it he was about to teleport out of a bad afternoon. I let 7 shadows step out of the wall behind me. Each of them was holding a small glass vial. 9 hiding places, 7 found, and 2 he had already used up. A collapsed pharmacy in the West District, a locker at the university, a crypt, a drain, a hollow tree, a wall cavity in his old state home, and a shoebox under his own childhood bed. My family spent 4 years studying this man in another life. We knew his hiding places before he had finished choosing them. "You have nothing left," I said. He looked at the vials for a long moment. "What did she say?" he asked. "When she saw the pictures, what did she actually say?" "Nothing," I said. "She just stopped recognizing you." That was when I killed him, and that was when a god took an interest. The plunder pulled and something pulled back, and the corridor went away, and I was standing on a plain of gray ash under a sky with no light in it. Skeletons, tens of thousands of them, standing in ranks that went to the horizon, and none of them moving. In the middle, a throne. On the throne, a figure so large that looking at the whole of it made my eyes water. "You will enter the kingdom of death," the underworld, God said. "You will become a broken thing that cannot leave." A scythe came down, and it did not cut my body, it cut underneath it, at the part of me that does the wanting. My strength was pushing 10,000 at that point. Against that scythe, I was a slightly sturdier grasshopper. Every muscle I owned locked. And then my panel lit up, and I want to read you exactly what it said, because I have never been happier to see a wall of text in my life. Mythic-grade existence detected forcibly breaking through world rules. Godslayer Halo temporarily elevated to maximum level. All attacks dealt to you are nullified. If the opponent continues attacking, they will suffer origin backlash, with a chance to drop equipment from their true body. And then, on its own line, "Please ignore this deity and go directly kill that damn little villain." I got one arm free. I raised my middle finger at a god. I have no idea whether the underworld god had ever encountered that specific gesture in whatever eternity it came from. It understood it perfectly. Some things are universal. The scythe came down again, and it hit the halo, and it converted. The entire lethal weight of a divine strike turned into clean energy and went into me, and I broke through to 9 stars standing still. So I pulled the lava burst bow and put a crimson arrow through its chest. Something dark came out of the wound, and where it landed, the skeleton ranks came apart in rows, and a legendary item fell out of a hole in the world and landed at my feet. The system ecstatic. "Quick, thank this stupid god of the underworld for his generous sponsorship. Now make him angrier." The water of fortune was still in my system. 1 gold drop went out along the plunder line, found the core, and took it. Undying body, mythic, 2 stars. Effect 1. Regeneration, and the faster I burn mana, the faster it closes. Effect 2, Essence Rebirth, the same trick Lin Jian had, except my hiding places are inside a tower that fits in my pocket. Effect 3, and this is the one that changed my life, Fearless. I can absorb strikes up to 5 times my own defense, and everything above that number converts into mana. Read that again. Being hit too hard now pays me. And on the throne, the underworld god stopped. "That water," it said. Then, in a completely different voice, "That woman's water, the goddess of luck? Back then, to pursue her, how much divine source did I burn? How many ages? I never once touched her hand. And now an insect drinks it." There was a very long silence in the kingdom of death. "So that's what happened to devouring," it said, mostly to itself. I braced for the scythe. It did not come. Instead, something cool touched my left palm, and a mark bloomed there. A red flower with long, curling petals. "You will survive until the end," the underworld god said. "Do not die at the hands of any of the other useless ones." And then I was standing in a corridor in a villa in Demon Capital with my hand out and a flower on it, and a main quest unfolding across my whole field of view. As a mortal, slaughter gods. Kill a weak god, take 100% of that god's laws. Kill a middling god, the laws plus their entire origin folded into your cultivation. Kill a strong god, all of the above plus the baptism of primordial chaos. Kill a supreme god, all of the above plus the baptism of the great Tao. Underneath, the Lin Jian reward finally posted. Heavenly Demon Heart, 30,000 second-order crystals. I went downstairs. Lan Fun hit me in the chest hard enough to move me with both arms and then stayed there. She had been standing in the garden for 4 minutes, watching a gray dome of absolute stillness sitting over the second floor of that villa, with no sound coming out of it and no way in. And she had decided, at about the 2-minute mark, that I was dead. "Young lord," she said into my collar, "don't do that." "Okay." "Say it properly." I won't do that. Behind us, Ye Chuan cleared his throat with the exquisite discomfort of a 50-year-old soldier who has walked into something. Patriarch, report from your father. He was looking at the ceiling. They've found the tiger. Ximing City is 240 kilometers west, and by the time we got there, somebody else had already been hunting my cat for 3 days. The Changsheng gathering place. 3 siblings running it. Lin Zhen, the eldest, whose talent was danger perception, which is the most annoying talent in the world to fight and the most useless one to have, because it tells you what is coming and nothing about what to do. Lin Mei, the sister, a rank talent called Aurora. For a few seconds at a time, she stops being matter and becomes light, and during those seconds, nothing in this world can touch her. And Lin Kang, the youngest, an archer. He was wearing a complete matched set, helmet to boots, all of it glowing purple, which at that stage of the apocalypse should have been impossible, because sets do not drop from field monsters. They had a ruin, a small one, private, undisclosed, that respawned every day and paid out crystals, recipes, schematics, and set equipment on a schedule. That is what a small ruin is. That is a printing press. Hold on to the name Lin Kang. It comes back. They had been poisoning the tiger with something called spirit imprisoning toxin, 20% off every attribute, and they had run him into an office block downtown. Here is what a white tiger with a strange lineage looks like. 3 meters at the shoulder, 4 meters long, dark gold markings on white, mismatched eyes, gold on the claws, and a marking on the forehead that every child in the dragon country can recognize, the character for king. He went through their shield line like a door, then he ate 2 of their mages, and then he stopped, because something interesting had happened. Eating awakened humans was flushing the toxin out of him. He stopped running after that. He could also shrink. That was the part nobody had documented. He could come down to the size of an ordinary tiger, and then down again to about the size of a house cat, which makes a poisoned arrow considerably harder to land. They put a rain of arrows on the building anyway, and some of it got through, and pale gold came out of him where it did. Then the brothers left. They ran. They left about 60 of their own people standing in a lobby with a wounded divine beast, and the ones they left started shouting up the stairwell in absolute sincerity. "Boss White Tiger, we never wanted to fight you. It was those 2. They were the ones who wanted to tame you." 4 blocks away, a 5-person Ye reconnaissance team, led by a woman named Ye Mei, had been surrounded by 100 locals for about 11 minutes. "Take the gear off," the man in front was saying. "All of it. Weapons, armor, rings, storage. Put it on the ground and crawl out of this district on your hands and knees, and we'll let you keep your legs." Ye Mei has a talent called Steel Fortress. She broke their front line by herself, cracked the road with a shockwave, and got 2 of her people out before they closed it up again. Then Lin Mei arrived, with a perm and a cigarette, to enjoy herself. And then the entire street filled up with vehicles, several hundred of them, armored, covered in sorceries. 5 peak rank awakened out of every single one, every one of those in a full purple set. I had spent 2 weeks turning a heavy industrial city into an equipment factory, and that street was the first time anybody outside had seen the output. Ye Mei told me afterward that the locals' faces went through something she could only describe as a 2-stage reversal in real life. An assassin came off a roof at her back with a knife. One of my shadows put a shield in the way. The countershock effect on that shield took his arm at the elbow and his chest wall with it, and he did not get up. "Kill every awakened member of the Changsheng gathering place," I said. "I want the woman alive." Lin Mei went Aurora and became light. I teleported through a clone that was already standing behind her and took her by the throat on the far side, because light still has to be somewhere. She got her legs around my forearm and tried to leverage the joint, which was competent, and I slapped her hard enough that both femurs failed. I want to note the mechanic that came up here, because it cost me a lot to learn. God-slaying plunder requires subjective intent to kill, not damage, intent. If I hit something while deliberately holding back, the strike registers as controlled, and I get nothing at all from it. Every point of strength I have ever gained came from actually meaning it. Lin Zhen came running to save his sister, straight down the middle of the street, alone. I did not move. I let out 6 shadows. 2 of them opened him up from behind with Supreme Shadow Fist. 2 more put poisoned daggers through his heart. He was still standing when Ye Chuan got to him. Ye Chuan entered Dharma Aspect Heaven and Earth, which is a triple S skill that turns him into a 3-meter giant who feels nothing and reflects damage. Then he picked Lin Jian up by the ankles and used him, on the road, repeatedly, as an implement. Every soldier of mine on that street pulled their head down into their shoulders because most of them had been through Ye Chuan's training program and had personally been the implement. The last message Lin Jian ever sent went to his younger brother, and I read it later off a recovered panel. Run. Run as far as you can. Do not avenge me or Mei. The Ye family is... That is where it ends. Ye Zheng is my second cousin, and he is a mage with a talent called Nightmare, and his job is what happens after. Nightmare pulls a mind into a constructed space and holds it there on chains while he reads it. It is not pleasant, and I have never pretended otherwise. It is also the reason my family has never once been surprised by an ambush. He went into Lin Mei's memory and came out 90 seconds later with the location of a small ruin, its respawn timer, its guardian, and the name of the man who sold them the toxin. I have given Ye Zhang exactly one standing instruction, which is that he does it fast and he does not talk while he does it. He complained about that for a year. He does not complain about it anymore. Then Fan Qing awakened her talent, without a crystal, which should not be possible. She had been standing near the edge of the fighting, doing nothing, being nobody's problem, and something opened behind her eyes. Karma control. It reads the connection between two things. Any two things, if a real link exists between them, and if you have one end, you can find the other, anywhere in the world. And if you are strong enough, you can push down that link and break what is on the other side of it. In my first life, she had a double S called Born Fortune. It made the people near her lucky. It is the single reason Lin Jian got out of 11 separate encirclements that should have finished him, and neither of them ever knew that was why. Take the body, I told her. Not the tiger, Lin Jian. He fought it for 3 days, that's a thread, use that end. She got it in about 40 seconds, and then her mana ran out and the thread started to snap back. Karma always bills someone. If the caster cannot pay, it takes it out of the caster. I put my hand on her shoulder and pushed my own source down the line and took the recoil myself, which felt approximately like swallowing a mouthful of glass, and I did not mention that to her. The thread went taut and pointed down. He was in a storm drain under the 3rd district, asleep, curled up on a bed of dead mutant rats that he had presumably arranged himself, and the water was pink for about 100 meters downstream. He woke up when I was 9 meters away, which is respectable. He ran, and he ran the right way, which is to say, he ran directly toward 3 third-order zombie kings at 8 stars each, because his plan was to introduce them to me and leave through the resulting hole. His voice, when it finally came, went straight into my head, and it was not what I was braced for. It was a child's voice, slightly milky, about 6 years old. "Human, if you keep following me, you're going to die." He was warning me. He was running for his life from me, and he stopped to warn me. "Kneel," I said, and put one strike into the base of his spine, no plunder, 7/10 of my strength, and 1 drop of destruction, which is the most carefully calibrated punch of my entire life. He went down and did not get up, and what he was thinking, and he told me this much later, was, not a cage, not again. Not a pen with a plaque on it, and people looking at me through glass, anything but that. Then the drain ceiling came down, and all 3 kings landed in the hole with us. One was red, enormous, carrying a blade that was on fire. One was thin and wearing crimson boots and moved like weather. And the third was a mountain in black scale, and I could not see a single seam in it. And behind them, in a chamber that should not have existed under a city, was a tree 30 meters tall with 12 fruit on it. Peiyuan fruit, 4th order. It purifies flesh and source. It nudges the innate bone structure upward, which nothing else in this world does, and each one carries a minimum of 20,000 mana. 12 of them, growing in a storm drain, under a tree that had grown out of a crack in the world. I looked at 3 kings and 12 fruit and a tiger with a broken back, and I said, out loud, to no one in particular, "Okay, that's fine. I can work with this." Lanthan got there first, which I did not ask her to do. She put down a holy guard and caught the red one's burning blade on a shield of white light and held it. A 2nd-order priest, 5 full ranks below the thing she was blocking, feet sliding backward through gravel, holding. The tiger, flat on the floor with a broken spine, stared at her with his mouth open. Meanwhile, I discovered something about my own class that I want to describe properly because it is the most unfair thing in this entire story. The thin one hit me with a compressed wind blade that would have opened a tank. It landed. It hurt. And then a line came up on my panel. Supreme Path Emperor Body. Elemental Strike absorbed. All attributes increased. Wind affinity increased. I stood there in a storm drain getting cut and getting stronger from being cut. Just by being hit. Just by standing there and taking it, my body was tempering. That skill is a bit too perverted, and I say that as the person who benefits from it. I killed the fast one first because speed is the only stat that decides who gets to make choices. Supreme Shadow Fist, one swing, 300 meters of area, and its head simply stopped being part of the arrangement. The mountain in Blackscale reached over and picked up the tiger in one fist. "A stupid zombie king dares to get in my way," I said, and I want you to hear this exactly as I said it, because it is the least heroic sentence I have ever produced. The white tiger itself does not matter to me, but if you break the immortal supreme demon bone in that quest reward, how exactly are you planning to compensate me? Rain of fire. Thousands of burning arrows out of the lava burst bow, and every arrow eats mana on contact, and I put all of it on the last two of them until neither one had a skill left to cast. Then I put the bow away and started using basic attacks. 10 arrows a single, no skills, no source, no flame. Nothing but the thing that pays. Strength 10,123, 10,254, 10,998. The mountain dropped the red one to save itself and made a run for the fruit tree, and the red one, going down, screamed a sentence I have quoted at dinner parties ever since. "Sun Chuan, you have no martial virtue." The mountain got within 2 steps of the tree. Supreme mountain-breaking palm put it into the floor at the roots, and I checked, and the tree was fine. Global announcement. First human to exceed his own rank and slay 3 zombie kings consecutively. 500 free points. The world channel came apart again. A man named Keller Hayes from the American Federation offered an alliance. Yasuda Kori from Japan offered an alliance. A woman named Lily Thorne, who I already knew about and who did not know me from a hole in the ground, posted, "I want to get to know this powerful Dragon Country man," with a photograph, and the channel briefly stopped discussing the apocalypse. Zhu Long posted a long piece about how the technique for cross-rank kills should be shared with the nation. Zhang Xin replied, "Which nation? Yours has 4 members and 3 of them are your uncles." The drops were obscene. Flameblade, 3,900 strength. Otherworld Shield, 4,800 defense. Otherworld Spirit Armor, 4,899 defense with a 20% reflect. And Gale Boots. Speed 4,999, plus 8% to nerve reaction speed, which is a hidden attribute that normally only moves when your entire rank moves. I put the boots on. I have not taken them off since. 2 books came out of the pile as well, Earth Source Spirit Body and Wind Fusion, and I was still reading the second one when 4 assassins came down the drain shaft after the fruit. Behind the assassins was a man in a white robe carrying a folding fan. He had a small mole under one eye, like a tear, and he was smiling, and I had never seen him before in my life. And I knew instantly, in the way you know a smell, that he had. "Ye Cheng," he said, "Mulan, Reverse Fate Pavilion." Then he yanked all 4 of his own assassins backward through the air by nothing at all, and pulled me into a place with no floor. Black space, diamonds of light drifting through it in slow rotation. And hanging in the middle, a mirror, sky-gazing mirror, mythic. It reads the attributes of anything he looks at. It reads the future in the form of a screenplay. And it consumes the luck of any son of fortune he manages to turn to his side, which he had already done 3 times, which is why a second-order cultivator was sitting at 9,000 across the board when the ceiling for the entire order is 5. He was reborn, same as me. Different life, different death. And he had spent it building an organization out of people the world had not gotten around to becoming yet. "In your last life," he said, conversationally, turning the fan over, "your talent was magnetic control, mid-tier. Useful. You did not have any of this." The fan stopped. What variable appeared? I did not answer him because I was busy. Here is the thought I had, standing in a pocket dimension, being shown my own attributes by a man who had already read my ending. Every mythic item has a spirit in it. A spirit is a being. The Extreme Tao Life-Death Talisman works on any being I can reach. I put 10 seals on the reflection of that mirror, then I put 10 more. Mulan dropped the fruit he had been picking on his way in and came through the space at me, and he was far too late. The rune on the mirror's face that carried the function peep went red and then went out. Crack. The sky-gazing mirror split down the middle in a pocket dimension that had nothing in it to fall onto, and one half of it, the half carrying the broken peep rune, drifted across the space and settled into my palm like it was glad to be there. Source-peering mirror, mythic, 4 stars, damaged, 5,000 defense, 5,000 physique, and luck plus 10. Effect 1, trajectory. Look at a target and see their future possibilities laid out as a script. Effect 2, Kuei Yuan mark. Brand a target for 30 days and teleport to them at will. Effect 3, reveal source. Strip any concealment off anything and read what is underneath. Effect 4, fate reversal. Break someone's fate and take the origin backlash for yourself. The item description added a note, and I have never forgotten it. This was a national treasure of the Great Xia dynasty. It stabilized the fortune of a country. Mulan took the other half and left without another word, and the space collapsed, and I was standing in a storm drain again. A new quest opened, and it was not small. Kill Mulan. Destroy or subjugate the core of the Reverse Fate Pavilion. Sword Chu, Mo Ching Ching, Lin Kang. Reassemble the mirror. Reward, Mythic Building Astrology Pavilion, plus 30,000 Fourth Order crystals. Lin Kang. There he is again. 2 hours after I killed his brother and his sister, and I had just been informed that in some other version of events, he becomes a god of archery, and that he is currently working for the one person alive who has read the whole script. I used reveal source on the tree line, mostly to see what it did. A woman fell out of the leaves. Lin Jia, mistress of Misty Rain Tower. Talent, space control, mythic, 5 stars. Class, Void Slayer, unique legendary. Bone structure 98 out of 100. Speed 9,989. A dagger at her hip that carries almost 6,000 strength. We exchanged perhaps 4 strikes. I want to be honest, I did not win those 4. Then she stopped, collected her 4 ruined assassins off the floor without looking at them, and prepared to leave. Misty Rain Tower is neutral, she said. It has always been neutral, and it will remain neutral. Since I trespassed, I will pay for it with information. She adjusted her grip on one of the wounded. The Black Dragon Zhu family has purchased a long-range teleportation origin array. Then the air folded, and she was not there. In my first life, Lin Jia became the first human being on this planet to reach the mythical rank, and she did it by killing a god under contract. I know exactly how much that contract cost because I paid for it. She was also one of the very few people at the top of the world who took no part in what happened to my family. 2 quests posted immediately: subjugate or devour Misty Rain Tower, and, separately, in red, Thunder Destroyer. Destroy the Shu family and declare war on the Thunder God. Reward, Thunder Sword Pool, plus 100,000 Fifth Order crystals. Come on, said the system. Don't be a coward. Just do it. Please stop, I said. You're too shameless. I like it too much. It's very easy to be corrupted by you. Lanfin brought me the tiger by the scruff of the neck. She held him out at arm's length like a bag of laundry, and then she brushed him off because she had stepped on him on the way and had not noticed. He was, at that moment, having the following internal monologue, which she recounted to me later at length and with feeling. You are all so high and mighty. Fine, I will climb. I will climb higher than any of you, and one day I will stand on top and put every single one of you under my paws, and... Then he turned his head and saw me. Meow? Don't resist, I said. From here on, you follow me. Food and lodging provided. I put the seal on him. I, Golden Paws, he thought, with tremendous dignity, will never be a slave to a Huve. Then, in a much smaller voice, food and lodging, though, that does sound quite good. Golden Paws is what the keepers at the Demon Capital Zoo had called him, and he had apparently decided some time ago that it was a name of great power. He got up on his hind legs and put his front paws together in front of his chest in an unmistakable begging gesture. Fan Qing said, "So cute," before she could stop herself. I spent 200 Godslayer points in the shop on 2 things: a blood origin pill, refined from a chaotic sea that I do not want to think about, with a warning attached. Do not take twice. The second dose causes body mutation and sex reversal. And a totem contract. A beast becomes the totem of a bloodline, shares its fate with that bloodline, and distributes a portion of its innate power to every member of it. One drop of pale gold went onto the parchment, and a white tiger lit up in the air over my head, and then over Lan Fen's, and Ye Chuan's, and Ye Guang's, and my father's 400 kilometers away, and my grandfather's, and every single person in the Ye family at the same instant. 31,000 of them. All of them looked up at once. Totem attribute, slaughter. Effect 1, sharpness, 20 armor penetration to every member of the family. Effect 2, slaughter. Kills accumulate a killing aura and raise strength. One of my soldiers tested it on a captured shield 30 seconds later, and the shield cracked from a touch. Another one discovered that the gold energy fuses with spell work, and then that it fuses with arrows too, and within a day my quartermasters were filing requests I did not understand. Golden Paws rubbed his face on my trouser leg. I, Golden Paws, am the Ye family totem now. Hey, can I eat? What, I said, is the point of a male white tiger acting cute? The awakening happened in a ruined church on the edge of Ximing, because that is where Ye Mei's team had gone in and stopped answering. There was a sealed crack in the floor at the center of the nave, which is what a small ruin looks like from the outside, and my people were somewhere on the other side of it with no comms. While we waited, I explained the situation to my new totem. My family does not raise garbage. If you cannot wake your own lineage on your own, I will find another way. I held up the pill. For example, tempering between life and death. Master, that sounds like a joke, right? Master? Master? I flicked it into his mouth. What happened next took 11 minutes, and I am going to describe exactly none of it, except to say that he went from white to a color I did not enjoy, and that at minute 2 he managed to get out, I, Golden Paws, am going to be poisoned to death. Concentrate, I said. Find the power in your own lineage and pull it forward. If you don't find it, you will be a puddle on this floor, and I will have wasted 200 points. That's it? That's your encouragement? Yes. And he found it. He told me afterward what got him there, and it was not dignity, and it was not loyalty, and it was certainly not me. I have not found myself a tigress yet. How can I possibly die here? Whatever works. Everything impure came out of him and went through the church floor like acid through paper, and what was left running in him afterward was gold, and it carried the gang metal principle at its absolute extreme, which is the sharpest thing this world has a word for. Second order peak, straight through to third, and then a cocoon of gold light closed over him. And the world got another announcement. The first divine beast of Earth has awakened. Which meant, immediately and for everyone, 2 things. Every non-human creature on this planet now had a panel of its own. And the shop opened a class called Beastmaster, which changed the entire shape of the war that was coming, and which I take no credit for whatsoever. The guilds came in an avalanche that week. Su Long founded Tian Ao Divine Dynasty and gave a speech about it. Lin Jia founded Misty Rain Tower and said nothing at all. Mulan founded Reverse Fate Pavilion. Ding Ru and Feng Chen founded theirs the same afternoon. And a young man out of the Kunlun range named Lin Zhang founded Lin Tower, and 3 days later published something nobody had thought to build, World Rankings. People, equipment, spirit beasts, ranked and updated live. Overnight, every human being alive knew exactly where they stood, and I want you to think about what that does to a species. Su Long ate a thunderfruit and set a date. 7 days, and he would be standing in Demon Capital. Lin Zhang, unprompted, in the Global Channel. Su Long, do you know there is already a black aura on you? There is baleful energy in your own veins. His grandfather, up on that mountain, warned him about backlash from the heavens for reading too much. Lin Zhang told him not to worry, because he had already found it. The one. The single variable. And as long as he had the variable, he could not fail. He did not say who it was. He did not have to. I was looking at the same channel he was, and then Mulan put my family up for auction. That young divine beast belongs to the Ye family of Demon Capital, he wrote, pleasantly, to 8 billion people. It should still be in its transformation state, which means it cannot fight. Friends who want a divine beast may wish to move quickly. And then, because he genuinely does play a longer game than everybody else at the table, separately. The red moon is coming back. When it does, there will be a global zombie tide, and the things in the sea will come onto the land. He was right about all of it. That is what makes him so difficult. The Tianlong Alliance arrived first, with thousands of freelancers behind them. Ye Chuan held the church door with 50 men. He went into Dharma aspect, 3 meters tall, and crushed a 7-star assassin in one hand without changing expression, and the line held. The white tiger totem started eating the killing energy off the battlefield, not metaphorically. It drank the accumulated malice of thousands of people trying to kill each other, gave a portion of it back to my soldiers as raw strength, and pushed the rest through the church door and into the cocoon. We lost the captain of the Tien squad. He put a shield in front of a volley of fire arrows to cover 3 of his own men, and the shield failed, and he did not get up. 10 minutes before that, on the wall, those same 3 had been arguing about whether his wife would actually introduce them to anyone once they got back, and he had been telling them, in detail, that she absolutely would not, because he had seen the state of their bunks. Len then came in with a relief column. Punishment put a Tianlong warrior into the ground up to his shoulders. Ye Zhang opened the street with ground crack. My archers put a rain of fire on their archers, and there was no second exchange. Somewhere in the middle of all that, a man got into the church. He came through a hole in the roof, moving like a rumor, and my panel woke up and told me what he was. Zhang Chang. Called the Saint of Thieves. Talent, Thief has its Tao, demigod grade. Skill, myriad empty hands. Bone structure 89, speed 6,790. He got about 4 meters into the nave, felt something he did not like, and turned to leave. My shadows had his throat before he finished the turn. And then he did something that I still think about, because it was pure instinct, and it destroyed him. Held off the ground, by the neck, in a dark church, in front of an enemy he had already decided he could not beat, he tried to pick my pocket. The 20th listed characteristic of the Supreme Emperor class is fearless of theft. The system, immediately, and with what I can only call glee, quest. He dared to steal from you? Reward, 5,000 4th-order crystals. I put my fist through his chest, put a seal on him while he was going down, and then put a healing pill in his mouth. Loyalty, 3. Understand this, I said. From today, apart from me, nobody gives you an order. Not my captains, not my uncles. Me. Boss, he said, sitting up, with a hole in him that was still closing. Boss, I have to tell you, this is the best day I've had in a month, because I was seriously about to go and fight zombies for food, and last week I fought a zombie dog for a place to sleep, an actual dog, and I lost. And I want to be very clear that the dog was 3rd order, so it wasn't a fair fight, and honestly, the way I see it, all right, shut up. He did not shut up. He has never once shut up. If you take nothing else from this story, take that. Then the cocoon cracked. What came out was not the animal that went in, silver white, with gold fire burning in the pupils. The king mark on his forehead had gone from a pattern to a seal, and the fragments of the cocoon did not fall. They hung in the air as links of a chain of order and then dissolved. 3rd order 3 stars, then 4, then 5, while we watched. And over the whole of Shiming City, 100 meters up, a vision opened. A white tiger with its 4 legs around the moon. My soldiers stopped fighting to look at it. So did the Tianlang Alliance. There is a story every child in this country knows, about 4 divine beasts, and about the white one that was born out of the world's own malice, that rules over slaughter and guards the West, and that appears when darkness covers everything to punish what deserves punishing. One of my archers, staring straight up, said, "I'm going to go and buy an old turtle, just in case." The totem upgraded from transcendent to mythic and jumped from rank 1 to rank 3. Peerless sharpness, 8,000 armor penetration to every member of the Ye family, not 20, 8,000. Slaughter by evil key, every kill temporarily grants 10 strength and 10 spirit, stacking to 20,000. Immunity to evil, 3 minutes of total immunity to every negative status in the world. Golden paws shrank down to kitten size, hopped onto my shoulder, and rubbed his face against my cheek. Zhang Qiang slapped himself in the face to check whether he was asleep. "Boss," he said, "shouldn't the plot here be that the divine beast raises one enormous paw and flattens the human who disrespected it? That's how it goes. I've read this." I pulled up the cub's panel. Strength 33,514. The human ceiling at 3rd order is 20,000. Spirit 25,820. Defense 22,987. Physique 23,955. Speed 24,531. Bone structure 94. Loyalty 69. "He can hear you," I said. Zhang Chang went the color of a wall. Yeme's team came out of the crack in the church floor about an hour later. Her left arm was hanging, and she was missing 2 fingers off that hand. Her set was in pieces, and she stopped 4 meters short of me and reported failure in a completely level voice, which took more out of her than the ruin had. Although this is only a small ruin, I said, and handed the pills to the man next to her because she could not take them. The final guardian in one of these is always third order. It is entirely normal that 5 second-order awakened could not clear it. Sit down. She sat down, and then, about a minute later, quietly stopped being level. Here is what a ruin actually is, and I want to lay this out properly because everything that comes later stands on it. A ruin is a fragment of history. The origin of the earth reconstructs a piece of the past and hangs it in a crack, and you can walk into it. There have been 4 ages on this planet. The primordial, which people call the barbaric, when there were 100 schools of cultivation and every one of them worked. Then the ancient, then the middle, then ours, the new. And here is the part nobody wants to look at directly. At the end of the ancient age, every single powerful being on earth vanished. All of them. Everything above the transcendent order. Gone in what the records treat as a single event. Then it happened again at the end of the Middle Age. The church we were standing in was from the Middle Age, and its ruin came with an explanation attached, and the explanation was this. Things from outside had switched on something called the heart of otherworld origin, opened cracks into the void, and pulled creatures through onto Earth. People became livestock that produced faith. And one cultist in this particular church spent his entire life trying to work out how the infection actually functioned, in the hope of stopping it. He tried 1,000 times. On the 1,000th, he mutated. We went in through 5 spaces on the way down. 50 giant pheasant things at first order, then 100 at 8 stars, then 150 at second order, then 300 in formation, carrying spears. Golden Paws cleared the first 3 with roars. For the spear formation, he used extreme Jeng metal, which manifests as golden tiger silhouettes that come down 4 paws first and turn a spear wall into filings. I rode him for that part, which he insisted on, loudly, at length. "Boss," said Zhang Qiang, jogging alongside. "Boss, can I get on too? Boss, I'm very light." Golden Paws turned his head and looked at him with 2 eyes full of gold fire. Zhang Qiang thought, and I quote, because he told me later, it's fine. Soon enough I'll be riding tigresses. 1 on the left, 1 on the right." The final hall had a man in it, black robe, hood, bent over a stone table. On the table, a pheasant. And in his hand, a pair of very fine tweezers, and he was reaching for something in the opened creature that I could not see at first, and then could. A single black thread, thin as a hair, hanging in the air where the wound was. The thread dissolved into smoke as he touched it. "Why did it fail again?" he said, to nobody, in a language the ruin translated for me. "That thread is clearly the origin of the mutation. Why can I never catch it? What kind of power is interfering with me?" Then he looked up and saw us, and the smoke came down on him. I watched a man realize what was happening to him, and I watched him try to speak. Nothing came out. Not a word, not a sound, like the apparatus had already been taken away from him. He got his hand up. He tried, with his whole face, to communicate something to a stranger standing in a doorway 1,000 years after his death. Then he was 50 meters of black scale and wings. Fallen cultist, 3rd order, 8 stars, king-level guardian. Class, War God Sect cultist, blade warrior. Strength, 19,205. And a note underneath from the ruin itself. He once cared for humanity and wished to solve the mystery of the otherworld. He failed. Both his body and his soul have fallen. Sit with that for a second, because I did. Gods came to this planet 1,000 years ago. There were people here fighting them in a church with tweezers, and somebody threw them off. Somebody won that one. And then that somebody vanished, along with everyone else above Transcendent, twice, at the end of 2 separate ages, and nobody left a note. "Master," said Golden Paws, stretching, "let me put on a performance for you. Remember to give me a reward." Heaven-splitting tiger claws. The Guardian was dust before it had finished standing up. Global announcement. First small ruin cleared. 300 points to every participant, plus a skill book each. Zhang Qiang in the World Channel, 11 seconds later. "Brothers, I'm following Boss Ye through some ruins right now, and I am currently taking a bath in otherworld crystals." Sigh. There are so many. How am I even supposed to use them all? Meanwhile, Zhang Xin and the Shu family had escalated from insults to something like performance art, and Shu Long finally cracked in public. Very good. Is this how the Ye family disciplines its subordinates? Then don't blame me for what happens. Two things came out of that ruin that mattered more than the crystals. The first was a book called Ripple Heart Eye, Transcendent, Ashura class. It is a passive perception skill that reads disturbance, and it is sensitive enough to catch the intention to go into stealth before the stealth happens. I ran Extreme Tao on it. Extreme Tao, Ripple Heart Eye, Perception plus 5,000. All 5 senses plus 5,000. Nerve reaction speed plus 5,000. 2 mana a second to run, forever. My speed went from 6,321 to 9,200 on the reaction bonus alone. Within a 1 kilometer radius, everything arrives as a volume, a full model, and I can move my viewpoint inside it instantly, which is not a thing eyes do. And underneath all that, one line I had been waiting a month for: comprehension, acceptable, upgraded to good. I had punched a stone slab for 4 minutes to get around that word. Now a book fixed it. The second thing was the Ruin Core, which lets me fold the entire ruin up and carry it and deploy it wherever I like. 10 relocations available. I had just acquired a portable, renewable dungeon. And then, on the way home, 2 characters bled up through the surface of the source-peering mirror in my hand. Deep red. I did not ask it to do this. Crisis. The mirror clouded and cleared into an image. Dozens of source array masters on their knees on a stone floor, drawing an array that took up an entire hall. Behind them, ranked up in a hall the size of an airfield, a crowd in matched purple. To have trained that many array masters in under a month meant the Shu family had started long before the world ended. They had known. Somebody had told them. The mirror dimmed badly afterward. It had spent a great deal of itself on that warning, and it took 4 days to come back. I put the whole family on Readiness 1 through the guild panel and recalled every scout we had in the field. Then I went home and went into the tower. I will skip the reunion, except for one detail, which is that both Fan sisters had fallen asleep sitting up in the reception room waiting for a report, and I put a blanket over them so they would not catch cold and left without waking either one. I have never let a woman delay my cultivation, and I do not intend to start. The infinite body tempering pool is exactly what it says it is. Infinite parallel spaces, warm fog, warm water, and attributes that climb simply because you are standing in it. Supreme Path Emperor body reached level 2, and with it came a physical divine ability in 2 parts. Undying. Any strike that fails to kill me outright converts directly into growth in whatever attribute it attacked. Reduction. Every attack that lands on me is forcibly weakened by 20%. All of them. No exceptions and no save. 2 golden characters burned something onto my chest, indestructible and weaken, and stayed there. Then I opened the Immortal Supreme Demon Bone. It is a skull, black, horned, with red light in the sockets and demonic script cut into the plates, and it hums. The system's instructions were unusually detailed. Do not implant this into your body, because if you do, your ceiling becomes this bone's ceiling permanently, and this bone belonged to somebody who lost. Instead, break it, burn the marrow with destruction flame, drink it, and then, in brackets, the consumption process involves inhuman pain. Please remain in an extremely soundproofed room or your image may suffer. I went and stood in the tower because I care about my image very much. The bone cracked under the flame and dark purple welled out of the seams, and out of the marrow rose a figure the size of a building. Human, you are the one who woke me? To repay you, allow me to take control of your Wait, what is that? What is that? You, the destruction flame ate it in about 4 seconds. Did you come out just to be funny? I have never understood the convention where people push somebody else's bones into their own skeleton. Your original parts are load-bearing. Why would you replace factory components with a stranger's? Break the bone, drink the marrow. It is not complicated. Then a second shadow came up inside my head, and this one had my face. Prison demon god. Standing in demonic fog, wearing me, smiling with my mouth. Once I convert you into a demon, I can use your consciousness to gestate a new self. And before you get ideas, this bone is only a fragment. My true immortal body is sealed in an ancient cave heaven with my full legacy, and you will never. I gathered my will into a shape roughly the size of a person and threw a punch. Behind that punch, 4 mythic runes lit up at once. Plunder, devour, destruction, and the demon shadow with the undying body layered underneath, and it came out as 18 overlapping fists. How, it said on the way apart, can he control that many fragments of great Tao law? and every one of them has achieved perfect fusion with his soul. Then it was gone, with the traditional parting line. One day, the world you rule will be drowned. Results. Characteristic activated. Mental permanence. A new attribute appeared on my panel that had never been there before, called Spirit, and it arrived at 10,000. And God-slaying plunder went from 1 star to 2. Every basic attack now gives 2 strength and 1 spirit. Talent theft chance up from 10% to 30. The marrow did something to my mana that I was not expecting. It came out of me black and red, and it did not sit still. It went into the walls of the tempering pool and started stripping energy out of the pool itself, like a burglar who has gotten into a house and cannot believe his luck, taking everything that is not bolted down. Ordinary mana gets assimilated by that pool. Mine ate it. Palm Origin Realm, 1 star to 7 in under a minute, mana 5 million. The Extreme Tao Demon God art completed its 2nd and 3rd revolutions back to back, plus 25,000 to every attribute. Supreme Path Emperor Body level 3, and a 3rd ability with it, Truth Breaking, which ignores every illusion and every mental effect in existence, and which I would need in about 9 days in a way I could not have predicted. Reduction went from 20% to 25%, and a new class skill unlocked that quietly solved the biggest problem I had. Extreme Tao Source Power. It fuses the origins of plunder, devouring, and destruction into one thing, which means my devour conversion became clean. That matters more than the numbers do. In my first life, Jiao Wei ate people, hundreds of millions of them, and every single one of them left something behind in his foundation. And by the end, he was less a person than a landfill with ambitions. Devouring is filthy. That is the actual cost of it, and it is why I had been eating crystals and livestock and monsters and never once eating a human being, and had accepted a slower climb for it. Now it did not matter. Final panel. Strength, 47,976. Spirit, 38,691. Defense, 40,289. Physique, 40,318. Speed, 44,683. Mana, 5 million. And the panel added, in brackets, the way it does when it wants me to know it is watching, you, who swallowed the marrow, are actually this perverted? And then, in a second bracket, you still have 99% of the demon bone marrow left to absorb. The announcement went out that night, and this one had 2 names on it. Ye Chang of the Dragon Country and Shu Long of the Dragon Country have simultaneously become the first humans of this world to reach the 3rd order. Title granted, Human Race Pioneer. 5% cultivation speed, simultaneously, down to the minute. I want you to appreciate what that told me, which is that he had not been idle for 1 hour of the last month either. The Shu family filled the global channel with a congratulation parade so long that Zhang Xin announced he was going to be sick. Zhang Qiang went in after them. He's been up there exactly once, and he's acting like he built it. And underneath all of it, one line, from an account that had been created that morning. Golden pause. Roar? Somewhere in that week, I started wanting a weapon. Not equipment, a weapon. A single thing that was mine, that grew with me, the way the great ones in the old records had. The system heard me thinking about it, and gave me a story instead, which I have never been able to put down since. In the ancient age, a supreme expert traveled to the edge of the cosmos and saw the source tower standing in the river of time. He wanted to reach it. So he spent an unmeasurable number of years building a boat that could sail the river, and he launched it, and he got lost, and his origin ran dry, and he died on the deck of his own boat somewhere in the current. The boat had become aware by then, and because its master was dead and it wanted to take him home, it began fishing materials out of the river of time, the rarest things that have ever existed, drifting past in the current, and it melted every one of them into itself and reshaped itself around them. It became a gun, then a sword, then a blade, a bow, a spear, a halberd, and back again. Eventually, it tore its way out of the river and washed up here. That is the supreme Tao weapon. At the end of the ancient age, it was in somebody's hands, and it cut down gods and demons without number. And then it disappeared, along with a certain act of creation that the records will not describe. When you enter the source tower again, the system said, perhaps you could ask your little sister where it is. Kair. That mark she put on my forehead was still feeding me mana, quietly, every second, and had been for a month. 5 million capacity, 4 times what my divine beast carries. I have never once asked her for anything. I was going to have to. The heavenly demon heart came out of storage last. It is an uneven piece of black stone with a round hollow in the middle where a core used to sit. The description reads, "The great Tao source of an unlucky chaos demon god, containing one complete great Tao law." And there is a motto carved on it, which is the single most arrogant sentence I have ever read. "If I am a demon, then let the sky no longer cover my eyes, and the earth no longer bury my heart. Let every Buddha vanish into smoke. I will fight heaven and earth until I am dead." It gave me a vision when it touched my hand. A figure standing alone with a fighting will that made my teeth hurt. Around it, in every direction, enormous things looking down with the specific expression you would give an ant that had bitten you. The figure threw one punch, and gods and Buddhas came apart like smoke off a candle, and heaven and earth failed, and the great Tao itself made a noise I would describe as grief. I recognized the arrangement immediately, because that is my life. Those are the things above the things that killed my family. That is what is actually at the top of this. The heart broke into black sparks and went in between my eyebrows, and the tempering pool boiled, and every crystal I had in storage came out of the ring on its own and went into the vortexes without me asking. 3 days later, in Black Dragon City, Shu Long finished getting ready. Third Order, 8 stars. Talent, Purple Thunder Heavenly Punishment, Mythic, 2 stars. Class, Thunder God's Envoy. A legendary growth-type spear called Thunder Sky Punishment, matched armor, matched boots, matched pendant. And he had spent the one blessing his god was permitted to grant him, the one that comes around every 5 years, to get all of it at once. He had also taken his own house. His father and his second uncle were under guard in their own residences, and the paperwork said medical leave. 4 commanders under him. Zhu Han, the gold-shattering blade maniac, who before the apocalypse had personally run the largest troll farm in the country. That is not a joke, and it becomes extremely relevant in about 11 hours. Zhu He, the bewitching demon master, military academy, entirely competent, and openly contemptuous of Xuan Li. Xu Zhu, called the Creator, a researcher whose talent is called teaching and which allows him to install expertise into other people at speed. That is how a family fielded dozens of sorcerer masters in 1 month, one man, and Xu Ping, the evil heart poison master, whose work is closer to a weapons program than a talent. Shu Long, in front of all 4 of them, announced that as a reward for outstanding service, he was arranging the marriage of Shu Ji and Xu Ping. Ping went scarlet and looked at the floor. Shu Ji's face did not move at all, and what was happening behind it was, why is the family head marrying me to a woman who handles poison every single day? I think of her as a younger sister, and what if there is poison there? The array could move 1,000 people at a time, 3-second interval, 5,000 crystals a jump, and the Thunder God had sent one more gift, a demon's sword diagram, incomplete, with a note attached that the incomplete version is stranger than the complete one. Once you switch it on, it does not switch off until it has taken at least 100,000 lives. Shu Long's speech to his army was as follows. The people of Demon Capital have been corrupted by the Ye family for generations. They are the fascists of the last century, wearing new clothes. We are not attacking a city. We are bringing liberation. He believed it. That is the part that always gets me. He genuinely believed it, all the way down. The information war started at 6 the next morning. A photograph of an 8-year-old girl with an injury, captioned with a Ye squad number. A dead grandfather, allegedly killed over a skill book. A small ruin, allegedly seized from a settlement that could not fight back. Then a woman called Xiao Yu posted the one that hurt because it was true. The Ye family drove dissenting citizens into the Western District and then leveled the Western District with missiles. Then an account named Ye Hui posted from inside my city. I am here. All of it is true. They made us sign source contracts. If you say anything, you disappear. And halfway through the next sentence, in front of the whole world, human survivor Ye Hui has died. It was beautiful work. I want to be professional about it. That was the best piece of theater anybody produced during the entire war, and it was staged by a man who used to run a troll farm. Mulan added a helpful note that his people had also been robbed of a fruit tree, which was true and which he had brought on himself. Foreign channels picked it up within the hour. Zhang Xin went in swinging. That Ye Hui account died in Black Dragon City. The location is in the death log. Who exactly are you fooling? Zhang Qiang. The Shu family troll farm survived the apocalypse. Truly, nothing can kill it. By noon, my family was the most hated organization on the planet, and every single member of the Ye family stayed silent because I had ordered it, and nobody understood why. 30,000 Shu family soldiers came out of the array at 11 in the morning, in the air, over the South Market, and every corner of that market stood up. 550,000 awakened, not one of them below the second order, 20,000 of them at the third. They had been standing there since dawn. My family had spent the previous week doing nothing but the tower. 90% of everyone who had been first order went second. 70% of the ones sitting at 5 or 6 stars in the second order broke into the third. Inside the tempering spaces, death is not permanent, and I want to be honest about what that actually meant in practice, which is that almost every soldier in my army had died several times that week and had gotten up and gone back in. All of them were in top-grade second-order equipment. My archers and mages were wearing the armor penetration sets out of the church experiment ruin, which I had folded into a core and deployed in my own back garden as a daily. That is what Shulong flew into. 10 minutes before that, in the command pavilion, my grandfather had looked at the enemy formation on the sand table and said one sentence that decided the whole day. Shu Ming and Shu Kai did not come. Otherwise, this army would not be this untidy. The pavilion itself was built out of heart-calming stone, which grants a clarity buff to anyone inside it. My father, my grandfather, both uncles, my aunt, my mother, and Uncle Fu were in there, standing around a 3-dimensional battle table that had not existed a month earlier. That table was built by a woman named Bai Ling. Bai Ling was raised in a Ye family orphanage, took a master's at 15, and had 2 doctorates and a postdoc by 24. Her hidden class is Heavenly Source Interpreter, SSS, and its function is that she learns other people's crafts instantly. In 1 month, she had become a 3rd-order blacksmith and a 3rd-order array master, and had built us a sand table, wireless headsets that run on source power and are operated by thought with proper access tiers, and a defensive array she named Tortoiseshell. She and I grew up in the same compound. She has avoided being in a room alone with me since we were both about 16, and I have never worked out what I did. My father's order, over those headsets, before the first exchange. Su Zhi is to be taken alive. He carries the array schematic. Mages, drop your area spells and switch to slows and single targets. Do not clip him. 30,000 people hanging in the air over a city are not an army. They are a target list. Su Han was screaming at Su Zhi about coordinates before the first arrow landed. Xuanfeng, perfectly calm, in the middle of a sky full of incoming. I am certain the coordinates did not deviate. There must be another factor. There was. The factor was that we had let them have the coordinates. Shulong answered our first volley with "Thunder illuminates the world," and I will give him this much. It was genuinely magnificent. Thousands of purple columns, 5 meters across each, coming down across the entire south of the city and erasing our opening barrage in the air. Then Tortoiseshell came up. 100,000 of my soldiers were kneeling on the pavement with their hands flat on a pattern that Bai Ling had laid into the roads over 11 days, feeding mana into it, and above them a blue shell the size of a district closed over the city. It broke. It ate almost all of that lightning first. Then Shulong personally hit the guild barrier, and the system spoke to him. Your attack has been classified as a hostile act by the guild, Tian Ao Divine Dynasty, against the guild, Cosmos. A red X bloomed on him. And on every single one of his people, simultaneously. 30,000 marks, visible through walls, visible through stealth, visible through Lin Kong's own concealment sets if he had been there, and the Tier 2 territory aura engaged. Soul extinction corrosion. 10% off every attribute they had for as long as they stood on my ground. My father, on the general channel, in the tone of a man reading out a shipping manifest. 1 contribution point for each first order kill, 10 for each second order. The second volley went into people who were now glowing. Then Su Long teleported in the rest of his army. 15 more activations, 30,000 at a time, ringing the entire city. 400,000. The stone walls their mages raised came apart. The ice armor cracked off their shield line. Ice arrows froze their shieldmen's hands to their own grips, and thorn vines came up out of my archers' quivers and took hold of forearms, and the shields came down, and the fire arrows went in behind them. Then one shieldman turned and ran. That is all it takes. That is genuinely all it takes, and I have seen it 4 times since, and it is the same every time. One man breaks, and within about 6 seconds the entire line is running, and nobody in that line could tell you why they started. Their melee began shoving their own mages forward and holding them in place. Shu Han killed the first 3 runners himself and screamed, "Anyone who flees dies," and then, in the middle of a collapsing front, turned around and started a screaming argument with Shu He about who had authorized what. "Who gave you permission to issue orders over my head? Why did you teleport 3-star recruits into the first wave? We have lost 1/10 of this army, and we have not seen a single Ye family house yet." Meanwhile, my commanders were walking out onto the field. Ye Chuan had changed class that week to a hidden demigod path called Radiant Fist Emperor, and it had taken all of his hair. All of it, overnight. My father looked at the shine coming off the top of his cousin's head across a battlefield and observed that while it was unclear whether anything else about the man was radiant, the scalp was beyond dispute. Ye Bo and Ye Jie, Uncle Kang's 2 boys, the ones who had been face down on a table a month ago, had gone through the tempering pool and evolved from SS to SS. Myriad Magnet King, demigod grade, they went for Shu Long together with Ye Chuan. Ye Zhang, Nightmare. Ye Tian, who carries a demigod talent called Sword Dao Divinity, and who awakened a second SS on his own called Eye of Insight. Ye Jun, Mythic, Martial Dao Divinity, the only Grandmaster of martial arts in the entire Dragon Country, who had spent 11 years as the Shadow, which is the secret bodyguard assigned to the heir of this family. That is to say, to me. I met him for the first time that morning. And Ye Guang, in purple spikes, grinning like a maniac. Those 4 went for the 4 commanders. Shu Long turned himself into Thunder Warbody, and Ye Chuan's fist went straight through him without resistance, and then the spear came around and took him through the shoulder blade anyway, because the Magnet Kings had locked the field and he could not go anywhere. Shu Ping released her pink fog across a full kilometer of front. Nothing happened. Every soldier in my army had taken an antidote that morning, developed over 4 days by our senior alchemy supervisor, who is 6 years old. The antidote looked, and I quote the field report, more like a poison that somebody had dyed a color best described as dead pink. But what do you expect from a 6-year-old? Wang Lin was by that point the first third-order alchemist in the family, and she had a department, and every soldier in that army would have carried her home on their shoulders. She sent me a message in the middle of the battle that I still have. "Big brother, there are bad guys attacking our home. I made a lot of medicine. The uncles defending our home definitely will not die." Ping's second attempt worked better. Evil Heart Mu, black insects the size of sesame seeds that go in through the skin and root themselves in the heart, and the person they root in turns around and attacks whoever is next to them. And Shu He switched on Demon Descends to the Human World, which is mass conversion through a mental broadcast. That was the first real hit anybody landed on us. I was not there for it, but I have the friend list from that hour, and you could watch it happen. Portraits going gray, 3, then 11, then 40 in a column. Ye Zhang pulled Shu He into Nightmare and sat down in a beanbag chair in there, which he keeps in his own mental construct for exactly this purpose. "Stay put," he said. "The battle will be over soon." Over? So the Ye family's only real expert is Ye Cheng after all. Just wait and see. You'll be dead soon too. Ye Jun caught Ping mid-escape with a technique he called Taiji Pull, which drags a fleeing target back along her own momentum, and then punched her in the face like a man closing a car door. Ye Tian took Shu Han apart with the Eye of Insight, which reads weak points in real time, and did it while yawning. And then Ye Jun hit the field with the 8 trigrams from above. "Did you see that?" he asked the man next to him, conversationally, as it came down. "It looks like there are 5 fingers in the sky." "Shut up, that's a slap!" In 30 seconds, the Shu army went from 400,000 to 320,000, and the White Tiger totem drank every death and grew. And in the tempering pool, a cocoon cracked. I came out of it different. Fusing with the heavenly demon heart had changed my face in a way I did not much like at first and got used to. Pupils black with red through them, faint script under the skin. Destruction flame idling around me on its own without being called. 9th star of the 3rd order, 1 step off the 4th. 0.1% of the demonic path law comprehended. 0.1% of the battle law. New skill. Demon might scour the world. Anything whose total attributes are lower than mine loses at least 10% of its strength simply by being near me. And a second clause called Unyielding Pride. No god and no immortal can force me to bow. Strength 67,976. Spirit 58,691. Defense 58,289. Physique 58,318. Speed 60,683. Mana 5.5 million. There were several hundred unread messages waiting. My father: "You brat! Why haven't you finished your seclusion yet?" Lanfin: "The tiger has gone into a cocoon as well." Fan Qing: "I pulled a demigod talent called Favored by Luck. How do I use it?" Wang Lin: "The one about the medicine. I read that one twice, and then I stepped out of the tower onto the roof of my own house and looked at 400,000 people standing on my city. Shu Long was still in the air, 3 men on him and holding. I crossed the distance and hit him once. His chest folded. Extreme Tao source power went into him and started taking his life force and eating his mana at the same time, and when he poured thunder into himself to compensate, it ate that too, straight out of the channel, faster than he could pull it. Your lightning is actually quite pleasant when it lands," I said. "It's a pity about the force behind it. Is that everything?" And my panel, helpfully, in the middle of it, Supreme Path Emperor Body Proficiency increasing. Physique plus 0.5. Defense plus 0.5. I was, technically, receiving a spa treatment. The technician was simply not very good. I put my foot on his face and stepped on it 99 times. I counted because strength goes up per basic attack and spirit goes up per basic attack, and I am not going to pretend I was doing anything nobler than arithmetic. In between, with my other hand, I picked off every third-order commander the Zhu family had left on that field with the bow, 1 arrow each, heart shots, at a rate of about 2 a second. At some point in there, his aunt got through the line and onto the field, on foot, screaming his name, and my men caught her and held her, and she was the only member of that entire house who had come to find him. "Your father is locked in his own house," I told him. "Your second uncle is locked in his. She is the last person alive who still thought of you as family." I moved my foot so he could see. "Look at her properly." Then I killed him, and the world gave me 300 Godslayer points for a God's agent. And then the sky went black. The body I had just finished with grew a new head. It came up out of the neck the way a plant comes up in a time lapse, and when the eyes opened, they were solid purple, edge to edge, and the thing wearing Shu Long sat up and laughed with his mouth. I am back. This is what a god actually is. Third order 9 stars became the fourth order, transcendent, 6 stars, in about 4 seconds. Then it left the ground. Not junked. Left. Rose off the pavement with its arms at its sides and hung there, 40 meters up, and every single person on that field who had been fighting stopped fighting to look at it, both armies at once, because in 1 month of the apocalypse, nobody had seen anything fly. I raised the source-peering mirror to read it. The mirror showed me a shape behind the shape, something standing in a place that had no floor and no sky, wearing a crown of storms, so much larger than the field it was looking into that the comparison did not mean anything. Then the mirror cracked down the middle in my hand. A mortal dares to spy on a god? Get out. My soul came apart along a line I did not know I had. There is no describing that properly. The closest I can get is that for about 1/5 of a second I stopped being able to locate myself. I got one word out. Substitute. A red demon shadow appeared where I had been standing and evaporated, and the space at that exact coordinate collapsed inward on itself with a sound like a door closing underwater, and I was 40 meters to the left with my ears bleeding. That substitute effect had come with a third-order breakthrough. It had a chance to trigger, and I had never once needed it, and I had honestly forgotten it existed. If it had not been there, I would have died on my own roof in front of my mother. The panel finally caught up with the target. God's projection, Shu Long, possessed. Talent, Thunder Origin, Mythic, 5 stars. Rule, Thunder, suppressed by the laws of this world down to the heavenly tier. Strength, 71,005, plus 19,999 from equipment, and a note from the system underneath it, which I would like to frame. The deity has expended 1% of its mythic origin. It does not dare break the law barrier of this world, so it is using its own agent as a vessel for a projection. Kill it in 1 strike. 1 strike, sure, let me get right on that. But the god did not come at me. It went up. It rose into the cloud layer and stopped and hung there with its arms spread, and the mirror, cracked, still managed 1 more line before it went dark for 4 days. The target is adapting to the rules of this world in order to restore its original strength. It was cultivating. In the middle of a battlefield, in a borrowed corpse, it was quietly drinking the origin of my planet to build itself back up to whatever it had been before it squeezed through the door. It thought it had time. Flying is impressive, I said. Fine, let's find out which of us improves faster. Then I pulled the lava burst bow and turned around, and I want to be honest with you about what the next 4 minutes were, because they were the worst thing I have ever done, and I did them without hesitating. There were 300,000 Shu family soldiers standing on my city. God-slaying plunder gives 2 strength and 1 spirit per basic attack, 18 arrows a second, 36 strength per second, 18 spirit per second, every second without stopping, 69,887, 72,361, 74,992. The bow started making a noise it had never made before, and a hairline crack opened along the upper limb. By the time the thing in the clouds noticed what was happening below it, I had killed roughly 20,000 people and gained 40,000 strength and 20,000 spirit. Shu Han, what was left of him, shouted up at the sky at the thing wearing his family head. "Why aren't you stopping him? Our people are all dying. Patriarch, Patriarch, answer me." The reply came down flat and bored. Noisy. His neck turned around, and then 5 words, in a voice that arrived in everybody's chest instead of their ears. Demon Sword Array, rise. Every drop that had been spilled on that city in the last hour came up out of the pavement. It came up and it braided, and out of it stood thousands of long crimson swords floating in ranks over the rooftops, and in the projection's hand a single blade 3 meters long assembled itself last, and the sword talked. Jie, jie, jie. What era is this? There are actually beings down here who still know how to summon this Lord's source array? A pause. Then, in an entirely different tone, delighted. You underhanded little thing. You've mastered the great Tao law of thunder, and you still dare to plunder its supreme path origin. No wonder the law fortress of this world has gotten so strong. Wait, you're just a projection, aren't you? You didn't give the boy the array materials, did you? Ha 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 ha. The god shut it up. But it had already told me 2 enormous things. The god was afraid of this world's laws, and the god had built this thing with materials it should not have handed over. A crimson sword the size of a bus came at my head. A demon? I said. I am the demon. The vortex opened and ate it, and the demonic will inside that blade, instead of poisoning me, went into the fragment of demonic path law I had comprehended 40 minutes earlier and set it on fire. The heavenly demon heart in my chest started beating like a drum, so I ate the rest, every small sword in the sky, the lightning dragons it threw at me, the fallen. I opened every vortex I had and swallowed a battlefield. The ceiling of the 3rd order broke, and then I stalled. A breakthrough into the 4th order needs an enormous volume of origin energy in a very short window. If you do not have it, the rank slides back and you lose everything. And the god in the clouds had claimed every scrap of ambient origin over my city and was simply holding it, waiting for me to fail. So I ate the fruit, all 12 pei yuan. 4th order fruit, the ones I had taken off Mulan in a storm drain, whose entire value is in purifying origin and raising the innate bone structure, and my bone structure was already 100 out of 100. It was the single most wasteful thing I have ever done, and I would do it again. The supreme origin core set inside me like concrete going off, and my feet left the ground. New 4th order class skill, Supreme Essence. It extracts the essence out of any skill I have mastered, and it fuses 2 essences of the same type into a new extreme skill with none of the defects of either parent. Panel. Strength 139,976. The attribute ceiling of the entire 4th order is 100,000. Spirit 110,698. Defense 99,289. Physique 98,318. Speed 109,683. Mana 7.5 million. The god looked down at me. And then it did something that told me exactly what it was. It switched on the Thunder Heavenly Punishment Array and the Demon Sword Array at the same time, on full output, across the entire southern half of the city, with no targeting at all. Its own army was still standing in that half. 80,000 Shu family soldiers went into that array as fuel. Shu Han, at the end, still did not understand what he was looking at, and the last thing he said was, "Patriarch, what are you doing?" He died thinking his family head had chosen this. I let out 72 demon shadows, and every one of them opened a vortex, and they ate the lightning columns coming down on my own people. A so-called god wants to kill Ye family awakened, I said. Did I agree to that? The demonic path law was in my left hand, and the battle law was in my right, and the killing energy of that entire city turned around in the air and came to me instead, and behind me it stood up as a curtain with mountains in it. Strength 180,000, speed 140,000. Supreme mountain-breaking palm came down and broke several hundred lightning pillars, and the 3-meter sword along with them, and the sword, coming apart, screamed, "Thunder, you shameless piece of filth! You've destroyed this fragment of my soul down here for nothing." A mental strike stunned the sliver of God riding that corpse, and the body locked up for about a third of a second, and my palm went through it, and there was nothing left to identify. The soul fragment came out with a rainbow-colored core of law wrapped in it, and tried to run in 6 directions at once. 72 demon shadows were standing in all 6. It stopped running and started doing something else, and I saw what it was. It was going to detonate the fragment of the thunder law, right there, hard enough to tear the seals of this world open and let its true body through the hole. A black and red palm came down on it before it finished. A third mark burned onto my hand next to the other 2, a purple-red fork of lightning. Then the plunder took. Thunder, Heavenly Punishment, Mythic, 3 stars. Effect 1, Lord of Thunder, the full ladder of thunder, from white radiance to blue to purple to moonlight to rising sun to the purple firmament. Effect 2, Lord of Heavenly Punishment. Every living thing in this world, when it breaks through a major rank, must pass through a thunder tribulation. I can now strengthen that tribulation. I can also call it down on anyone I like, whenever I like. Effect 3, Thunder Speed, 10 times movement speed. The god's last thought, and I heard it clearly because plunder runs both ways for a moment. Only mythical existences can forcibly plunder another's origin law fragment. This Earth human is merely 4th order. Truly, this planet deserves to be called the Origin Star. Extreme Tao source power went to level 4 and fused a 4th origin into itself, called Undying, which means that once my power is inside an enemy's body, it cannot be scrubbed out. 3 cleansing attempts get rejected outright, and after that, the odds are 30% per try. Rewards posted, lucky silver water. A thread of the Thunder Rule, information on a hidden legacy. 100,000 4th order crystals. I came down onto the pavement in the middle of my own city with 3 god marks on my hands, and I noticed something that has bothered me ever since. Devouring put one on me on the first night. The underworld god put one on me in a hallway. Thunder put one on me on a rooftop. None of them killed me. Every single one of them marked me and left. They were not fighting over whether I should die. They were queuing. The Thunder Destroyer quest was still open, and it said destroy the Zhu family, not most of it. I ran the Extreme Tao Ripple Heart Eye out to a kilometer and found a man limping east along a drainage ditch with a scroll case strapped across his back. I arrived in front of him as a lightning strike, which is a thing I can do now and which I have never once gotten tired of. Zhu Ji stopped, looked at me, looked at the ditch, and had, by his own later account, the following thought. They say life and death are separated by a single decision. Very well, today I choose life. And it is absolutely not because I am afraid of dying. Out loud, without any preamble at all, 3rd Order 6-star Source Array Master, Class Creator, Talent Research Scholar, SS. I was in the Shu family because an orphanage sold my indenture to them at 11, and I have never been anywhere else. Give me one chance, and I will be more useful to the Ye family than any 3 of your engineers. I looked at him for a second. You're quite sensible. We were desperately short of array masters. He knew that, because he was the reason we were short of them. He took the seal without being asked. Loyalty 38, which is a startling number for a man who had been in my custody for 11 seconds, and I have never worked out whether that says something about him or about the Shu family. Then, unprompted, before we had even started walking, he told me where the Shu Guild treasury was and which building his old family head and elders were being held in. He told me afterward that he had not noticed how fast his own mind had turned over. I had. It was very fast. And I want to say the quiet part here, because it is the whole reason my army did not crack that day. Every third order commander in the Ye family was wearing the Extreme Dao life-death talisman before the first arrow flew. Ye Jun, Ye Tian, Ye Chuan, Ye Guang, all of them. They put it on voluntarily. Nobody was ordered. Ye Jun asked for his in writing. Xu He's mass conversion took 40 of our external recruits and not one member of the corps. A seal is a wall between your mind and anyone else's hand. My commanders understood that before I finished explaining it. Bai Ling had a working teleportation array standing in 90 minutes, with dozens of array masters under her and a schematic she had read once. Her version had modifications that were not in the original. Her arrays display the face and the full record of whoever is stepping through, on our side, before they arrive, and no one crosses without an operator releasing them. I stepped in first because I was the only person alive on Earth who had ever used one of these. In my first life, they were public transport. There were stations. There were queues. The shop would not release that schematic to the general market for another 6 months. We had a 6-month head start on the entire planet, and I had every intention of spending it. The garrison on the far side, in Black Dragon City, was mid-conversation when we came through. Demon capital's probably a river by now, one of them was saying. Ye family people are going to be pulling our carts by tomorrow. I've already picked out. Ye Chuan's laugh came out of the array first. Then an arrow went through the commander's head. 10,000 third-order Ye family soldiers against a garrison with exactly one third-order awakener in it. It was not a battle. It was a delivery. Their acting commander, Xu Xuanci, gave a stirring speech about how they had to hold because their families were behind them, and then ran for the northern gate while he was still saying it. I pinned both of his feet to a wall with arrows. Then I asked him where the guild corps was. Xu Zhi, to his credit, tried the reasonable approach first, at length, with references to the man's children. Xu Xuanci delivered a moving speech about his elderly parents and his young family, and how he could not possibly betray his house. So I crushed one leg, then the other. Then I reached for the third thing, and he said, "It's in the basement under this tower," and fainted in the middle of the word basement. I rubbed my nose. Next time, I said to the unconscious man, don't do plot twists. Just say the whole thing in one breath. Every male soldier within 9 meters of me quietly changed the position of their legs. There was no basement under that tower. So I put both arms around the tower, which weighed several dozen tons, pulled it out of the ground with the foundation still attached, and threw it into the street. The guild corps was underneath. It crushed flat under the last 2 meters of masonry. Then the system offered me a choice. Dismantle the defeated guild for materials or absorb it as a branch. I took the branch because of one building. Thunderfire Forging Pavilion. Legendary. It raises any weapon below top quality to top quality with a 100% success rate. Top quality to transcendent, 30%. Transcendent to epic, 5%. And it has a forging pool. You throw in materials and a written description of the weapon you want, and you wait. To push that building to its third rank, I need to reforge 109,878 weapons. I have a city full of steel plants. Watch me. The guild was renamed Cosmos Black Dragon, and the pavilion was relocated to Demon Capital before dark. The prison was a peeling 3-room shack with 3 suppression arrays layered under the plaster, and the inside of it was, unexpectedly, very comfortable. That was my design, Su Ji said, and then looked at the floor. Su Ming, Su Kai, and 4 elders were sitting in there, having the conversation they had been having for 11 days. I keep feeling, Su Kai was saying, as though some invisible hand has been steering that boy. He was arrogant. He was not this. Somebody put a rail under him, and he ran down it. Then an arrow went through his heart. He got about half a breath and used it on his brother. Run! The rest went fast. Su Ming had his mana sealed and could not reach my collar with his hands. Their sister, the aunt, came to the door and asked me for their lives, and reminded me that I had let her live on the field. I had. I had not promised her anything. As a villain defined by you people, I said, how could I possibly have that many principles? If men's promises could be trusted, would there be this many heartbroken women in the world? Then the destruction flame took the house. And the quests came in an avalanche, 4 of them stacked on top of each other, and I want to read them to you because they are the whole shape of the next stretch of my life. Red Moon Top Ranker. Take first place on the Red Moon rankings. Title, Red Moon Bane, King of Wealth. Hold a top 3 position in the trade module's volume rankings for 1 month. All conspirators must die. Within 1 year, find the agent of the god of schemes. Note appended, such conspirators must not be allowed to survive 3 episodes. And the 4th one, those who obey me prosper. Using your 6-month teleportation advantage, bring no less than half of the dragon country under your control. Reward, the key to the egg of a sleeping divine beast. Before we left Black Dragon City, I gave Shu Ji his first assignment as a member of my family. The Troll Farm. Every account, every operator, every person who wrote a word of that campaign. Find all of them, and then build me a mound out of it. Photograph the mound, and post the photograph in the global channel under your own name. He stared at me. They all think the Ye family is a family of villains, I said. It would be rude not to commit. He did it. He has also, from that day to this, been extremely careful about what he says in front of me. The global chat did not know what to do with that photograph. It went quiet for about 90 seconds, which, for 8 billion people, is a geological event. Then it came apart. Somebody wrote, "Holy hell." Somebody wrote, "Are they really that ruthless?" A monk named Fa Hong posted a long piece about restless spirits, and a Taoist named Dao Ming told him to be quiet, which started its own war. And Lin Zhang, from a mountain, posted one line. "A pity, I did warn Shu Long. When the killing energy on a man peaks, that is the omen of certain death." Then Shu Ji published the receipts, account creation dates, payment records, the operator roster. Every single one of the eyewitnesses in that campaign had been sitting in the same building in Black Dragon City. Nobody apologized to us. Nobody ever does. But the tone changed, and it never changed back. I got home, and my father complained that I had come out of seclusion too late. My grandfather hit me on the forehead with a turtle shell for trying to slide out of the after-action review. My mother asked one question, which was whether I was hurt. Then, over dinner, I asked her about the Feng family because my mother was born Feng Shuiyun, and half of Shu province answers to her cousins. She put her chopsticks down and looked at me with an expression I had never seen on her before. "Why don't you just annex the Feng family early, you brat? I can get you the full personnel files by Thursday." "Mom, relax. Not that many people in the Feng family are going to die." My father, it turned out, had awakened a double S talent during the battle that nobody had told me about, and it is named after a general dead 2,000 years who famously said that the more soldiers he was given, the better he did. It links the morale of an entire army into one system and raises every soldier in it at once. That is why our line never broke. That is why one shieldman running turned into 400,000 people running on their side and nothing at all on ours. Later, my grandfather said, watching him go, "That fool is going to be somebody's instrument his entire life." He wanted to draw comics. I know. Do you know he still has the drawer? I know about the drawer. Then I spent 3 days playing with the new toy, which is what Supreme Essence actually is. It is a skill forge. Feed it 2 skills, it strips both down to their essence, throws away the defects, and welds what is left into something new with no flaws in it at all. 2 skills per fusion, 4 fusions of a given type, plus 1 more slot per major rank. First attempt, Chi Defense, which is a shield with no blind spots but very little strength, fused with Thorn Vine armor, which counterattacks brilliantly and catches fire if anyone looks at it. Out came Extreme Dao Guard, defense plus 360%, 18% reflect, 10% flat damage reduction, and 3 rules built into it: forced rebound, true damage, and permanence. And I can cast it on other people. The Consciousness of the Earth offered me 3,000 points, a set of epic equipment, and a medal called Era Rune Creator to publish that rune to the world shop. I said no. There is no version of my life where showing 8 billion strangers a brand new capability of mine is a good idea. Then I made Extreme Speed Wind Fusion plus 210% movement speed with full wind control. And then I made Extreme Dao Lava Technique and I tested it in my bedroom. Is this really a lava technique? This is a falling meteor that also explodes. The wind one raised a small tornado out of my own furniture. The lava one produced a 10-meter sphere that I had to unmake by hand, indoors at speed, or there would not have been a house. Then I went to find Lanfen on the grounds that I had had a long week. The 3 of them had left a message on the guild board. "Our levels have fallen too far behind yours. Charles. The three of us are going into seclusion in the tower to catch up. Do not wait. I stood in the corridor and looked at that for a while. Then I went back to my room, alone, with a face that Zhang Chang later described as thunderous, and did not sleep that night either. Bai Ling put teleport arrays at all 4 gates of Demon Capital and 20 more inside the core, and then we started using them the way you would use a door. Ye Zhang came to explain why he had been unreachable for the last 40 minutes of the battle. He had fallen asleep, inside his own nightmare, with the prisoner still chained up in there. Sir, the construct is extremely comfortable, and I had been awake for 2 days, and technically the prisoner was also… Don't explain. If I cannot find you next time, you can go and live in Black Dragon City. Ye Qian laughed so hard he had to sit down on a step. Then we went to Suzhou, because there was a medium ruin in the forest south of it, and tens of thousands of Tianlong Alliance troops were camped around the entrance guarding it. I want to describe those men for a second, because they were about to have the worst afternoon of their lives, and they had no idea. They had a betting pool going on which of their squads would clear the ruin first. They were arguing about the odds. One of them had wandered off behind a tree to relieve himself and was shouting his position in the argument over his shoulder. Ye Chuan entered Dharma aspect and became a 10-meter bald giant. Ye Jun put a mountain-shattering palm into a ridgeline a full kilometer away, and the ridge came apart from the top down. Ye Tian drew and cut the next hill in half, and the cut face was smooth enough to see yourself in. And then 30,000 Third Order Ye family soldiers walked out of a teleportation array in the middle of a forest. The Tianlong Alliance surrendered so fast that it turned into a competition. Brothers, let's surrender! Everyone surrender! This is the Ye family, the ones who just took Sulong apart. We should consider this abandoning darkness for the light. 2 of their captains, a man named Zhang Shu and a man named Ding Liu, then spent several minutes glaring at each other because each one felt the other had stolen the credit for surrendering first. Ye Jun, watching this, don't worry about them. These people don't have the nerve. The ruin was called Rising Sun, and it was from the ancient age, and going into it is not like going into a building. It is like being poured into someone. Here is the background the ruin gave me, and I am going to tell it the way it told me, because it is a story every child in this country has heard, and nobody has ever heard it from the inside. In the ancient age, there were 3 races, the Yao, the spirits, and humans. The emperor of the Yao was the golden crow of the sun. He had 10 sons, and every one of them held the ultimate power of the sun in his hands. One day, the 10 of them came out to play in the human world. 10 suns turned in the sky at once. The land burned, rivers went. Uncountable numbers of living things died, and not quickly. And a man named Ho picked up a bow. My consciousness went into his body, and I did not have any control over it. I was him, coming back from a hunt, into a village where the ground had split open into a pattern like a dried lake bed. And I watched, with his eyes, the skin of the people he had grown up with begin to crack, and the sweat come off them and turn to nothing before it reached the ground. He raised the bow. The line the ruin gave me for that moment is the only piece of poetry in this entire story, and I am not going to improve on it. Eyes locked onto the soul. The arrow beheaded the god. One golden crow screamed and fell out of the sky. Then I was myself again, standing in a scorched valley, with the ruin's actual citizens coming toward me. Silver zombie drought demons. King-tier third-order creatures, physique and defense both over 20,000, and the bestiary note on them is 2 words, undying, fearless. That is why nobody had cleared this ruin. You cannot outdamage a thing that does not stop and does not care. I fought them with the Thunder Sky Punishment Spear, and I did not use it as a spear. Out of all the ancient martial arts that ever existed on this planet, the one I learned properly, the one my grandfather made me practice in a garden at 6 in the morning for 9 years, is the dog-beating staff technique. It is simple, it is direct, it is extremely effective. I have used a legendary growth-grade divine spear as a stick in front of witnesses on 4 separate occasions, and I will not be apologizing. Then the fire at the end of the valley stood up. Demonic Corpse Golden Drought Fiend. Epic. 4th Order, 9 stars. And it spoke to me, and the first thing it said knocked the air out of me. Human, tell me, are you their godchild? You carry a god's mark on you. A pause. Have they finally come back? Then 4 more came out of the ground around it. Fire, water, earth, wood. 5 of them. And the moment they stood in position, the air changed, and a 5 elements array locked into place, and every one of them was 5th order. And while they were forming up, they talked to each other, and I stood in the middle of a formation designed to kill me and listened. because what they were saying was the most important thing anybody had said to me since the world ended. Back then, we conspired with the Lord to send ourselves into this space. And now we are the guardians of that human's legacy, the ascendant son, Ho. Ridiculous. How ridiculous. They had come here with the invaders. They had hidden inside a historical space to wait out something, and the space had assimilated them, rewritten what they were for, and turned 5 demonic generals into the security system of the man who shot their emperor's son out of the sky. The fight took 11 minutes, 60 demon shadows, the extreme Tao lava meteor, which is not a lava technique, supreme mountain-breaking palm. Every one of the 5 had a substitute demon heart, which is a single-use resurrection at the cost of 1/3 of the body, so every one of them had to be killed twice. I killed gold first, because gold was the loudest. Wood went into the ground and tried to pass itself off as a fallen log, which would have been clever if I had not been running perception at 5,000. Water came apart into individual droplets to escape, which is genuinely the correct move against almost anything, except that the thundercloud from my breakthrough was still sitting over that valley, and water conducts. Heavenly punishment came down, and every drop in the air boiled at once. Fire hid its origin inside one flame out of about 1,000 identical flames, and I walked over, picked the correct one out on the first try, and used it on the ground like a doll. Earth ran. That one got away, straight down, while I was finishing fire, and I was still angry about it 11 hours later. The drops were absurd. 5 key fragments, each a different color, which I did not understand yet. Epic equipment, epic skill books. And devouring the bodies of epic-tier creatures pays 8,000 to 9,000 attributes each. The achievements came in a stack: Demon Slayer Vanguard, Demon Slayer Experience, King of No Casualties, Masterful Positioning. 40,000 free points between them. And then something new appeared on my panel that had no numbers attached at all. Supreme True Intent. When I looked at it, I got a vision the way I had gotten one off the Steely. A figure standing in front of a night sky, throwing one punch into it, and the stars going off like fireworks. The last thing that happened in that ruin happened underground, in a tunnel, while I was still standing in the valley. Song Yang founded the Tianlang Alliance. Before all this, he was a mercenary in Africa, and what he did there was move people for money, and he came back to the Dragon Country specifically to take a particular woman and sell her. He had a 19-year-old earth mage named Mo Chen in his crew because he had killed her brother, and because she was the only person in his organization who could find a buried ruin. His plan for her, once the ruin was open, was to break both her arms so she could not fight, and keep her as a locating instrument. She heard him say it out loud to somebody else. And Mo Chen is an earth mage, and Song Yang was standing 19 meters underground. The rock closed on him. It did not finish the job, because he was 3rd order and she was not. So I put my palm through 9 meters of stone above him, and the spear went through his heart. Mo Chen stood in a tunnel and looked at me and did not run, which I respected. 19 years old. Talent, Source of Earth Control, SS, and a hidden class underneath it called Heart of Wutu, which senses every living thing and every object of the earth element within a 100-kilometer radius. Bone structure, 89, and, entirely unawakened, the lineage of Wutu and an earth origin physique sitting in her like an unopened letter. I put a seal on her. Loyalty 5, which is fair. Then I let every one of her people walk out of that forest, and then, because I had a use for her and because it cost me nothing, I emptied a storage ring onto the tunnel floor in front of her. Several hundred bottles of 4th-order elixirs. They rolled everywhere. She stood and looked at them without moving for a long time. In the Tianlang Alliance, every pill they ever recovered wrought to one man. Find me the one that got away, I said. The Earth one. He went down. She found him in about 4 minutes, at 19 kilometers, in a fissure, holding perfectly still. Heavenly punishment goes down as easily as it comes up. 5 key fragments, 5 different colors, and the lock in the ruin wanted 6. Lin Jia had the 6th, and she came to me with it, which told me she had wanted something from me for a while. She had grown since the storm drain. Talent at 6 stars now, bone structure 96, speed 174,000 and change before equipment, plus 50,000 from that dagger, which at that moment made her faster than me. I need you to protect some people, she said. Not recruit, not seal. Protect. You will not use any of your methods on any of them, and when the red moon has passed, I will take them back. Done. She looked at me for a second longer than she needed to, because she had heard how fast I said it. I want to be clear that I meant it, and also that I had already seen the shape of what it gave me, which was a legitimate reason to have my people standing inside Misty Rain Tower's business for an indefinite period. She handed the fragment over, and then, on her way out, paid me in the only currency she deals in. The island nation, the peninsula, and the Western Alliance are all restless. If any of them move on the Dragon Country, the coast near Demon Capital is the obvious target. The assembled key was a disc with a crescent notch cut out of one side. Ascendant Sun Arrow God Ho, Legacy Key, Mythic, Trial Contents Unknown, Mortality Rate extremely high. The system gave me 10 minutes to reconsider, and added that if I walked away, the legacy would be eaten by void turbulence and nobody would ever get it. I broke the key. And then I found out what 10 minutes was for. A voice came out of the ground, and it was the voice of the man whose body I had been standing in an hour earlier. In that calamity, the human race lost close to 1 billion of its own. Among them were my tribe, my family, my friends. A pause that went on too long. Take up the bow I once used, and kill the 10 ancient children of the Golden Crow. 9 shapes came out of the sky, 3-legged golden crows, 5th order, mythic lineage, projections only, which is the single reason I am here to describe them. The eldest had every attribute over 400,000, the youngest was over 300,000. I did not have a single number above 200,000. So I spent 9 minutes. I ate every epic 5 elements crystal I had taken off the demonic corpses. The extreme Tao demon god art completed its 4th revolution, plus 100,000 to everything. The demon bone marrow went from 1% absorbed to 5, 4th order 5 stars to 4th order 9 stars, and the reverse source divine jade, that little disc that had been quietly giving me 10 free points a day since the first night, woke up. Mythic, 4 stars, 5% to the power of my rules, 20% to true intent, 50 comprehension. Its daily reversal went from 50 attribute points to 5,000, and it now produces 3 drops a day of something called reverse source essence, worth 300 physique and 200 spirit and strength each. And it grew a 4th effect, which is the reason I am not dead. God Forbidden Space. It reverses the origin of space itself and builds a forbidden zone, and inside that zone I declare one rule, and the rule is binding on every living thing locked inside it. 30-day cooldown. Panel before the fight. Strength 293,976 plus 52,000. Spirit 230,000. Defense 340,000. Physique 379,000. Speed 324,000. Mana 17.5 million. Comprehension, genius, 77,000 free points. And for the first time in my life, I put every single one of them into strength, because for the first time in my life, strength was the thing I did not have enough of. The panel, as I closed it, wow, handsome, you are genuinely strong right now. One-shotting kids is no longer a dream. I started with the weakest one, because I am not sentimental. The 10th prince came in low, and I took his wing off at the shoulder. Pity it's only a projection, I said, looking at what I was holding. Otherwise, this could be roasted. It would be tender, very nourishing. Then I hit the 9th with it. The other 7 stopped playing and formed up, and the sky organized itself into a solar demon refining array, which is 9 suns falling on one point at the same time. I broke the first with the spear, 2 with a palm, 4 with a fist. The last one, the eldest brothers, went through everything I had left and hit me in the chest. My armor turned black. The air smelled like something you would take off a grill. I went into the ground and made a crater about 40 meters across. I climbed out of it. Is that all the power you have? Were you scratching an itch for me? Then they made the correct decision, which was to stop engaging entirely. They were faster than me. All 9 of them simply backed off and started circling at range, and there is no version of that fight that I win. So I used the Jade. God Forbidden Space. Red light went across the whole sky like a lid coming down, and 2 characters stood up in the air, God and Forbid, and I set the rule. Every living being other than me has its speed reduced to the lowest possible value. Chains fell out of the horizon and closed on all 9 of them at once. What happened after that took about 4 minutes, and I am going to describe it the way the 7th prince described it, because he said it out loud while it was happening, and it is the only account that matters. Back then, Ho used 1 arrow. He pinned us, and we were dead before we understood we had been shot. We barely felt anything at all. And then, to his brother, in a voice I have not been able to stop hearing, "This human is worse than Ho." I killed all 9 of them with my hands, and the vortex took what was left of every one, and each one paid out 8 to 10,000 strength, 9 to 12,000 physique, upwards of 15,000 speed, and mana in 7 figures. 5th Order, Heavenly Extremity Realm. And the plunder came off the eldest, Solar True Flame, Mythic, 5 stars. Effect 1, it burns impurity out of the body, permanently, with no ceiling on the tempering. Effect 2, Solar Body, total immunity to fire of any kind, and any fire that touches me becomes fuel. Effect 3, the power of the flame equals twice the sum of my strength and my spirit, and the cast is instantaneous. I ran that calculation standing in an empty valley, and then I said it out loud, mostly to see how it sounded. So I could destroy a small human city by summoning 1 flame. Nobody answered me. I want to note that. I said it, and it hung there, and there was no one in that valley to tell me not to think like that. Then the legacy itself came out of the ground. Rising Sun Divine Bow, Godslayer, 5th rank, Mythic, 1 star, restorable. The limbs are dragon horn, the body is the ribs of an ancient titan. The string is the sinew of a black flame dragon. Strength, plus 499,999. Spirit, plus 249,999. Trait 1, Divine Vision. It strikes anything I can see, ignoring distance entirely. Trait 2, Sure Hit. The arrow cannot be dodged, not evaded well, cannot. Trait 3, Source Fusion. The arrow takes on any effect I want it to carry. Secret Art, Meteor Sun. It calls the souls of the 10 golden crows into a single shot for 500,000 strength, once every 30 days. And with the bow came a technique in 9 layers. 9 Heavens Archer Art. First layer, 1 arrow becomes 10, plus 30% power and fire rate. Second, 100, plus 80%. Third, 1,000, plus 150. 9th layer, 1 billion times 10,000. And here is the line that made me sit down on the ground. Every one of the 10 arrows counts as a separate basic attack for god-slaying plunder, not the shot, each arrow. 10 strength where there used to be 1, 20 with the 2-star plunder. There was 1 warning attached to the bow, in red. Using this weapon in the presence of Yao race species will result in 100% hostility, noted. As I was leaving, the ruin was emptying out, and 2 voices talked to each other in the space behind me, and I do not think either of them knew I could still hear. This boy clearly does not have an archer's heart. How could he possibly take your legacy? And the killing energy coming off him is so compatible with your bow. Do you think he might one day turn it on his own kind? And the second voice, which was Hao's, said, I do not know whether this boy will kill his own, but how many divine marks have those outside gods already left on him? A pause. I am simply waiting for him to kill gods. I walked out of that ruin with a weapon designed by a man who shot down the sun, and behind me 2 dead legends were making bets on whether I would turn out to be a monster. 9 hours later, I evaporated a city with 140,000 people in it, so you can decide for yourself who won that bet. There was a 5th rank mind-clearing fruit tree inside Suzhou City, which polishes true intent, and true intent was the only thing I was short of, so we went in. And a man named Lin Gang, one of the Tianlang captains who had surrendered in the forest, stopped me at the gate and explained why we had not seen a single civilian in 3 days of operating around that city. The Tianlang Alliance's beast tamers had a technique called Nuren Art. It does to people what taming does to animals. The stronger the slave, the stronger the master. And the effect is not obedience, the effect is devotion. The controlled person sees their master as a god and will do anything, and regards anyone outside as an enemy and does not surrender, ever, under any circumstance. The technique cannot take anyone with a talent above A rank. So the tamers took the women, the children, the elderly, and every person with a D talent or lower, and Song Yang personally took everyone strong enough to be worth taking. There were 6-year-olds in that city standing in ranks in cut-down leather armor. Ye Tian, listening to this, said something quiet to Ye Jun that I was not supposed to hear. The patriarch's seal doesn't change a person's character. It doesn't change what they think. It sets one rule, and that is all it does. A pause. It isn't a cruel method at all. I never realized that before. I went in over the wall. Thunder took out several tens of thousands in the first 30 seconds. 3 surviving tamers went down with an arrow each, which should have ended it, because with a master dead, the leash dies too. The leash did not die. The crowd came out of the buildings and ran, all of them, tens of thousands of people, and they did not run away. They ran to the tree, and they put their bodies around the trunk in layers, and they held on to each other so that they could not be pulled off. And then they started detonating. That is a skill. Somebody gave them that. A woman near the front of the crowd shouted it, joyfully, at the top of her voice, with her arms around a tree. God gave us a special ability. We can self-destruct. I put one hand around the trunk and pulled a 30-meter tree out of the ground with the roots on and threw it backward over my shoulder to Ye Chuan. Then I stood in front of 140,000 people and looked at them. Their owner was already dead. Every single one of the men who had done this to them was already dead, and it had changed nothing, and it was not going to change. There is no counterspell for Nuren art. There was no facility on this planet that could hold them. There was no version of the next hour in which they went home. Who builds a thing like this? That is what I kept coming back to, standing there. Not why. Who sits down and designs it? Then I shall grant them release. Solar True Flame is instantaneous, and it was several hundred meters across. The city walls went first, and then there was no city. I do not have a joke for this part. There is not one. I have told this whole story with my mouth open, and I do not have anything for that afternoon. The achievement that posted afterward was called City Massacre, and I closed the panel without reading the rest of it. Ye Jiang, on the general channel, from 4 kilometers out. Did the patriarch just break Suzhou? Ye Tian, watch your language. He clearly evaporated Suzhou City off the face of the earth. Mulan had the footage in the global channel inside 20 minutes. He did not editorialize. He did not need to. He posted it clean, from 3 angles, with a timestamp, and let 8 billion people do the work for him. And that is the single most professional thing anyone did to me during the entire apocalypse. And then the Anpei family of the island nation joined in. They opened with Terrorist of the New Century, which was reasonable, and I was fully prepared to let it go, because it was accurate. Then a man named Anpei Fenlin decided to be funny, and posted a set of photographs from a war 90 years old, and started making jokes about my grandfather's grandfather. Up to that day, I had never once posted in the global chat. Yi Cheng, Anpei family, do you want to die? Zhang Qiang, 4 seconds later, to nobody. Did I read that right? Is our wise and mighty patriarch actually appearing on the global chat panel? The Anpei answered with coordinates, actual map coordinates posted publicly, with, if you have the guts, come. You can start preparing your coffins. Damned race. One day it must be wiped out. There is no need to wait for one day. Today will do. Here is the part my father explained to me afterward over tea, and it is the only compliment he has ever paid me directly. For a month, my family had eaten everything. The slander campaign, the false witnesses, the whole planet calling us butchers. And we had said nothing, and everyone assumed that was patience or strategy or arrogance. It was none of those. It was that we could not reach anybody. The world is very large, and there were no aircraft, and there were no ships, and there was no fuel. And then Bai Ling built us an array, and the shop would not sell one to anybody else for 6 months. Now, my father said, anyone stupid enough to provoke this family can have that brat standing at their front door in about 4 minutes. Ye Chuan asked to come, and was instead ordered to personally escort the tree home. He has never entirely forgiven me. He wanted, and I am quoting, to fight the island nation his entire life, and on the one day it happened, he was assigned to deliver a plant. Anpei City had a barrier over it and a lake in the middle. Anpei Kinzo, the head of the house, was in the middle of slapping his own relatives across the face when I arrived. I wanted to stir up conflict inside the dragon country, he was shouting. Inside it, between them. And now, because you idiots could not keep your mouths shut, the entire Ye family is looking at us. Their actual plan had been to let the great houses of my country grind each other down and then walk into the ruins under the protection of the thing living in their sea. I switched on an item I had been saving called Grand Screen Projection, which broadcasts a guild war live into the global channel. Then I came down on the city and the barrier failed and the lake dried out. Kinzo turned around, took hold of one of his own cousins, and broke his neck. Anyone who dares run away is obligated to end himself, he said. I am simply helping. Then he devoured the man's origin where he stood, and the body came apart into ash and went sideways in the wind, and Anpei Kinzo went to the 5th order 2 stars in about 4 seconds, with black scale coming through his skin and an 8-headed shadow standing up behind him. Their class is Onmyoji. When he looked at me, there were 4 things turning in his eyes: envy, rage, disgust, and want. He tore his own arm off and threw it into my arrow volley, and out of the stump came a gas, and through his mouth something else spoke. I have already helped you kill this boy, Yamato no Orochi said, And I will give you one more hand. I will let this world fall into darkness. I will bring that strange demon red moon down early. There is no need to thank me. Anpei Kinzo came apart into black gas across the whole district. That gas went straight through my barrier, which nothing had done in 3 weeks. And it did not attack my body at all. It went for the 4 things it had seen in his eyes, and it found all 4 of them in me, because they were there, because they have always been there. For a period I cannot measure, there was exactly one thought in my head, and it was, destroy everything you can see. What saved me was the mythic rune of solar true flame, which lit itself without being called and burned another will out of my own skull. I fed that flame into my supreme path origin as its 5th origin, pure yang, which incinerates anything weaker than itself and suppresses demonic energy on contact. Supreme Path Emperor Body, Level 5, Indestructible. Weaken, now 30%, Truth-Breaking, Vitality, which regrows limbs at no mana cost. And Clear-Minded, which means no negative status in this world can bend my will again. True Intent, 10% to 30, and Comprehension, which had started this story as not bad, updated one more time. 1 in 100 years. Then the sea stood up. A head the size of a hillside came out of the water off the Anpei coast, and every awakened human being on those islands went down on their knees at the same time, including the ones who had been fighting me. Yamata no Orochi did not come for me. It turned around and put its tail through the sea beasts in its own waters, thousands of them, and it did something to what came out of them, refining it into black energy, and then it began pushing that energy up into the sky in a column. The flesh of one human is far too weak, it said conversationally to the entire planet. So let us add these mutated sea creatures. The more chaotic this world becomes, the faster this seat recovers. The black energy went up and hit the ceiling of the world and spread, and every zombie on Earth changed at the same moment. Ordinary ones became elite, elite became king, king became epic, and cracks opened everywhere. Void realm cracks in the air over every continent, and what came out of them was not zombies. What came out of them had formation discipline and equipment and language. Then the announcements came, one on top of another, to 8 billion people. The red moon arrives today, not in 7 days, today. Return to your guilds. Only inside a guild aura will demonic energy fail to corrode your mind. Leaderboard competition, points for demons killed, closing void realm cracks, rank rush battle, boss frenzy. Kill any boss and the advanced mode of the game panel unlocks. And then my own system, personally, in a separate window, in the tone it uses when it thinks it is being helpful. Void realm crack crew-bearing villain. How can you tolerate spatial cracks opening in your own territory? Crush every void realm crack within 10,000 kilometers. Remember, a real man simply punches them into pieces. I read that twice. In my first life, I reached the 9th order, and the absolute best I could ever do with a void crack was seal it. Punch them. The red moon came up while I was still standing on a dead island. I want to tell you what the rest of the planet looked like for the next 9 hours, because I only saw my own wall, and everything else I learned afterward off recordings and death logs. In the American Federation, a rank 1 guild went down in 4 minutes to a swarm of small demons that came out of a crack over a stadium. There is a recording. A 4th order warrior is standing in a doorway holding it shut with his back and shouting, "Joel, hold on! We can absolutely survive this!" And then the recording continues for another 9 seconds and he is not in it anymore. Guild destruction notices scrolled through the global channel all night, one after another, faster than anybody could read them. In Chang'an, Ding Ru held her city with golden arrays, personally, without sleeping. One of her officers complained, out loud, that this was all Ye Cheng's fault, that if he had not provoked the island nation, they would have had 3 more days to prepare. And Ding Ru, who had never met me and who had every reason to agree, cut her off. The Ye family head went to the island nation for the dignity of the dragon country. And if we cannot survive 1 night here, how many people in this entire country do you imagine are going to? I found out much later that the source-powered headsets her command was using that night were bought from my family, and that what my quartermasters had sold her was our factory rejects. In Jingnan, the Feng family was doing what the Feng family has always done. Their 2-word survival strategy, handed down through 11 generations, is be steady and keep your head down. Feng Wenxin spent most of that night physically preventing his son from going out to fight. He failed, and that failure is going to matter more than anything else that happened that night. Because there was something living in the Xuanyuan sword. An evil spirit had been put into that blade, and it had been whispering to Feng Chen for 2 weeks. Why do you listen to that woman? The more you kill, the faster this sword evolves. And the faster you can finally get past the one who is always above you on the rankings. The Empress whose legacy he had stolen tried to stop him. She had been the only thing standing between him and that voice. He let the spirit seal her. He asked it not to hurt her, and then he let it happen, and the rust came off the Xuanyuan sword, and what came up underneath it was sun and moon and stars and mountains and rivers and grass and trees, all of it moving, and it gave him 800,000 strength. Then he went out into the red moon and started climbing the rankings. The spirit kept talking to him the whole time, and by the end of that night, it had started saying things about the Empress that made him scream at it to shut up. He screamed at it. He did not put the sword down. And in a cage inside his own soul, an ancient woman said to nobody the question that hung over the rest of this story. Somebody has to stop Feng Chen. Who? I got home to a city that was already fighting. Thousands of arrays lit across the district lines. Assassins and thieves working the field between waves, pulling demon cores out of bodies while the next wave was still coming in, because a demon core is worth 10 times a crystal of the same rank, and my aunt's finance ministry had made that extremely clear to everyone. Zhang Qiang was running the collection teams and stealing from them at the same time. His myriad empty hands had mutated when he hit the fourth order, and it no longer took only objects. I watched him reach toward a charging demon from 9 meters away, close his hand, and end up holding its heart. Then I watched his face. Why, he said, holding it at arm's length with 2 fingers, why did this garbage skill turn out like this? He threw it away and wiped his hand on a handkerchief for a full minute. In the command pavilion, my father was asking my grandfather, once again, whether he could retire. My grandfather hit him on the forehead with the turtle shell hard enough to raise a lump, and my father, aged 51, one of the 3 standing commanders of a nation's armies, realized with visible horror that he could no longer take his own father in a fight, and that this situation was now permanent. I took Lenfen and the Fan sisters up onto the wall as a party. The party module had come with the red moon. The weaker members receive a share of the strongest members' attributes. Lenfen, at 5th order, borrowed enough from me to hold a section of wall on her own. Jiaxing and Ru went from useful to terrifying in about 9 seconds. Then I did the math on my bow. 16 shots per second, 10 arrows per shot from the first layer of 9 Heavens Archer art. Every arrow counts as a separate basic attack. 320 basic attacks per second. 320 strength per second, 160 spirit per second. I needed roughly 32 seconds to gain 10,000 points of strength. In the first few minutes on that wall, I gained 200,000 strength and 100,000 spirit. And I want to point out that I did this while standing still and talking to Lanfin about whether her section had enough arrows. I deliberately stopped adding solar true flame to my shots after the first minute, because things that burn completely do not leave cores, and cores are money. By the 4th wave, the demons started going around my section. I have the field footage, thousands of them coming at the wall in a solid front, and then a gap opening in that front about 400 meters wide, centered on me, and the whole tide bending around it. One of the recovered demon records described that stretch of wall like this: our brethren elsewhere at least died to people they could see. That place was a devouring pit. So I set a vortex with a radius of about 500 kilometers and pulled them back. The 2nd wave brought 3rd-rank Bloodwolves, and their kings carried defense and physique over 480,000. My first arrow went through a king from front to back and destroyed its demon core on the way out, and that is when the world's panel upgraded. A new attribute appeared for everyone at once, called Vitality, which is to say, finally, a health value. The formula is physique times 5, plus defense times 2, plus speed, plus spirit, plus half of strength. 3 changes came with it, and every one of them changed the war. 1. You can no longer be killed in a single hit from full. Lethal damage forcibly leaves you at 1 vitality, once per fight. 2. You can see the vitality of every demon. 3. Healing items work mid-combat. My total was 3,782,164. A king-tier Bloodwolf sat at about 400,000. The upgrade only triggers when you land a killing blow on a boss, and my family worked that out inside 11 minutes and immediately built a queue system for it. Whoever had not upgraded yet got handed the last hit. Yejun called it letting the first rich pull up the later rich. It is the single most Ye family thing that has ever happened. Meanwhile, on the seabed off the Korean peninsula, a man was making a purchase. His name is He Liang, and his face lives inside a black fog, and above his head there is a dark blue sphere that turns slowly, and he is the agent of the god of schemes. He went down to the bottom and found what he had come for, the clone of a weak god, 100 meters of it, dragon-headed, with bone wings feathered in metal, a mythical dragon bat. The god of schemes reached in and sealed away the last of the original divine will still sitting in it. Then He Liang opened his own palm, drove a black contract dagger into the dragon's skull, and moved in. His arithmetic was straightforward, and, I have to admit, entirely correct. Feng Chen was already broken and pointed in my direction by an evil spirit. Add a god's clone to that, and Ye Cheng dies. Wave 4 came in at the 4th order. 8,000 elites, 18,000 kings, and 200 epic-tier black-blood scaled-wing snakes at 2 million vitality each, whose skin kills anything below the 4th order on contact. I gave 2 orders, masks and antidotes from Lin's department, and every king-tier target goes to somebody who has not upgraded their panel yet. Then I pinned 3 king snakes to the ground with arrows without killing them, because plunder requires intent, and I was not intending, and handed them over. Lanfin killed hers with a punishment spear. Jia Xing killed hers with something she had only just discovered, called causality sever, which does not cut the body at all. It cuts the thread of cause and effect that connects the creature to its own next moment, and it takes 100,000 vitality per stroke. Her hidden class had come in that morning, Karma Controller, Mythic. And Ru killed hers without touching it. She had taken a hidden class off Shu He's remains called Bewitching Demonic Master, and it had resonated with her own physique on the way in, and upgraded itself to legendary. What it does is show a target the thing it wants most in the world. The snake stopped moving. It stayed stopped. It died looking extremely happy about something, and Fan Ru lowered her hand and looked mildly embarrassed. Then Wave 5 arrived, and it was 5th order. Scarlet Black Demon Tengu Eagles, King Tier, 3.8 million vitality, from a royal bloodline that survived something their records call the Ancient Great Sorrow. Under them, triangular poison blade insects, burrowing, going straight for the foundations of our underground arrays instead of for people. And from the southeast, the sea beasts broke the coastal barrier. My grandfather noticed it first, from the pavilion, watching the sand table. "Look at their eyes," he said. We pulled the footage and enlarged it, and he was right. And once you see it, you cannot stop seeing it. The insects were afraid. The eagles were afraid. The things coming out of the sea were afraid. Nothing on that field was attacking us because it wanted to. Every single creature out there was running from something behind it, and my city happened to be in the way. Somewhere in the 3rd hour, I finally read the small print on my own attacks, and it explained a lot. Current negative effects applied per strike. Destruction, minus 100,000 vitality per second. Devouring, minus 100,000 per second. Plunder, minus 200,000 per second. Pure Yang, minus 100,000 per second. 4 separate rots, stacking, applied by every single arrow. An epic Tengu Eagle with 400,000 defense was losing 500,000 vitality a second to effects it could not clear, and it did not matter how well it flew. Every epic eagle I killed also gave 2% true intent, which is the resource I could not buy anywhere. 5th order, 3 stars. And then both rankings updated, and I want to describe exactly how that felt, because it happened at 4 in the morning on a wall while I was eating a rice ball. Personal ranking, 1st in the world. Ye Cheng, 2,173,000,000 points. 2nd, Feng Chen, 1,993,000,000. Guild ranking, 1st in the world. Cosmos. I looked at the second name on that list for a while. Then I punched a void crack. I want to record that I did not expect it to work. I had a system quest telling me to punch spatial cracks, and I assumed it was a joke at my expense, so I hit one with the body of the bow, on the theory that if it failed, nobody was watching. The crack collapsed. It closed like a mouth, and everything that had been mid-transit through it stopped existing in a way I do not have language for. Rewards, a thread of the space rule, Mythic, a pure intent crystal, 5,000 points. That crystal got noticed. A monk named Fa Hong of the Tianhua Temple appeared in the global channel to explain that the pure intent crystal was of tremendous significance to Buddhist cultivation, and that if I would be so generous as to hand it over, the entire temple would be eternally grateful to me. For free. He wanted it for free, publicly. A Taoist named Dao Yi got there before I did. At least the Zhang family offered money. These people just put their hand out. My reply was 2 words, and I am not going to apologize for either of them. Get lost. The abbot of Tianhua Temple used to be a vice president of the National Religious Affairs Association, and he took that personally. He decided that his strongest junior brother, a man named Fadu, carrying the legacy of the Kashyapa Buddha at 5th order 2 stars, would be paying my family a visit. Monks, he explained to his own people, cannot simply stand by and watch people die. Also, the temple wanted more land. Remember Fadu. He shows up later at an extremely inconvenient moment. Then the legendary one came. A scarlet black demon Tengu eagle at legendary tier, 7.8 million vitality. Speed 1,286,000, which is roughly twice mine. And a true intent of slaughter at 100%, which multiplies every attribute it has by 2.5. And it talked on the way in, and what it said reframed the entire night. Their world is a dying middle thousand realm. It has been dying for a long time. Their chieftain spent his own life, all of it, to cut the crack that led here, and the entire race put everything they had left into that one opening. I had smashed that crack 40 minutes earlier because a system panel dared me to. A human at 5 stars, it said, has ruined the future of an entire race. I swallowed the pure intent crystal. True intent went from 56% to 76, every attribute multiplied by 2.5, and my strength went past 2 million for as long as it lasted. It was still faster than me. It did not matter because sure hit means the arrow does not miss, and divine vision means distance is not a category. It ran, and the numbers came off it anyway. Minus 780,000, minus 820,000, minus 770,000. Its last thought, and I heard it because at that range I hear everything. I can still get away. I am not going to die here. Then it turned and ran for real, and I put a full volley into its back. Server-wide announcement. First human on Earth to kill a legendary otherworld demon. Title, Pathfinder, 10,000 points. The Vortex took the body. Speed plus 500, plus 500, plus 450. 5th order, 4 stars. And out of the wreck came a ring. Demon Eagle Crimson Ring. 5th rank, legendary. Defense and physique plus 249,999 each. Speed plus 599,999. A trait called Takeoff for another 10%, and an active called Frenzy Speed that doubles every reaction I have for 30 seconds on a 30-minute cooldown. I took off the Purification Spirit Ring, which was a 2nd rank epic that had been the best thing I owned a month earlier, and dropped it in a bag. With the new ring on, my speed passed my strength for the first time since the slaughterhouse. 45 shots a second, 450 arrows, 900 strength per second purely from pulling a string. My earpiece had 4 voices in it at once. Lanfin, the insects are under the northeast gate. Yechuan, they are eating the foundations of the underground arrays, not the walls. The gates are going to drop. My grandfather, the sea level on the southeast side is rising, and it is not the tide. Ye Guang, 5th order things in the water are driving it up on purpose. And in the middle of all that, on my own section, a shield woman named Lin Kwa charged an epic insect head-on. I recognized the name before I recognized her. 19 years old, private, the one who turned around on an airport staircase 2 months ago and asked, "What about all those people?" The insect did not dodge. It did not need to. It simply opened. My arrow pinned it through the roof of the mouth about a third of a second before it closed. She stood there with her shield up and her arms shaking. "Don't charge an epic head-on," I said. "Keep your head cold." That is the only thing I have ever said to her. She has told the story at least 40 times since, and in her version it is considerably longer, and I am considerably wiser. Then I stopped conserving. Falling sun and thunder, heavenly punishment at the same time across several kilometers of front. Thousands of king-tier insects went to ash between one breath and the next, and the lightning columns walked the whole northern approach. 9,121,448 points from the first. 10,696,947 from the second. Both Red Moon rankings, personal and guild, went to first place, and the gap over the Rockefeller Guild started opening instead of closing. Then I ate the field. Every body, every loose fragment of origin, and the entire reserve of demon cores in my storage ring, all of it, at once. The Extreme Tao Demon God art completed its 5th revolution. Plus 600,000 to every attribute, and Supreme True Intent went from 86% to 100. I want to describe that because it is the last purely good thing that happened to me for a while. The night sky gathered behind me, not a picture of it, and a figure with my own face stood up in it and threw one punch, and the stars scattered and the galaxies turned backward. 5 stars to 9 stars, consecutively, in under a minute. And then I hit a wall, and it is the wall this whole story has been walking toward. To reach the 6th order, I need a dharma. Everyone does. And the extreme Tao path does not let you build one out of energy or law or willpower. The extreme Tao path requires that you cast your dharma out of the bones of a mythic being. There was no such thing available anywhere on this planet. I filed that, and then a golden line came down out of the sky and split the night in half. Ye Cheng, I have finally found you. Let me see which of us is the strongest in this world. I sighed, turned around, and shot the falling sword energy. It came apart in the air about 60 meters up. Feng Chen landed on my wall. Talent, Peerless Sword Heart, Mythic, 3 stars. Class, Xuan Yuan Swordmaster, listed as the only myth. Bone structure 90. Strength 804,000 plus 1,099,000 from the blade. True intent, unrivaled sword intent, 90%, which halves any defense it touches at minimum. He was, on paper, the 2nd strongest human being alive, and I looked at him for about 2 seconds and knew exactly what I was looking at. He is not a swordsman. He is the swords. Down in the Cosmos Pavilion, my mother opened a private message window. Her brother, Feng Wenxin, head of the Feng family, wrote back inside of 10 seconds. Damn it, has that boy lost his mind? Little sister, can you stop them from fighting? And then, before she had even answered, in the same window, let Ling Feng live and the Feng family becomes a subordinate clan of the Yi. That is the whole offer. There are no other conditions. He sold his entire house in one message to keep his son breathing. I have thought about that a great deal since, because my own father was standing about 9 meters from me at the time, and I know exactly what he would have done, and it is the same thing. My grandfather read that message over my mother's shoulder and said, dryly, Feng Wenxin is an intelligent man. He sold his clan so he would not lose his boy. My father was delighted for entirely personal reasons. When I married your mother, that old turtle put every obstacle in front of me he could think of. I am looking forward to seeing him wearing a life-death talisman. My mother pinched him. Feng Chen was still standing on my wall waiting for an answer, with a sword that was not his talking to him. What are you doing? He shouted. Fight me. I'm thinking, I said, about how I can possibly spare your life. Then I turned around and walked away from the strongest swordsman on earth, and everybody on that wall assumed I was afraid of him. I was not afraid of him. I could feel something in the sea. Not with the Ripple Heart Eye. The Ripple Heart Eye told me there was nothing there, which is exactly what alarmed me, because there were 500,000 sea creatures between me and the horizon, and something further out that the best perception skill on this planet was politely declining to look at. There is precisely one way to solve a problem you cannot see, and that is to be stronger before it arrives. There were 500,000 targets below me. I stood up on the parapet and started shooting, 45 shots a second, 450 arrows, 2 strength and 1 spirit per arrow, 30,000 dead, 100,000, 200,000, 250,000, plus 500,000 strength, plus 250,000 spirit. In under 10 minutes, standing in one place. And somewhere in the middle of it, an epic tier sea creature stopped, in the surf, in the open, with my arrows going through the ranks on either side of it, and shouted up at the wall in a voice everybody on it could hear. Humans, let us leave. We will never kill anyone. We only want to get out of here. Something terrible drove us up out of the deep. We only wanted to live. So noisy, I said, and shot it. I want that on the record, in my own words, said the way I said it. They had not attacked us. They were being herded. Whatever was underneath the ocean had pushed 500,000 living things ahead of it, like a beater pushing birds, and their only road out of the water ran through a human city, and I stood on that city and farmed them for 10 minutes. Behind me, 2 of my own soldiers were having a conversation I could hear perfectly. We put 1,000 people on one 5th order thing an hour ago. Focused fire, coordinated. We took 1/3 of it down. He does it with 1 arrow. Yeah. Then the 6th order arrived, and I finally learned what a dharma is. 3 of them came up out of the water, a poison arrow crab, a black poison shrimp, and an octopus, and behind each of them stood a translucent figure 100 meters tall. That is the 6th order. At the sixth order, you stop having a body in the way that matters, and you start having a dharma, and the dharma is what fights. 30 million vitality in the dharma alone. Dharmas come in grades, and the grades come in sizes. Common is 100 meters. Elite is 1,000. King is 5,000. Epic is 10,000. Legendary is 30,000. Mythic is 100,000 meters tall, and a dharma cannot be destroyed by anything below its own order. Which is why people say the sixth order is where a cultivator stops being mortal. The crab put a volley of poisoned spines through the air at me, and Feng Chen lost his mind. "Some ugly fish," he screamed, "dares to interfere in an honest duel between the two strongest men in this world." He crossed 400 meters, went through the crab's dharma, and cut both of them apart in about 30 seconds. Then he stood on the water and laughed, and I have never heard a laugh I liked less. This is the sixth rank? Is the sixth rank this week? The shrimp and the octopus looked at each other and left. They did not get far. Because the sky went out. 100 meters of body came in over the coastline, low, and it blocked the moon. A skeletal dragon's skull. 2 red points in the sockets. Bat wings with a metallic feather along every edge. It opened its mouth and did not breathe or bite. It made a noise. Soul wail. The shrimp and the octopus died where they were flying, mid-air, and their dharmas burst like soap bubbles. Several 100,000 sea creatures in the water below went still all at once. Every bird within 30 kilometers came down. The only reason a single human being on that wall survived is that our lives had been converted into a number on a panel 4 hours earlier, and a number cannot simply stop. Ancient Dragon Bat. 6th Order, 3 stars, weakened state, mythic grade. Strength 2,601,000. Spirit 1,800,000. Dharma. Roaring Dragon Bat, legendary, 9 stars. And a note under the panel that told me everything. This is the clone of a mythic being whose consciousness has been erased. It is the puppet of a shadow god. He Liang was driving it from the bottom of the sea. It tore the void open behind itself, and 600 tigers of darkness came through. 6th Order, 1 star, 29 million vitality each, dharmas twice as thick as the ones I had just watched die. Feng Chen went up at it, delighted. "This beast is mine. I will be the first human to kill a 6th Order creature." It hit him once, with the back of a claw, casually, in the way you would move a chair. He went into the ground. His sword went somewhere over the horizon. He did not get up. Then it looked at me. "I want you to watch the city you are trying to protect come apart," it said, and to be completely unable to do anything about it. Its dharma stood up to 14,000 meters and hit my city. The guild barrier, which had held against 400,000 Shu family soldiers and a god's projection, popped like a bubble, and shadow bats came pouring out of the dharma across my walls. I am going to tell you what I saw, and then I am going to stop. A section commander was standing at the parapet with his arm up, shouting a firing order, and the shadows went over him, and when they had gone past, he was still standing there. He was still standing there. He simply was not a person anymore. That is the first time since I opened my eyes on that couch that I lost, and it was the same shape as the last time. In my first life, they did not kill me straight away either. They took me out of the city, and they made me watch first, and I have spent 2 months not thinking about that on purpose, and it took a mythic clone about 9 seconds to put me back on that hill. I should not have spent time on any of it. Not the guilds, not the rankings, not the trade module. I should have done nothing but get stronger. "Here is my offer," the dragon bat said. "Stand still. Do not hide. Do not run. Do not use that little tower of yours, and I will let the people of this city walk out." My earpiece clicked. My grandfather, and I have never heard him use that voice before or since. Even if Demon Capital falls, he does not take that deal. Even if every one of us dies here tonight, he lives. That is the order. Confirm it, Chang. And behind his voice, I could hear the sound of him activating a talent that eats his lifespan, and a chessboard was assembling itself behind his eyes, and he said, half to himself, the thing his own father used to say. Misfortune and fortune lean on each other. I did not answer the dragon bat. I turned toward the city, and I put everything I had into my lungs. Tiger eyes! Nothing. Golden paws! You need to wake up! The white tiger totem over my head collapsed inward on itself, And then the sky above Demon Capital cracked from one horizon to the other, and something came out through the crack. He had wings. Nobody told me he was going to have wings. Gang metal blades came off him in a wave and went through the shadow bats in the air, thousands of them at once, and every blade that killed one kept going and went into the body of one of my dying soldiers and burned the demonic energy out of them from the inside. My priests got almost all of them back onto their feet. Then a divine beast the size of a warship flew over to me and landed and made a face at me that can only be described as ingratiating. I slapped him on the forehead. It felt like hitting an anvil. You should have woken up a long time ago. Panel. Race, divine beast. Lineage, 30% active. 6th order, 1 star. Talents. Ultimate gang metal, mythic. And slaughter and evil repelling, mythic. Bone structure, 100 out of 100. Dharma, sacred beast, white tiger, mythic, 1 star. True intent, break. It ignores every defense that exists and halves the strength of whatever it touches. Loyalty, 100. I started laughing on top of a wall in front of my entire army. Myths are real. I have one living in my house. It sleeps on my furniture and it complains about the food. Master, said Golden Paws, looking up at the thing filling the sky. There is something inside that one that I need. If I eat it, my lineage will burn further. Then eat it. His Dharma came up to 33,000 meters, and it took the legendary Dharma of a mythic creature and broke its front legs and then its neck, because the gap between mythic 1 star and legendary 9 stars is not a gap. It is the difference between a drop and an ocean. And while it was held, I used the secret art of the bow for the first time. Falling sun. The souls of 10 ancient golden crows came into a single arrow. 500,000 strength on top of everything I had. 90% of my origin poured into one shot, and I hit frenzy speed off the ring on top of that, and the world slowed down until I could see individual sparks hanging in the air. The arrow tore the sky. Night over Demon Capital turned into blue daylight. 10 suns opened around the dragon bat and sealed every direction it could have gone. Minus 13,970,000, minus 25,470,000. A myth fell out of the sky into the sea. Server-wide announcement 3 times. Congratulations to the pioneer Ye Cheng, the first to slay a 6th order, 3-star mythic grade creature. Title acquired, Myth Terminator. All otherworld races suffer 5% reduced strength in my presence. 20% chance to instantly finish any mythic being below 10% vitality. And permanent comprehension growth for every myth I kill. 50,000 points. The global chat, which had been screaming for 9 hours, went completely silent for about 4 seconds. Then Lin Jinshang wrote, "We threw everything we had at one legendary 4th order thing tonight and barely killed it. Boss Ye has done a 6th order myth. I am prostrating myself." Then Mulan wrote, "I am standing at the entrance to an ancient sect. Wait for me. This world is about to become far more interesting, and all of you are going to be bowing." Then an account named Sword Chu. "I am a seed of the Sword Dao of the Demon Sword sect. Welcome our return." Then Mo Qingqing. "The Yaoqi Holy Land also returns." Then Lin Kang, who had watched me kill his brother and his sister 2 weeks earlier. "Ye Cheng, the Arrow God sect will return, and you are not worthy of holding the Rising Sun bow." And then me, for the 2nd time in my life, in the global chat. "A bunch of idiots. If you have the guts, come to Shanghai. If not, shut up." The bow left my hand on its own. It flew out over the water and settled on the skull of the thing it had just killed, and started drinking what was left of its soul. Rising Sun Divine Bow, upgraded. 6th rank, mythic, 2 stars, under revival. Strength plus 2,099,999. Spirit plus 1,249,999. Intimidation plus 500%. Golden Paws went down to the shallows and started on the body. "Meat is yours," I said. "Do not touch the bones." He gave me a look of pure betrayal and then swallowed most of a mythic creature anyway, and immediately went into a gold cocoon in the surf to evolve, which is how I ended up alone on a beach at 5 in the morning with 100 meters of skeleton and a plan. Because the extreme Dao path needs a Dharma cast from the bones of a mythic being, and there was one lying in front of me. I started carving the character for extreme into it, every inch, by hand, at the rate a fifth-order cultivator can work, which is fast enough that the beach was steaming. That is the first step of condensing a dharma. The extreme Tao calls it the sacrifice of the spirit, and it takes hours, and I was almost finished when two eyes opened in the sky. Not a projection, not an avatar. Two red eyes, filling the entire upper half of the world. A person in the Dharma-ending age, it said, wants to condense a mythic body. Fall. The pressure of a divine will came down, and I want to be honest about it, my body shook. Not from damage, from terror, which is a physical event, and which no amount of strength does anything about. And then the Godslayer aura woke up. The eyes flinched. Origin backlash? How could a mortal like you? And they filled with black and red fire. And then, out of the sky, from something enormous that had just tried to swat me and had gotten its hand caught in a door, it began to rain. I looked up at drops of divine blood falling toward a beach. I have never moved faster in my life. I condensed a hand out of source power 100 meters across, and I caught them. Then I poured them onto the bones. The extreme Tao descends upon me, and a god's own blood feeds my ascent. The skeleton grew. 40,000 meters, 50,000, 65,900, 74,600, 89,000. The demonic path rule went into it. The battle rule went into it. The thunder rule went into it. 90,000 meters. Mythic grade, 9 stars. Supreme demon god, 6th order, 1 star. 2 stars. 3 stars. Server-wide announcement 3 times. The first human being of this world to reach the 6th order. And a new profession core unlocked underneath my class, and when I read it, I had to sit down on a wet beach next to a god's leftovers. Extreme Tao analysis. Kill any creature at the 6th order or above and take the rules it had comprehended. The system's note under it. Comprehension ability is nothing. I will punch you to pieces and everything you learned is mine. At the bottom of the sea, Heliang was screaming. The pearl of schemes above his head had turned on him and was burning through his soul, and the voice coming out of it was not being patient anymore. Useless. That cursed mortal has taken the mythic body I gave you and forged it into his own dharma. The barrier around him dropped. The pressure of 11 kilometers of ocean came in on a man at once. Water in his mouth, his pupils going wide. Then the barrier came back. One more chance, said the god of schemes. Fail again, and you die. Meanwhile, in the ruins of the old imperial capital, Mulan was knocking on nothing. He had a black cloak and a wide woven hat, and he was walking down an empty avenue with half a mirror in his hand, and every so often he stopped and rapped his knuckles against the air. Light, then heavy, then light again. He kept doing it until a section of the world folded. In my last life, he said to himself, entirely calm, the ancient sects came out when Earth's cultivators had reached the 7th and 8th orders, and by then the Ye family already held all of Shenzhou. So I am not changing anything. I am simply opening the era ahead of schedule. A portal about 30 meters across opened in the middle of the avenue. He tossed a small jade booklet through it. A brief history of the Dragon Country, current force dispositions, and one family underlined. A withered figure came out of that portal and put on flesh as it walked. 3rd order, 2 stars. 4th order, 5 stars. 5th order, 3. 6th order, 7. 7th order, 9 stars. I, Scarlet Rage, sect master of the Crimson Demon sect, have returned. Dharma, 20,000 meters. 360 apertures. He caught the jade booklet, read it in about 4 seconds, and started laughing at the names. Shangqing? Wudang? Zhang Sanfeng is still a name they use? Shaolin? Tianhua? He turned the jade over. These are branch temples. These are the discarded branches of the Holy Lands, and they have been sitting here calling themselves the peak of a world. He decided to start with the Fang family of Tianjin on the reasonable grounds that a sect needs disciples and it needs labor, and he did not care in what proportion. Then he went back into a cave world behind that portal and broke open a field of ancient godstones. Out came 8 great elders who had been 9th order saint emperors in their own age, 36 core elders, over 130 core disciples, more than 1,000 inner. The outer disciples had rotted in their stones a long time ago. Nobody had bothered to check on them. And Scarlet Rage, reading the underlined page about my family, arrived at the conclusion that everybody who has ever come at me arrives at. If the boy does not know his place, then surely his family, his women, and his friends are his weakness. Up in the Kunlun Range, an old man and his grandson were arguing about the end of the world. Lin Bo, who runs the Lin Tower, told Lin Zhang what he had been telling him for a month. The tower does not enter the filth of the mortal world, and the tower does not act against the will of heaven. And Lin Zhang told his grandfather that he had already seen his own future, and that in it he helps one specific person, and that only that person brings this world into order and makes the outside gods spill their own blood across the sky. So the old man showed him what he had been carrying. He opened his own reading and let his grandson stand inside it, humanity bleeding out, the Tao systems of this planet collapsing one after another, humanity's own myth in chains. And in the river of time, a traitor among the mythic beings, quietly strangling every genius the human race produces, one at a time, before any of them finish growing. In all the futures I have ever seen, the old man said, I have never once seen the human race win. His grandson did not blink. I see everything you see, he said. I simply see more of it. The Bagua wheel turned over and showed a different picture. A figure throwing a punch at the ranked immortals of the heavens, the sky coming down, the Milky Way running backward. Lin Bo went white because that wheel only ever shows possible futures, which means it was possible. The Lin disciples came down off that mountain that week and scattered into every province on earth, and the saying they left behind is one you have probably already heard. Wherever people live, a Lin fortune teller will appear. In Chang'an, Lin Jia finished a contract for the Ding clan and then did something she was not paid for. The Ye family has teleportation arrays, she told Ding Ru. For them, distance does not exist. The Su family did not march across half a country. They stepped out of an array directly beneath Demon Capital's wall. A younger Ding cousin bristled at her tone and said something about how their families had been friends for generations. Lin Jia's aide laughed in her face. And Ding Ru, in front of every officer in that room, stripped her cousin of every duty she held, and said the sentence that I think summarizes this entire era better than anything I could write. Family friends. Family friends in this day and age. Then she sat down and did the arithmetic. Millions of awakened packed into a small territory with resources that cannot possibly stretch. Expansion is not a choice for the Ye family. It is a schedule. The only question left is whether the Ding clan fights first or surrenders first. And on the floor of the Eastern Sea, in a palace older than any of our records, He Liang got hit so hard by a claw that he went into the seabed. The crimson-patterned Flood Dragon King let him lie there for a while. Then it made an offer. It could wake He Liang's mythic lineage and make him an actual dragon, with no heavenly tribulation, because the world's laws had not finished repairing themselves yet, and there was a window. The price was one human city, drowned, with nothing left in it. And before it agreed, the dragon did something that I did not know was possible and that changed how I think about this planet. It logged into a chat. Beasts and plants have had their own panels since the night my tiger awakened. There is a channel. They talk on it. They have been talking on it this whole time. Crimson-patterned Dragon King. Does anyone have information on the Ye clan of Demon Capital? Is it true that this Ye Chung killed a sixth-order myth? Mysterious Black Tortoise. A human I know says they have millions of awakened, nearly all of them fourth order or above. And yes, he killed the myth. Thousand-handed Poison Spider King. I live near Demon Capital. It is all true. I am currently in the process of moving. The dragon agreed to the war anyway, but it insisted on transformation first and war second, and it took a purifying origin fruit up front. Then, a private message arrived for He Liang from Mulan. I have already released the Crimson Demon Sect. Next will be the Heavenly Demon Sect, the Heiwan Sect, the Poison Dragon Sect, and the Demon Sword Sect. He Liang went cold all the way through. How does he know who I am? How does he know what I am short of? And his god answered him, bored. He is somebody else's pawn. Treat him as an ally. Then, as a reward, the god of schemes pushed him to the sixth order, 5 stars, which at that moment was 2 full stars above me, and left him with one line. Fail, and the pearl will find another owner. You know what that means. I need to tell you about a staircase, and then I promise we go back to the wall. Somewhere that is not a place, in chaos, There is an ancient tower with the river of time running around its foundations, and there is a staircase going up to it with 18,881 steps on it, and every step costs more than the last one in a currency I do not have a word for. 5 transcendent beings were on that staircase. Duan, who is time, was on step 3,763. Jing was somewhere above him. Shu, who is thunder, had fallen off at step 1,399 and lost dozens of epochs of cultivation on the way down and was still complaining about it. Jin Huo, who is flame, and Li Hua, who is creation, who was mostly there to be somewhere else. Shu traded Jing a 7-colored core called the Hunyuan Heart in exchange for 10 epochs of guarding his territory, which is the kind of transaction that happens up there. And while they were haggling, something went past them. 18,081 steps. Instantly. The river of time did not slow it down at all, and then it was inside the tower. Duan, who controls time itself, watched it go and said one word. Unpredictable. Jing squinted after it. That one looks like it came out of my home universe. And Liwa said she was going to go and make some living things and find somebody to take it out on, and left. I did not know any of that at the time. I found out much later, and when I did, I had to sit down because of what happened next. I woke up inside the source tower. The mark Kayer put between my eyebrows on the 4th night of the apocalypse had pulled me in at the exact moment my dharma finished condensing, without asking me first. Panel check on arrival. 6th order, 4 stars. Strength 2,425,000 plus 2 million from the bow. Dharma mythic, 9 stars. Rules. Thunder 2%, demonic path 8%, battle 8%. Guess who I am? 2 hands over my eyes from behind at a height that required her to be standing on nothing. Jing Kayer had grown. She was up to about the size of a real child now, with her hair tied into 2 loops that she was extremely proud of, and she launched off a floating platform at my chest at speed. I caught her and pressed my cheek against hers, which she pretended to hate. Her face is like jelly. I have never told her that. She had 2 things to show me. The first was that she could set the time ratio inside the tower, 100 to 1. 100 days in here, 1 day out there, and my city was standing under a red moon. The second she had to be told about, because I had a problem. The 6th revolution of the Extreme Tao Demon God art requires 20% control over 2 low-tier rules, and my Thunder rule was at 2%, and in my first life, a top-tier cultivator spent years getting a single rule to 20. Kayer sat on my shoulder and thought about it, swinging her heels against my collarbone. The bad one didn't do it that way, she said eventually. What bad one? The one who lived here before you came. He didn't comprehend rules, she shrugged. He just hit them until they went in. Then she jumped off my shoulder, went out into the middle of the tower's empty core, and did something she was not allowed to do. I want to be very clear that I did not know that at the time either. She condensed a source space of thunder and fire out of nothing, which is a violation of a rule considerably higher than either of them, on the grounds that her brother needed it. Outside, in chaos, the ladder shook. 13 Hunyuan beasts, creatures on a level with transcendence, woke up all at once. Shu went into a genuine panic and started throwing clones across multiple universes to lay down suppression arrays. Then it all collapsed inward and stopped, because the source tower simply took the space back. And Duan, who is time, looked at where one of those beasts had been standing and said, "A Hunyuan beast has vanished." She never mentioned it. She never has. I found out years later, and I have not told her that I know. The space she made was purple and crimson and full of faceless figures, some made of lightning and some made of fire. Panel, Thunderfire Rule Spirit. Every attribute exactly 200,000. Vitality 1 million. Note, cannot attack. Carries a perfect Thunder Rule and Fire Rule. Trivially killable. Tens of thousands of them appeared at once, and then several thousand of them ran over and kicked me. They could not do damage. That was in the description. What was not in the description is that being unable to do damage does not stop several thousand faceless lightning men from repeatedly kicking a 6th order cultivator in the backside while he stands there with his arms out, unable to move because there is no room to move. Jing Kayer! Hehe, that's for the cheek thing. Then I killed them. 55 shots a second times 10 arrows is 550 basic attacks a second, And each one of those things carried a perfect rule. 18 seconds. In 18 seconds, I killed tens of thousands of rule spirits, gained 20,000 strength, and took the fire rule to 100% and the thunder rule to 100%. The world's own seas of rules acknowledged it, which I gather is rare, and put 2 primordial brands between my eyebrows. Every thunder skill and every fire skill I own, times 10. Immunity to ordinary fire and ordinary lightning, which means thunder heavenly punishment and solar true flame are now 20 times what they were 4 hours earlier, and 20 times is enough to break the apertures of an ordinary 7th order cultivator. The runes settled onto the forehead of my Dharma. 91,000 meters, 93,000, 99,000, and the extreme Tao demon god art completed its 6th revolution. Plus 2 million to every attribute. 6th order 5 stars, then 7, then 9. Strength 4,455,000 plus 2 million from the bow. Speed 3,965,000. My bones had gone the color of jade. My blood came out pale gold. Every individual cell in my body was functioning as a small independent core. And my only actual reaction, standing in a pocket universe with a small girl on my shoulder, was irritation. My speed went up by 2.1 million, and my rate of fire only went from 55 shots a second to 63. That's not the improvement I was expecting at all. Kair looked at me for a long moment. You, she said, are a very strange person. Before the tower threw me out, I asked her about the weapon. I condensed the image the system had given me and held it up. A small boat, pale blue, made for a river that is not water. Kair stopped smiling. That's the Emperor's, she said. Who? He was a transcendent. The latter threw him off. She was looking at the little boat and not at me. He made the universe you live in. Then he went into the world of the Hunyuan beasts, and he didn't come back. She put both hands on my forehead again and pushed something into the mark she had left there 2 months ago. And it cost her. Her face went the color of paper and stayed that way. It's near you, she said. It's been near you. When you get back to Demon Capital, you'll feel it. Then the tower started pushing me out, the way a body pushes out a splinter. I got one arm around her and kissed her on the cheek, loudly. I'll be back, I said. You already know I come back. What I did not say out loud is that one day I am going to take her out of that tower for good. I do not make promises I cannot put a date on. Then I was gone. She stood there in an empty tower core, wiping her face with both hands, with her ears going scarlet, and turned around and glared at a black Steely that had not said anything. So he kissed me, she said. What about it? The source tower shook from foundation to crown and vented smoke like a chimney for about 11 seconds. Outside, on the ladder of chaos, Duan and Jing and Shu woke up for the 3rd time that week, and none of them could work out why. The tower dropped me 11,000 kilometers from where I asked to go. I came out of a spatial tear about 40 meters up and landed on my back in dry grass, rubbing myself and complaining out loud. What is wrong with the source tower? It cannot even teleport me to Shanghai. Then I looked up. I was in what used to be Silicon Valley, and about 200 meters away there was a 6th order origin tree with a crown like a golden lotus and fruit growing inside husks shaped like sword blades. Under it, there was a woman on one knee, with her source burned down to about a 5th, surrounded by several hundred peak 5th order awakened in matched black. I recognized her immediately because 2 weeks earlier she had posted in the global chat that she wanted to meet a powerful Dragon Country man, and the channel had briefly forgotten there was an apocalypse. Lily Thorne, 6th Order, 1 star, Aura Master out of a New York convent. She had found the tree first, killed its guardian by herself, and had nothing left in the tank when the second group arrived. The man in front of her was named Shabotai DuPont, and he was holding up a small glass vial. You are not going to be hurt, he was explaining, in the reasonable voice of a man who genuinely believes this makes it better. You need to be alive for this. Bone structure like yours cannot be drawn from a body that has stopped. So you will be immobilized, and you will be transported, and in about 6 weeks, a person considerably more important than you will have your talent. Her auras were still up and still failing. Resistance halo, reflecting 30% of what hit her, thinning. Source avoidance, 20% chance to make an attack simply miss, flickering. Wind aura, doubling her speed, already out. She had gotten one message out to her abbess before they cut the channel. A white-clad, second-tier warrior spotted me first, in the grass, and did what people always do. "Who are you?" Then several dozen fireballs and light spears came at me and broke on extreme Dao guard without leaving a mark on it. I did not even stand up straight. I knocked, and I shot. Minus 6.8 million. There was a silence in that field that I could feel. Then somebody in the back said, in a voice that had gone completely flat, "Look at his health bar. Look at it. That is an otherworld demon's health bar." And their captain, doing the arithmetic out loud, because that is what a professional does even when it is over. Our maximum output, everything, every cooldown, all of us together, is about 2 million damage. His single arrow is nearly 7. That means his strength is at least 7 million. Run. Shabotai DuPont dropped the vial and ran first, on a unicorn with 1.2 million speed. I let him get about 9 kilometers because I wanted to see how fast it was. Then I shot him. Minus 5.23 million, and the unicorn's core went with the arrow, and my extreme Dao effects took another 800,000 a second off him while he came down. He got one thing done before the end, and it was the single most consequential act of his short life. He photographed me and sent it to his family channel. "Killed by a yellow-faced man in the abandoned Silicon Valley. Make him and his entire family pay." Lily Thorne latched onto my arm like something with suckers and would not let go, which was awkward because I still had the bow in that hand. I got the paralytic compound off her, gave her my shirt because hers had been cut for the extraction, and put her inside the pocket space of my thunder pendant where nothing could reach her. In my first life, Lily Thorne pulled a triple S talent called Holy Guardian and a mythic class called Holy Light Celestial Priest, and became one of the strongest healers on Earth. And she hated awakened men with an intensity that I never understood, and that everybody in the top 100 simply worked around. I understand it now. In my first life, I was not lying in that grass. Meanwhile, in a castle on Golden Mountain, a round table full of very rich people was being told about a dead son. Keller DuPont sat at the head of it in a 3-piece suit with the light going out around him as he spoke. "A yellow-faced man," he said, "dared to kill my son." And somebody down the table said the sentence that tells you everything about what that continent had become in 8 weeks. After the catastrophe, every Asian in this country became property. How did this one get through the net? His elder son, Severin DuPont, had a mythic talent called Dark Emperor and sat at 6th Order 9 stars, and was engaged to the eldest daughter of the Koch clan. They gave Severin 10,000 elites of the Dark Legion, 1,000 of them at the 6th Order, and formal authorization to summon the Dark God Lord. At the same time, in a forest 2 states away, a druid named Alex, in the shape of a lightning falcon, was running down a column of nuns. 25 of them and their abbess, a woman named Sarah Cooper. His poison sealed their origin cores, and where it took hold, a black and violet rose printed itself onto the skin. That rose is a brand. It means owned. They had been sold. Not caught. Sold. By the Koch clan, whose eldest daughter was engaged to Severin DuPont, and whose accounts had carried the convent for 11 years. "You will be divided among the houses as a resource," Alex told them pleasantly while they were still on their feet. "Healers of your grade are worth more than a mine." Even Lily Thorne, with the best innate bone structure recorded in that hemisphere, had been a line item. 4 of the nuns started to detonate their own cores to buy the abbess 9 seconds. They did not get to finish because Alex got a message about a dead DuPont and left in a hurry, and that accident is the only reason any of them were alive when I got there. Inside the Thunder Pendant, Daisy slept, and I sat in a thunder pool and read the 7th chapter of the Extreme Tao Demon God Art. It is called the Divine Treasure chapter, and it opens with an instruction rather than a technique. To enter the 7th Order, shatter your own Supreme Origin core and open chaos apertures on the fragments. So I hit it. With the Thunder rule at 100% and the Fire rule at 100%, everything I had straight down into the middle of my own chest. Not one crack. My core is 100 times denser than it was in my first life, because of the marrow and the fruit and the god's blood and 6 revolutions of a chaos-grade technique. I had made myself too strong to break myself. The villain shop had 3 answers. Dongtian fruit, 100 points. Opens an aperture, adequate. God-breaking source crystal, 600 points. Opens a good one. Heaven-opening divine liquid, 800 points. Mythic, 9 stars. The aperture it opens evolved directly into chaos grade. And the item note, in brackets, said, "Do not purchase this if you are not extremely wealthy." I had 900 points. If you have the money and you do not buy the best thing on the shelf, you are an idiot. The moment I drank it, an omen formed in the sky over that whole region, and people photographed it from 4 states away. A figure with a spear, standing on living creatures, putting the point of the spear into the dark of the void, and a great thousand world unfolding behind the wound. Then my core burst, and my own origin went through my organs, and the only reason I survived that is a body tempering skill I had picked up as an afterthought. And then the illusion came. Everybody gets one at that threshold. Mine was Zhao Wei and Xu Long and Lin Jian, all 3 of them standing up out of the dark and walking toward me. Demon capital under a god's foot. Ye Chen and Ye Guang and Lan Then and my father and my grandfather, broken, still swinging, fighting the entire world. That is the actual danger of the 7th order. It shows you the thing you are most afraid of, and it waits. It made me angry. It did not make me stop. I opened the heart aperture first, which is a physical one, and my physique went from 110,000 to 1.5 million. Then I opened an invisible one. There are 5 sensory apertures, and an ordinary human being cannot open any of them, ever, at any rank. I opened sight. I can see the currents of source power. I can see the underside of an array. I can see everything within about 500 kilometers from any angle I like, including from above, including from inside. 7th order. Divine treasure realm, 1 star. And demon shadow clone upgraded to mythic 3 stars, which means every clone I make now carries one of my main body's talents. Server-wide announcement 3 times. First human being of this world to reach the 7th order. I sat there getting used to the new eyes, watching the source currents run through the ground like weather on a map, and then I noticed something at the edge of my range and had to look at it twice. "What are those black spaces?" I said out loud, "and why are they all coming here?" I had been in seclusion for 1 day. I opened the global chat and the last 24 hours came at me like a wall. Zhang Wei. I have excavated every ruin within 4 provinces, and I have barely reached 6th order 5 stars. I am completely out of ideas. Feng Ming. Warning, the Crimson Demon sect. My clan is gone. 1 million people. They took the civilians alive and they are marching them east right now. Everyone with a bone structure above 70 is being sorted. I am telling you this because nobody else got out and you all need to. System. User Feng Ming has died. Transmission interrupted. Scarlet Rage. Heh, the Zhang clan? You are next. As for the rest of you, listen carefully. Bone structure above 70, outer disciple. Above 80, inner disciple. Above 85, core. Those who surrender first will not be made into labor. Crimson-patterned black dragon, who had become a myth about 9 hours earlier. Demon capital, 1 billion third-order crystals or 10 million demon cores. Otherwise, I put your city under the sea. Zhang Qiang, who even are you? Whose house doesn't have a divine beast these days? Brother Tiger, you're up. Golden Paws, a lizard that got promoted to myth this morning has opinions? Come up onto the land and talk to Lord Tiger about it. Or are you going to keep splashing around in there? Scarlet Rage. A white tiger? Excellent. Your bones will restore my cultivation faster than anything else on this continent. Golden Paws. Where did this lunatic come from? And then at the bottom, 3 photographs. Keller DuPont. Will somebody give me this man's name? Mulan, 11 seconds later. Oh? So Ye Chung is not in Demon Capital at all? Ha 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 ha. And then in a private window that I did not see until much later, when I took it off a corpse, Keller DuPont to Mulan. I will hold Ye Chung outside the Dragon Country. My condition is one thing only. The entire Ye family dies. Mulan. Deal. And then the system, in red, to everyone. The Guild Black Dragon Palace has declared a death battle against the Guild Cosmos. This engagement ends only when one side is dead or enslaved. All teleportation between the 2 territories is locked. Then I open my private messages, and I want to give them to you in the order I read them, because that is the order that took me apart. Ye Hong. Boy, come home. No. First raise the guild rank and put the barrier to maximum. The sea is coming over the coast road and... Feng Shuiyuan. Son, they have taken your grandfather. They are from the Crimson Demon sect, and they are demanding that our clan become their servants. Come now, faster. Golden pause. Master, this dragon is worse than I thought. I cannot hold him for long. Lanfen. They got inside the city. I do not know how. They have taken Ru. They intend to make her a holy maiden of their sect and one of their saints. That is where her message ends. Ye Chuan. Bai Ling is off comms. They isolated her with a specialized array before anything else, which means they knew exactly who she was before they came. The death battle has locked every teleport array we own. We cannot pull you home. And my father, Yi Jin, how many times have I told you not to go wandering off? How many times? And then, in the same message after a gap, if the Ye clan truly falls, then hide, continue the line, take your revenge when you are strong enough. I sat in a pocket space inside a pendant on the other side of the world and read my father's contingency plan for the end of our family. One day. I spent one day on a breakthrough. I opened the guild panel for the first time in 3 weeks and immediately felt like an idiot, because Cosmos was sitting at the 5th order with 80 million out of 80 million slots filled, and the special buildings I had won as quest rewards were still sitting unplaced in system storage. A Thunder Sword pool, a source tracing treasury, a martial training pavilion, all of them in a box. What exactly have I been doing with my time? I pushed the guild to the 6th order, and the 6th order unlocked the function that saved my family, Skyfall. You can place a guild building into your own territory across any distance. Then I went to extract new territory auras, which normally requires feeding the slot rare materials. I bit my finger and dropped my own blood into it instead. The system classified it as Unknown Blood, 7th Order. Out came 2 auras, Undying Power, double regeneration for every member, double healing received, and a 20% chance to be outright immune to a lethal blow. Thunder Punishment Power. Every attack made by any member of my guild now carries heavenly punishment, and the heavier the karma of the target, the harder it lands. Every soldier I have, all 80 million of them. Then I spent my last 100 points on a wall. There were 2 options, Heaven and Earth Wall, 8th Order, enormous, static, finished, and Wall of Size, legendary, growing, with 100 million defense points and a trait called Source Devour that eats any attack weaker than itself and converts it into its own defense with no upper limit. Anything that does not grow is garbage. I have never once been wrong about that. Then I started feeding it out of the family ore stores, and every tier it took gave it a new trait. Shock Source Crystals took it to Tier 1, and it learned Counter Shock. Earth Source took it to 2, and it grew downward into the ground in an oval, so that nothing can ever tunnel under it. Void Gazer Stone took it to 3, and it started opening small spatial cracks that swallow incoming attacks. Refined Steel took it to 4, and it became immune to every debuff in the world. Moon Dissolving Stone took it to 5, and it began weakening every attack that touched it by a quarter. For 6, I had nothing left in the stores, so I opened my hand over it and poured my own blood along the entire length of it. Indestructible Wall. 6,000 defense per second of regeneration, and a 50% chance to fully restore itself at the instant of destruction on a 15-day cooldown. Final numbers, 1.2 billion defense points, 9.2 million defense, black and gold, and from above it looks like something sleeping. The lore text that came with it said this: an ancient wall from a forbidden land of the gods, the land of size. The gods could not cross it. I held it in my palm at about the size of a coin. Wall of size, Skyfall. It vanished out of my hand and fell out of the sky over Demon Capital, 11,000 kilometers away. Daisy woke up in my shirt with her hair everywhere. She had already been reading the global chat because there is nothing else to do inside a pendant, and she knew that my family was under siege by 2 ancient sects and a myth from the sea, and she had, very obviously, decided not to ask me for anything. She got as far as, "Mr. Ye, I understand that you have to." "Daisy," I said, "I am taking you to Demon Capital. Before that, I am going to collect everybody you care about and take them there too." She stopped. "And the DuPont clan will not exist by tonight." She looked out of the pendant at a continent she had lived on her entire life. "Nobody in this country knows where the DuPont base is," she said. "Nobody. They have never once been photographed." I found Alex in a valley about 40 minutes later in the act of trying to put a 6th order origin tree into a storage ring. I came down in front of him as a lightning strike. His pet blue-patterned thorn, a peak 5th order thing with a spine like a cathedral, fired everything it had, and the spines came apart in the air about 9 meters short of me. 4 palms of source power took him apart at the joints, and he went down on his knees in the dirt. Where is the DuPont clan's base? And Alex, kneeling in front of me with every limb broken, lifted his chin and answered with total enthusiasm. Good, good. I will tell you exactly where the great DuPont clan is. The center of Golden Mountain, coordinates 2657 2548 112. Go on, go and knock on the door. Go. He was not being brave, I want to be clear. He genuinely wanted me to go, because in his head there was no possible world in which the DuPont clan lost, and he did not see any reason to obstruct a man walking toward his own funeral. Severin DuPont arrived out of a shadow at exactly the wrong moment. Mr. Ye, my clan has no wish to be your enemy. If you would release him, I am certain we can discuss. And what he was thinking, and I could read it off his face, was, has that idiot cultivated a hole into his own head? I put my hand around Alex's throat and used Solar True Flame. Then I turned it on the field. Fire Rule at 100% multiplies that skill by 20. A sun came down, and 10,000 awakened of the Dark Legion dissolved in it. Then they got up. That is what Dark Emperor does. Severin's whole class is built on it. So I dropped a second sun on the same coordinates and kept it there until the resurrection stopped happening. And from somewhere inside a dark dimension, I heard the heir of the DuPont clan scream a single word about the 7th Order that I will not repeat. I did not chase him. I did not have time. I dug up a 6th Order origin tree with one hand, put it over my shoulder, called a thunder dragon out of the sky, and went to Golden Mountain. The DuPont clan had spent a third of its total wealth on bones, not weapons, bones. They had been buying bodies off every battlefield on that continent for 2 months, and Severin had been turning them into an army. And when I came over the ridge at Golden Mountain, it was standing in the valley waiting for me. 40 legendary 6th Order, 10,000 epic 6th Order, 100,000 king tier 6th Order, 500,000 epic 5th Order, 1.5 million king tier 5th Order. Keller DuPont was standing on the wall of his own castle in a 3-piece suit with his hands behind his back, entirely calm. Exhaust his source, he told his officers. That is all. Are there not enough of us? I let the supreme demon god out. 99,999 meters, which is 1 meter under the ceiling for a mythic dharma, and it came up out of the valley floor with the extreme character burning on its forehead. Severin's best legendary dharma was 30,000 meters. Mine removed it with a backhand. Then I let out 600 clones. Every one of them was carrying a 6th rank Rising Sun bow, because the mythic 3-star version of Demon Shadow Clone gives every clone one of my main body's talents, and the talent I gave all 600 was God-slaying plunder. 50 shots a second each, 10 arrows a shot, 3,000 arrows per second. And every single hit credited to the main body. 60,000 strength, 120,000, 300,000, while a DuPont officer was still trying to finish a sentence about flanking. The mechanic, in plain language, because I only worked it out that afternoon. As long as a clone stays within about 10,000 meters of me, everything it earns is mine. For the first time since I stabbed a pig in a slaughterhouse, I did not have to farm with my own hands. My main body was free. Somebody on the DuPont wall shouted, in genuine outrage, "He's from the Dragon Country. Where did he learn shadow clone techniques?" And somebody else, quieter, said the thing that ended their morning. One man is holding that approach. 10,000 of us are not getting through it. Thunder columns at 20 times normal came down and took the barrier and their dark source-locking wall with it. Then I opened 3 devouring vortexes. You dared to keep me from going home, I said. Then exterminate the family. The necromancers went in first, because the pull scales at 3 times my strength, and my strength was approaching 7 million, and a necromancer standing behind 100,000 dead men has nothing to hold on to. Severin came out of the dark behind me with a technique called Black Emperor Pierce. It went through an afterimage. I've been waiting for you, I said from above him. Thunderfire Lotus is the 2 rules fused together, and it is worth about 50 times the sum of my strength and spirit. Minus 30,240,000, minus 44,820,000, minus 38,470,000. Keller DuPont's own dharma, 69,392 meters of it melted to the waste. And then the father did what the son could not. Dark ethereal, his mythic talent. He came out of nothing behind me, holding a 7th rank mythic weapon called the Death God Blade, and he put it through my back. Minus 5.2 million. Status applied, Death Frenzy, 200,000 vitality per second. Extreme Dao Guard, 360% defense, 18% reflect, 10% flat reduction. The shield I had personally forged out of 2 other shields popped like a sheet of tofu. And I stood there for a second with a god-tier blade in me and had the most ridiculous thought of my entire second life. How long has it been since anything actually hurt me? It was nostalgic. I am not joking. I stood in a valley full of dead men with a hole in my back and felt something close to fondness. Then Undying Body and the Supreme Path Emperor Body started running the numbers backward. My vitality climbed while he was still holding the handle. The corpse toxin in the blade was converted into origin, and my physique went up 200 points a second purely from the damage I was taking. Keller DuPont looked at his own weapon. That blade removes 10 million at minimum, he said. Minimum, from anything. I know. I checked afterward. It is a superb weapon. Then I stopped talking to him and started eating his clan. I am not going to describe it, and I am not going to soften it either. Everyone who carried that name was in that castle, and I went through the whole building with the vortexes, and I pulled them out of the cellars, and out of the panic rooms, and out of a bunker 90 meters under the foundation. Keller tried to reach me 10 more times over the next 4 minutes, and hit a shadow clone every single time. And while I did it, the demonic path rule inside me was climbing on its own, without being fed, and there was a voice in the back of my head that was not the system saying, "Keep going. This is the only way you get stronger. Keep going." I did not argue with it. Severin came back to the castle without the nuns. "They're gone," he said. Shadows took all 26 of them, and there was not one ripple of energy. One of the shadows was carrying a pendant with lightning in it. 200 of my clones had walked into that forest while I was pulling a tree out of the ground. The abbess Sarah Cooper and all 25 of her sisters were inside my thunder pendant. Lily Thorne was going around the group with her hands out, still in my shirt, telling every one of them they were safe now. I called it up to the wall. "Looking for your nuns? Daisy sends her regards. And that idiot Shabbatai in Silicon Valley, that was also me." I put the bow across my shoulder. "Keller DuPont, your turn." That is when the ritual started. 36 cultists, a priest and a bishop, laid a black hexagram out on the courtyard stone, and Keller DuPont stood in the middle of it and shouted the price out loud in front of his last surviving son. "I will give half my soul." And Severin, who had just watched me finish his brother and most of his cousins, said in a very small voice, "And after that, is father still going to be father?" I saw what fed the star, and I am only going to say it once. 9 people with empty eyes walked into it from the side and did not come out, and the light over the altar got thicker. Then Keller DuPont's face went blank. "Not a bad soul," said something else, using it. "I will help you kill this human. You may watch him die with your own eyes." 40 chaos apertures opened along his body in about 4 seconds, and each one put out a field where life simply stopped. Panel: Keller DuPont, Divine Descent, 7th Order, 2 stars. Spirit, 19,969,000. Speed, 15.8 million. Dharma, Darkness Lord, Mythic, 6 stars. Darkness Rule, 100%. His first strike put the world out. Minus 9,870,000. Minus 8,790,000. Minus 7,880,000. Half my vitality bar in under 2 seconds, and my 1 chaos aperture was still under construction. Undying Body put 2 million a second back in and, in the process, finished building the aperture. Being hit that hard is, for me, an industrial process, and my system, which has never once read a room, quest. A minor darkness deity dares to speak to a great villain in that tone, kill him and take his darkness rule. The god made me an offer while I was getting up. "Serve me. The great era is coming and you will not survive it alone. Serve me and I will give you a path to myth." Or, I said, is it that because you are a god, you have never once considered that you might die at the hands of a human? Then I used the Jade. The cooldown on God-forbidden space is 30 days. I had used it on the Golden Crows about 90 hours earlier by external time. The only reason it was available at all is that I had spent 100 days inside a tower where time runs at 100 to 1. If Kair had not done that for me, I would have died on Golden Mountain. God-forbidden space. The sky went red and 2 characters stood up in it, and I set the rule. Every being present is forbidden to use their own mental energy. Anyone who forces it will be treated as an enemy killed by me and will detonate. A god with 30 million spirit lost every single thing it was standing on. Its dharma still came, 69,000 meters of it with a black spear, and it broke a volley from 800 clones out of the air. But a dharma is not eyes. Dozens of arrows went around it and hit Severin, who no longer had a god's mind covering him. Minus 5,310,000. Minus 6,330,000. He had a sliver left when the god personally put a darkness fountain over him and stood in front of it. Severin was shaking. My lord, if not for you, I would already be dead. Did that make you angry? I said, appearing next to it. Do you actually think you can protect him? Then I put Supreme Mountain-Breaking Palm and Supreme Shadow Fist into the nodes Severin had used to escape into the dark plane, opened the seam, and walked in after him. He did not get to make a sound. He did not come back out. Plunder. Dark Dimension. Mythic. 1 star. Create a dimension, move through it instantly. I came back into the daylight, turning it over in my head. So that's why he was so weak on his own. His mythic talent is transport. I looked up at the god. You are a deity, and you cannot even save your own lackey. It called 1,000 abyssal creatures, each 100 meters long, 7th order 1 star. And the supreme demon god stood up to its full 100,000 meters and simply blocked the road. And 1,000 abyssal monsters stopped dead, because whatever they were looking at was more demonic than they were, and they knew it. They attacked with dark cores instead of apertures, tens of thousands of them. I rolled out my single chaos aperture, and it went through the lot like a bulldozer through a fence. Legendary cores are paper tigers. They burst on contact. And extreme Dao analysis was running the whole time, without my input, quietly. Darkness rule, 0.01%, then 10%. Darkness devours everything and hides everything. Beyond ordinary space, there is the plane of shadow and the plane of darkness. And darkness is one of the 8 lower foundations of the higher rule of space. I did not know any of that an hour earlier. I know it now because I punched enough things that knew it. The god ran into its own dark dimension at 15 million speed. Without mental energy, its dimension was not an escape. It was a box it had built itself and locked from the inside. I already owned Dark Dimension because I had taken it off the sun 40 seconds earlier. I found the wall and I shot through it. Rain of arrows in a sealed room, minus 1.21 million, minus 1.08 million. How, it said, could you possibly have mastered the rule of darkness? It rolled out all 40 chaos apertures at once. Falling sun went through them one after another, 10 golden crows, 1 million off each, down to 1/3, and then it tried to buy me. The source continent will awaken. You have angered more myths than you know. I can be your patron. We sign a primordial contract. You keep everything you have, and no myth touches you until you are ready. Having lost your mental energy, I said, have you ever once thought about being killed by a mortal? Annihilate. 3 complete rules on 1 arrow. Thunder, fire, and darkness. Minus 11,870,000. Minus 14,990,000. Keller DuPont's body came apart, and the Death God blade self-detonated on the way down, and I held that on guard, and still came up coughing pale gold. Ye Cheng, it said, going. When the source continent fully awakens, I will drag you into my divine kingdom, and you will be the lowest thing in it. God-slaying plunder caught the divine thought as it left, and then the god did something none of the others had done. It stopped fighting me. It laughed. Ha 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 ha, human, let this fragment of the grand Tao law stay with you for now. The plunder went through with no resistance at all. I look forward to our next meeting. I want you to remember that, because I did not at the time. I was busy reading my rewards. Dark Abyss, Mythic, 2 stars. Darkness, Void Gazer, Mythic, 2 stars, taken off Keller's soul. Darkness Rule brought to perfect, and Extreme Tao Analysis itself upgraded to perfect, which strips the defects out of any rule it eats. And then 3 mythic origins of the same family collided in my head and fused into one. Black Sky, Mythic, 4 stars. Darkness and space in a single origin. Space rule went from 0.01% to 1% on the spot. 300 Godslayer points. Quest complete. 10 Dongtian fruits, a demon sword fetus stone, and 50 million 7th rank crystals. He gave me all of that, and he laughed while he did it, and he left something inside me on purpose. I did not think about it again for 11 days. My clones took that castle apart while I was still catching my breath. The underground vault ran 4 levels down, and it was full. Not stocked. Full, floor to ceiling, in rooms the size of aircraft hangars, and my storage ring gave up in the first 11 minutes. So I opened Black Sky and ran the whole thing into a dark dimension on conveyor lines. Final count? Over 1 billion crystals, several 100,000 demon cores. Potions, materials, complete equipment sets in original packaging. And in the deepest room, sitting on a plinth, a Jade Lion Grotto Heaven Core, 8th rank, legendary. It is an entire pocket world folded into the void, and it can be physically relocated once a month. Its owner was already dead somewhere upstairs, and the core was unclaimed, so I refined it to myself in about 4 minutes. Then I put my fist down a chimney and threw the Ruby Guild core at the bottom of it, and the death battle ended. The system offered me the same choice as last time: absorb the defeated guild as a branch, or dismantle it. I dismantled it. 1 billion units of stone, 900 million units of timber, 81,850,000 building fragments. And I want to explain why, because it was not spite. The Dark Church had built every structure in that place to leak. The floors, the arches, the decorative stonework, all of it seeded with low-grade negative status effects that soak into anybody ordinary who lives there for a year. That castle was designed to make its own servants weaker. Tear it down, take the materials, rebuild from nothing. That grotto heaven was going to become the shelter for the core of my clan, and there was not going to be one stone of theirs in it. Then my bow caught fire in my hand. Not damage, it flared, and 2 shapes stood up on either side of it, a black dragon and an ancient titan, and a cocoon of light closed over the whole thing and started drinking the killing energy off that entire valley, which by then was considerable. Rising Sun Divine Bow, kill. 7th rank, mythic, 3 stars, reviving. Strength, plus 12,999,999. Spirit, plus 6,999,999. Intimidation, plus 1,000%. New trait, heart burning. It burns the target's own vitality in proportion to their own strength at a ratio of 1,000 to 1, which means the stronger a thing is, the worse this bow is for it specifically. New secret art, Shatter Sun. 10 times the bow's own bonus in one shot, with the honest warning attached that if my origin runs out during the cast, I lose a rank. And Meteor Sun came down from a 30-day cooldown to 15, and up to 20 million strength. The next upgrade needs 80 million souls from beings at the 7th order or above, so I suspect I'm going to be holding on to this version for a while. My total strength went past 20 million. I stood in the wreckage of Golden Mountain doing arithmetic and said, out loud to nobody, the single most obnoxious sentence of my life. If I had had the 7th rank bow half an hour earlier, that dark god would have died without me ever needing the space rule. Then I sat down in the ruins and did some housekeeping, because a talent list is a thing you have to actually maintain. What I was carrying at that point: God-slaying plunder, eternal grade, 2 stars. Devour. Thunder Heavenly Punishment, 3 stars. Source of Destruction. Demon Shadow Clone, 3 stars. Undying Body, 2 stars. Solar True Flame, 5 stars. Soul Whale, taken off the Dragon Bat. And Black Sky, 4 stars. 2 of those went into the Supreme Path origin. Soul Whale took it to level 6 and added Soul Shock. My source now strikes at the soul directly instead of the body. The Emperor body went to level 6 with it and grew a matching defense called Soul Guard. Anything weaker than twice my spirit cannot reach my soul at all. Whatever does get through arrives 30% weaker. That matters more than it sounds. In my first life, once the world reached the 7th and 8th orders, everything at the top started fighting through the soul, and soul defense equipment sold for 5 times the price of anything else on the market. Every rich idiot on Earth wore a soul charm, and most of them were fake. Then I fed it Demon Shadow Clone, which took it to level 7 and gave it an effect called Clone. My source, once it is inside an enemy's body, roots itself into every individual cell, eats that cell's energy, and copies itself into the next one. I read that description 3 times. What the hell? There is a version of me that finds that horrifying. I have met him. He was 19, and he was lying on a couch in Tianjiang City. The Emperor body also gained substitute death, which builds one stand-in that dies in my place and then reassembles my body anywhere within about 50,000 kilometers. One per major rank. I want to say something about that since I have the floor. In this era, you learn to survive first. Everything else is decoration. In my first life, I was the strongest human being on this planet, and I still ended up on a table in a stadium, and I did not get there by being weak. I got there by being reachable. None of this was what I wanted. I did not ask to become a person who collects 6 ways to not die. I was squeezed into it. Then I ate the fruit. A dongtian fruit looks like a plum, and the flesh comes apart like an orange, and for about 1 second it is genuinely pleasant. Then it feels like standing on a high voltage line. Full body convulsion, 10 mountains sitting on your chest, and something like 10,000 insects working through your spine from the inside. It does not fog the mind. That is the unpleasant part. It sharpens it. You are completely present for all of it. 1/10 rant fruit opens exactly 1 chaos aperture, which is an absurd exchange rate because that same fruit would open 3 to 5 mythic apertures or about a dozen legendary ones. Continue, I said, and swallowed the other 9 one after another. 11 chaos apertures, plus 4 million strength, plus 3 million physique, plus 2 million speed, plus 1 million defense. And somewhere in the middle of the 7th fruit, the second layer of 9 heavens archer art opened. 1 arrow becomes 100. While I was doing that, the eastern sea stood up on the other side of the world. The crimson-patterned black dragon, freshly mythic, rose up over the coast and roared at the 2 fifth-order things it had brought with it. Tiger shark, manling, flood the demon capital. Make them hand over Ye Chung. Black dragons are born knowing how to call wind and rain. That is not a skill they learn, it is what they are. The tide came up the estuary and did not stop. What the dragon did not know is that Tiger Shark and Man Ling had already agreed, in private messages, to take opposite flanks so that whichever way it went wrong, they could each leave separately. They had done their reading. They knew that the thing out of the deep trench, the one the 2 of them together had refused to fight, had been killed by a human from that city. And then a message came in for the dragon from a man. He Liang. The 6th and 7th elders of the Crimson Demon sect are already inside the city with 100 core disciples and 500 inner. They will bring down the arrays from within, and remember, Ye Chung is not there. Move faster. The dragon read that, understood that a human being had just given it an order, and made a private note to eat He Liang afterward. Then the barrier over my city began to fail under about 1 million sea creatures, and Golden Paws went out alone. He put the white tiger totem over the whole wall and filled the sky with gung metal. The dragon swallowed the entire volley in water so soft it simply absorbed it, and then hit him in the back with a column of the sea. Minus 23,210,000. A divine beast went into the ground hard enough to shift the coast road, and 1/6 of his vitality went with it. He got up. He ate the killing energy off the field the way his lineage does, and pushed his own dharma out to 90,000 meters, and held. On the walls, my people were dying in numbers I do not intend to say out loud, and one of my section commanders was on the general channel repeating one line over and over to keep the line together. Our families are behind us. We hold this wall, or nothing behind it matters. And at that exact moment, on the other side of the city, in the middle of my own ancestral grounds, the roof came off the Cosmos Pavilion. Bai Ling got a message out first. Old Patriarch, every external array is down. They are already at the pavilion. My grandfather laid out the trigrams on his own palm and read 4 characters. 9 deaths, 1 life. My father, looking at the hole in the ceiling, said what he says. And where exactly is that boy Xiao Feng at a moment like this? Then a crimson palm came through the roof and took the top 2 floors off. The 7th and 8th elders of the Crimson Demon sect came down through the hole. 7th order, 100 apertures each. One of them picked my grandfather up off the floor by the collar. So you're the one in charge of these people? And my grandfather, 78 years old, with his feet off the ground, looked at him with mild interest and said, "And who are you?" The offer was made immediately, because it always is. Become a vassal clan. Your awakened become our labor. In exchange, we will hold the sea back for you." And my grandfather, hanging by his collar, worked out their weakness in under 4 seconds, which is why he is the last surviving elder of a council of 4. The ancient sects have no population. 8 great elders, 36 core elders, a few thousand disciples, and a cave world. They came out of the stone into a planet with billions of people on it, and every single one of them is starving for bodies. They do not want to destroy us. They cannot afford to. Then their third saint came in, dragging Fan Ru by the arm. This one has demonic energy and a succubus lineage. I am giving her to the third elder as a disciple and taking the finder's fee. And behind him, floating, a violet prison with Lanfen and Fan Qing inside it. The 8th elder looked into it and said, 3 carriers of rare classes. Alive, those 3 are worth more than this entire city. My father heard that. My uncles heard that. Every one of them was standing right there, and every one of them stayed where they were, because my grandfather had ordered them not to resist, and my grandfather was the only person in that room who could see the shape of the next 10 minutes. And then Feng Chen woke up in the rubble outside and walked in. "Ha! I condensed an aperture. There is nothing left in this world that can stop me from becoming the strongest." He stopped. He looked at the violet prison and the elders and the third saint, and his voice went completely flat. "Auntie? Are you trying to take my prize?" I want to be honest that I have never liked Feng Chen, and that for the next 90 seconds he was the only thing standing between my family and a sect. The 7th elder looked at a boy with a single aperture and made a sound of contempt. Then Feng Chen cut him. Minus 5,440,000, plus a bleed of 100,000 a second that would not close. The elder went backward through 2 walls and said, out loud, to nobody, "If I had not moved, that would have gone through my heart. What is that sword?" Then Feng Chen took the third saint's arm off, and the 8th elder's leg, in that order, for 11 million and 6 million respectively, and stood in the wreckage of my family's council chamber, breathing hard. His logic was insane and completely consistent. Until his duel with me happened, the Ye family was his reserved trophy. Anyone else touching it was stealing. Inside the Shanyuan sword, the evil spirit that had been steering him for 2 weeks was having an emergency. How did that idiot swordsman suddenly get full control? I have lost my grip on the killing energy. How? It was too busy panicking to notice that the black chains it had wrapped around the Empress were thinning, and that she had spent the last 4 days quietly stamping tiny sword seals into every link. 2 7th-order elders got bogged down fighting one 19-year-old, and the third saint went down to the shore to drink the killing energy off the battlefield and rebuild himself. That is the state of things when the sky over Demon Capital split open. Something came down out of the tear with a noise I am told people felt in their teeth from 40 kilometers away. Black and gold, kilometers of it, coming down along the entire perimeter of the city at once, and every member of my guild inside that perimeter was forcibly pulled inward and set down 50 meters behind it. Almost nobody died in that transition. That is the part I am proudest of. The wall of size closed, and the city was cut off from the world. Tiger Shark, who had been in the middle of cutting through my defenders, put her teeth into it out of pure momentum and took less than 500,000 defense off it, and watched it grow back before she had finished the bite. Then the dragon hit it personally, 2 million defense off, and Countershock returned 1.47 million damage into the dragon's own skull, and a mythic creature spent the next 4 seconds visibly trying to remember where it was. What followed is, genuinely, the funniest thing I have ever watched on a recording. 1 million sea creatures beat on that wall for 11 minutes, and its defense did not go down. It went up. Countershock, then Weaken, then Vajra, then Ethereal, one after another, and entire waves of attacks disappeared into small spatial cracks and did not come out anywhere. The dragon changed angle 4 times and got the same result at every angle. The official field report from my West Gate commander uses the phrase "left in disarray in the wind," and I have never asked him to revise it. It worked out eventually. Anything weaker than the wall's own rank does not damage the wall. It feeds it. which means the more of them attacked, the harder it became to attack. And then a message went out on the guild channel to 80 million people at once. Yi Chung. The wall holds everything outside. Anyone below 6th order, hold the perimeter and do not engage. Everyone at 6th order or above, fall back into the core and help Ye Guang, Ye Tian, and Ye Chuan clear out the Crimson Demon sect. And then, I will be there in 1 minute. I have been told by roughly 400 separate people what that message did to that city. Inside the core, the 7th and 8th elders decided to stop being patient. 4 of my army commanders, Ye Kong, Ye Zheng, Ye Long, and Ye Lin, had come back through the streets with 100,000 6th Order soldiers, and 20,000 of those were support classes. And I want to say something about support classes. Somebody once asked one of my healers whether she felt useless in a real battle. That healer put the sky into a punishment of light, layered 9 ice walls and 4 earth walls across an avenue, and hung so many debuffs on 2 7th Order cultivators that their own attacks started landing short. Who exactly decided support does not fight? They were doing 730,000 to 990,000 per volley into 2 men who had been Saint Emperors in a previous age, and they were cracking apertures. My father came through the Crimson Prison Wall with a technique called Army Breaker and started giving orders like a man who had been waiting 2 weeks for an excuse. Second brother, third brother, get father out. Sister, take Ru, Jiaxing, and Lan Fen. Ling Feng, get your aunt clear. So the elders switched on the array they had been building since they arrived. 36 crimson pillars came up around the ancestral grounds, and in the middle of them something began to condense. Ancient Crimson Demon. 7th Order, 4 stars. Mythic. Vitality 198,890,000. Strength 13.6 million. A Dharma with 10 arms, 138 demonic apertures. And it would not stop talking. Ah, a new age, small children. Tell me, what dynasty is it now? Who rules? Is the tea any? My lord, said the 8th elder, on one leg, through his teeth. We have not recovered our cultivation. Could you please hurry? You little ones are extremely rude. The red mist came off it and started pulling the life out of everything standing in the open. The people nearest to it went first, and there were a great many of them, and I am not going to give you any more of that than that sentence. Golden Paws threw demon repelling over the whole street and held it. And the ancient crimson demon looked down at him with the specific contempt of a thing that has been alive for 10,000 years. A white tiger? Why is your lineage under 20%? Impure blood. It raised one of 10 arms. Die. Minus 53,480,000. His flank opened, and his own vitality started running out of it toward the demon at 1,000,000 a second. My grandfather, being carried out of a collapsing building based by 2 of his sons, ran innate Zhou Yi one more time, at a cost I still do not know the size of, and found nothing. 9 deaths, 1 life. And he could not see where the one was. Is there truly nothing that can be changed? He said. A tear opened in the air in the middle of the courtyard, black at the edges. Looks like I made it in time. Lanfin knew it was me before anyone else did, and she knew it from my voice, not my face, because my face had changed again, and she did not care. My father said, to the ceiling, "Finally, that boy is finally back." And the first thing I did, in front of a 7th Order mythic demon and 2 ancient elders and my entire family, was walk past all of them and flick my tiger on the forehead. Why have you still not broken through to the 7th Order? Then I put supreme spiritual healing on him at 3 million vitality per second, and the extreme Tao burned the crimson energy out of his wound faster than it could feed. He lay there with his enormous, stupid head on the paving stones and said, quietly, so only I could hear, "Master, a little longer and there would have been a dead tiger." I know. I read the demon's panel and did not bother hiding what I thought of it. 13.6 million strength. With the bow, I was over 24. Second layer of 9 heavens archer art. 1 arrow becomes 100. The first volley went through the crimson wheel that was feeding it, and then through the demon itself. Minus 11,540,000. Minus 15,470,000. Minus 13,780,000. Plus a permanent 2 million a second from extreme Tao effects that were now not merely persisting, but reproducing inside its cells. It figured that out fast, which I respect. It started cutting away its own infected sections, and then it stopped, because it had done the arithmetic that everybody who fights me eventually does. To clear this out, it would have to destroy everything infected, and everything was infected. Heartburning added 2.5 million a second on top, scaled to its own strength, so the stronger it had made itself, the worse that number got. It tried to stand up into its full dharma, 80,000 meters, and the next volley pinned the dharma to the ground. At one point, it opened its mouth to say something, and 100 arrows went in. My Westgate commander's report says, wherever there was a hole in that thing, the arrows went into it like mice going away from a cat. I have not asked him to revise that one either. I finished it with solar heavenly punishment, which is thunder and solar true flame in the same shot, minus 87,990,000. Its last words went to the two elders who had summoned it, and they were not encouraging. Children of the Crimson Demon sect, live. Next time, prepare the offerings properly, and I will come through whole. It looked at me, and this one I will take as food and as a toy. The plunder failed, and the system told me why. The soul remnant had no talent origin in it because there was no body attached anywhere in this universe. But extreme Tao analysis ate the Crimson Rule as a branch of the demonic path, and my demonic path went up 3%. 36 Crimson Pillars burst at once. Every core disciple in that courtyard went to their knees. The outer disciples did not get that far. And the two elders lost almost every aperture they had, from hundreds down to a number you could count on your fingers, and dropped straight back to the peak of the Sixth Order. The seventh elder broke the teleport tablet and went, alone, without a word to anyone. And the eighth elder, standing on one leg in the middle of a courtyard full of his own students, watched him go with his eyes wide open. Seventh brother, how could you leave me? He got through the gate about half a second before it closed, and underneath him 100 core disciples were screaming things like, Master, I was your personal student. Master, I have served you for 400 years. You want to leave? I said. Then it is your turn. 800 clones put one volley into that courtyard. Then I stepped through black sky and came out standing behind two men who were mid-teleport in a mountain range 600 kilometers away, and I used the space rule, which I had owned for about 90 minutes, to hold the teleport open and not let it finish. Yi Cheng has the rule of space as well? Supreme Shadow Fist and Supreme Mountain Breaking Palm at close range on two men who no longer had apertures. Minus 21,300,000. Minus 20,330,000. I left both of them alive, with about 1/10 of their bars showing, which is not mercy. Ye Jiang, eat their souls. I want the location of the Crimson Demon sect's Holy Land, and I want the roster of everyone who came through with them. Ye Jiang smiled in a way I have asked him not to smile in front of civilians, and took both of them into the nightmare. Everyone else, with me, we are clearing the sea. I put the bow across my back. Anybody who touched my demon capital is already dead. They simply have not been informed. Back in the courtyard, my father was watching me organize a naval action and said, to nobody in particular, and with a certain amount of pride, I did not expect one trip abroad to grow him that much. And behind him, my grandfather said, with total contempt, it is bad enough that the father is worse than the son. You also skip your cultivation every single day. You are an embarrassment. Then he hit him on the forehead with the turtle shell. An actual lump came up. My father put his hand over it and turned around with real grievance. Dad, I am the one who pulled you out of that prison an hour ago, and my cultivation is perfectly respectable. My grandfather had already walked off to supervise the repair of the pavilion and was not listening. My aunt Ye Xin laughed into her fist, and then, when he looked at her for support, stopped laughing. Brother, she said, he is right though. You genuinely do need to apply yourself. This clan cannot stand on Xiaofeng alone. My father has innate bone structure of 92, which is higher than mine was in my first life, and he has spent 51 years being too busy. Fine, I understand. And then he escaped to the front line to command something, which is what he does. Feng Chun came back to himself standing in the wreckage with a clean sword. All of the killing energy in the blade had burned off. The evil spirit was locked down under seals it had not noticed being applied, and for the first time in 2 weeks, he could remember everything he had done in order. He told me afterward that the feeling was closest to being socially dead. His aunt, who is my mother, gave him about 11 seconds and then said, "Call your father yourself." And Ling Feng, if he had not made an arrangement with us, then, Knowing Xiaofeng's temperament, you would already be… Sean not finish it. He worked it out. He also worked out something else, standing there watching me organize the counterattack, and I know this because he wrote it down later, and it is the most honest thing he ever put on paper. 3 seventh-order enemies had come to that city. Ye Cheng had gone through all 3 like a man chopping vegetables. The Feng family was weaker than the Ye family in every single category, and there was no category left where an argument could be made. And then, immediately underneath that, in the same paragraph, temporary submission is temporary. With the Xuanyuan sword, sooner or later I will surpass him. My mother read that over his shoulder and looked at him with an expression that I have only ever seen her use on children and small animals. The poor fool has no idea how strong an extreme Tao, life-death talisman actually is. Outside the wall, the dragon had finally understood the wall. Tiger Shark understood it about 90 seconds earlier, swapped herself for a Dharma decoy, and went deep. Man Ling could not do that trick and simply began reversing, very slowly, hoping nobody would notice an electric eel the length of a train backing away from a battle. Then, several hundred figures walked out onto the top of the wall of size. All of them had my face. A 6th-order Blue Lantern jellyfish tried to intercept the first ribbon of arrows out of pure reflex. Minus 13,540,000, minus 20,010,000. Its last transmission on the Beast channel, which somebody archived and which has been quoted at me for years, was, "No martial ethics. I was careless. I did not dodge." Then I came out over the water personally, on fire. Solar True Flame at 20 times output turns an estuary into a cooking pot. Everything below the 5th order in that bay stopped being a problem in about 4 seconds, and the steam went up 8 kilometers. The dragon took 1,000 arrows carrying ultimate gang metal, and its scales came off in sheets, and 2/5 of its vitality went with them, which tells you how absurd a mythic health bar is. It turned and breathed on me and hit a shadow, and then it noticed the weight on the top of its own skull. I was standing between its horns. I got both hands around the left one and pulled. Minus 50 million. The sound it made went out across the whole bay, and every sea creature still alive in that water turned around and swam away from it. And I stood on a screaming myth, holding a horn the size of a bus, and said what I was actually thinking, which was, "This is good material. The sinew and bone will make a bow, and I can temper my soldiers' bodies with the rest of it." The dragon played its last card, which was the thing in its chest. A dragon pearl carries 6 apertures and every rule its owner has ever comprehended, and this one was worth over 20 million on its own. It came out of the mouth like a small sun and hit my 11 chaos apertures head on. It held for about half a second, then it burst, and the dragon's own cultivation went down with it. Minus 90 million. Once a dragon loses its pearl, it is a very large animal. I am fairly confident it would have lost a fight to an ordinary 6th-order creature at that point, and it knew it because the tone changed instantly. "Human, let me go. I will be your mount. I will be the guardian beast of your clan. I will." "You put your hands on people from my family," I said. "And you think you are fit to guard it?" Supreme Shadow Fist, minus 11,090,000. Plunder. Source Mark Fusion Array, Mythic, 2 stars. It condenses formation arrays directly out of empty space and welds them into objects. Any objects, including, and I want you to hold on to this, a body. Water Rule, 5%. Metal, Dragon Slayer, 200% intimidation against dragons, 30% extra damage to them, and a footnote saying that every dragon in existence will now instinctively fear me and hate me in exact proportion, and 50,000 free attribute points. Then I gave the order for the bay. Anything that came into my demon capital, nothing walks out. Ye Quan went in with his scalp shining in the sun and put a radiant fist through an octopus king's dharma and then took the arms off it with his own. Ye Bo and Ye Jie worked as area denial, which is what the myriad magnet path is actually for once you stop thinking of it as a party trick. Ye Jun, who by then had comprehended the martial Tao rule outright and is the only human being in my family who can spar with my tiger, put a peak 6th-order creature down from 2/3 of its bar with one palm. Ye Tian cut space with a mythic dharma called Destruction Sword God for 9.86 million a stroke. And 800 of me stood on the wall as artillery, 50 shots a second, 10 arrows each, 500 per clone per second. Nothing at the peak of the Sixth Order survived 3 volleys. There were over 5 million things in that water. My strength went up 1.5 million in about 6 minutes, and I was not paying attention to it, and that is genuinely the strangest sentence in this entire account. Man Ling tried to leave. She had been reversing quietly for a quarter of an hour, and she nearly made the deep channel, and a volley from the wall caught her broadside. And Tiger Shark, who had already gotten out, who was 200 kilometers away and clear, turned around and came back and put herself between the eel and the wall. Minus 10,210,000. Minus 10,420,000. Go, he said. Go, and Man Ling, with about 1/10 of a bar left and 100 arrows in her, said the only thing she had time to say. You always were slow. I want to tell you exactly what I said next, because I have thought about it since, and I am not going to pretend it was somebody else. That's somewhat touching. Since that's how it is, then die together. 2 health bars went to 0 at the same time, and both bodies went down onto the seabed and stayed where they landed. I brought the dragon's body back to the Thunderfire Forging Pavilion and dropped it in the yard. Uncle Chengzu, bows out of the bone and the sinew, everything else, your discretion. Yanding used to be the deputy head of the Central Research Department, which is to say he spent 30 years building things that other countries had opinions about. After the catastrophe, he pulled a SSS talent called ingenious craftsmanship and has been the happiest man in this family ever since. He is also Bai Ling's adoptive father. He turned around from the forge with his mouth already open, because there is an instant from when Bai Ling and I were both 14 that he has never forgiven, and that I maintain was not my fault, and which resulted in her running away from home for 8 days. I departed as a black beam of light before he got the first word out. I have a schedule. The dragon's palace was on the floor of the Eastern Sea, and it was ancient, and its owner had never once thought about what would happen if somebody took it. The Black Dragon Palace Guild Corps came apart under my hand, and the guild treasury was pitiful, which told me everything about how that creature had spent its month. But the palace itself was leaking azure origin energy out of the stonework. 1 breath of that was worth 0.01% of the 7th revolution of the extreme Tao demon god art. The 7th revolution is worth 18 million attributes. I decided immediately that nobody else was ever going to find that building. I took the array manuals out of their storage room and switched on Source Mark Fusion Array. Basic Source Array Enlightenment. Certificate in about 4 seconds. Entry-level True Interpretation. Subclass acquired. Source Array Master. Volumes for ranks 1 through 3, 60 seconds. Volumes for ranks 4 through 6, which are the 20-centimeter thick ones that maybe 11 people in my clan have ever finished, 10 minutes. 6th rank Source Array Master, plus a medal called Prodigy and 50,000 points. For context, the person sitting first on the World Array rankings is Bai Ling. She is 1 step from the 7th rank, and she has personally invented 60 original formations, and she did that in 11 weeks, starting from a physics doctorate and no magic at all. I built mine out of 36 legendary foundations and called it the Void Concealment Source Formation. The palace vanished, not hidden, gone, with no seam and no shadow. And if anybody ever does find the seam, they get a labyrinth, then a trap field, then a killing array with a white tiger's face on it, and I get a notification. The source shop offered to catalog it for a 30% royalty. Publishing your own trump card is a way of announcing to 8 billion people exactly what your trump card is. No. Then I did the thing I had actually been thinking about since the moment I read the talent description. I welded arrays into my own body. 2 slots in each arm, 4 in the legs, 3 across the chest, and 3 in the back. And when the source runs, a black lotus of destruction comes up on the back of my left hand like a tattoo, and when it stops, it goes. Strength plus 1.8 million. Speed plus 2 million. Defense plus 3 million. Then Ye Zhang came back from the nightmare with what he had taken out of 2 elders, and the good mood ended. The Crimson Demon Sect's Holy Land sits near the old imperial capital. Tianjin has already fallen. The Fang clan is gone, all of it, and the survivors were marched east in columns. Their core techniques require devouring the essence of awakened humans. That is not a preference, it is the mechanism. The sect is from the ancient age, and its method is a fragment of something older than that, belonging to an ancient race of demons. It once put most of Shenzhou under it, and the 4 great holy lands combined to break it. They did not break it. It went quiet, sealed itself inside a divine source, and waited out a catastrophe that nobody in this era has a name for. Scarlet Rage, in his own age, was a 10th order pseudo-god, 300 mythic apertures, a mythic Tao palace, a mythic blade, and a mythic set of armor. Right now, he is at the peak of the 7th order and climbing. There are 8 great elders. In their prime, every one of them was a 9th order Saint Emperor. The 7th and the 8th, the 2 I had just crippled in a mountain range, were the weakest of the 8. And Ye Zhang had one more item, which was that the demon sword sect had surfaced in Mongolia at comparable strength. Then my father gave me the number. More than 100,000 awakened dead between the 3rd and 5th orders, several dozen at the 6th. Some of them were men I served with for 20 years, he said. He was not looking at me. Some of them were 19 and 20. My grandfather sat down slowly and said to the table, "Troubled times." Nobody said anything for a while. Then my father straightened his jacket, which is what he does before anything he means. "Cheng, when you come back, once you have finished with whoever has been pulling these strings, the Ye clan begins expanding." "Dad," I said, "does that mean you are finally going to stop slacking off?" "You little—" He went red. He also did not deny it. 100,000 funerals is not a thing a city recovers from in an afternoon. So I went into my own system storage, found 4 buildings I had won as quest rewards and then completely forgotten about, and dropped them out of the sky onto the 4 quarters of Demon Capital. Origin Treasure House. Epic. Once per major rank, any member of my guild gets a room full of chests, some of which are mimics, 60% chance at epic equipment and 1% at legendary. Martial Training Pavilion. Epic. It copies you, exactly, and then you fight yourself to the death. Dharma Image Evolution Field. Legendary. 100% chance to raise the star rating of a Dharma and a 50% chance to raise its grade. And a Thunder Sword Pool. Legendary. The legacy of a Thunder Swordsman, plus body tempering. The pool landed about 400 meters from the Thunderfire Forging Pavilion, and the 2 of them looked at each other and merged. Thunderfire Divine Weapon Pavilion. Mythic. Unique. 4 halls, a spirit purification pool, a sword pool, a forging pool, and an enhancement pool, plus 60% to forging success, 40% to upgrade an item's grade, and 30% to roll a second trait. The lore text carried a warning that I have had engraved on the door. A great one once placed a weapon he had raised for centuries into this pool. It came apart. Enhance carefully. I stood in the square looking up at it and said what everybody was thinking. Why does it look like the head office of a certain goose-themed corporation from a certain azure planet? And then the best thing that happened in that entire month happened, and it had nothing to do with me. People who had spent the morning burying their friends came out into the streets to look at the 4 buildings, and within about 90 minutes there were arguments going on outside the Dharma Evolution Field about Q order, and a genuinely heated dispute outside the Martial Training Pavilion about whether it was actually possible to beat your own copy, given that it knows everything you know. The despair went out of that city the moment those 4 buildings touched the ground. And what they said to each other, without anybody telling them to, was, "We lost that many people because we were not strong enough." That is a city I can work with. My mother caught me on my way out with a look I did not like at all. "Xiaofeng, one thing before you go." "Mom, are you talking about Feng Chun?" "I am." "Call him in. I already have it ready." The Extreme Tao Life-Death Talisman had grown up while I was not looking. It had gone mythic. Effect 1, unchanged. It takes a fragment of the target's soul and lets me hurt them or end them with a thought. Effect 2, unchanged. A loyalty value appears in their file. Below 0, 20% chance they become permanently devoted. 30% their mind goes. 50% they stop. Effect 3, new. The bearer receives 10% of my attributes and 10% added to their own talent ceiling. And the higher their loyalty, the more they get. The system's commentary on that one is the only genuinely wise thing it has ever written. Loyal subordinates will be rewarded. Feng Chen came in looking like a man walking to a disciplinary hearing. I met him at the door with both hands out. "Cousin Ling Feng, it has been a long time." And I want to say, for the record, that this was not a performance. Our families spent every New Year together until I was 15. I have eaten at his table. I am not made of stone. Cousin, he said, and it visibly cost him, because in 19 years he had never once used that word about me. Then I lied directly to his face. Your cultivation is too low, and that sword is too strong. The killing energy in it is eating your mind, and it will finish the job inside a month. I produced the talisman. This is a soul-protecting talisman, family heirloom, one use. It gives a minimum of 10% to your primordial spirit, and it usually adds comprehension, and I have seen it raise innate bone structure. It has an expiry, and it is close, so use it now, or it is wasted. He hesitated. He had, to his credit, become a much more careful person over the previous 4 days, and then he did the one thing that closed the trap, which was consult the ancient empress living in his sword. She scanned it with the full weight of a mind that had been alive for several thousand years, and I stood there and let her. There is no problem, she told him. It is an ordinary talisman. There are no primordial contract patterns anywhere in it. It cannot control a soul. She was completely correct. That is the beauty of it. There are no contract patterns in an extreme Tao life-death talisman. It does not control a soul. It takes a piece of one and keeps it somewhere else. He slapped it onto his own chest. Every attribute he had jumped by at least 100,000. His innate bone structure went from 90 to 91, which is a thing that is supposed to be impossible after birth. Target, Feng Chen. Loyalty, 5. And then a window opened that I had never seen before. Hidden quest complete. Isn't the son of luck also one's own lackey? Quest text. As a true great villain, you are surrounded by hypocrites of the righteous path and by protagonists carrying the favor of heaven. Can a villain not overturn the board? He certainly can. By any means available, make these righteous ones, these sons of luck, and these protagonists into your own lackeys. Reward, 50 10th rank Dongtian fruits, 109th rank Kaitian fruits, 600 Godslayer points, 100,000 7th rank crystals. With a note underneath, the subordinate must be sincerely submissive or it does not count. And then Feng Chen, standing there with a hole in his soul that he could not feel, holding the sword of a legendary emperor, looked up at me with real enthusiasm and asked, Cousin, is there any stock left of this soul-protecting talisman? After the merger, will the awakened of the Feng clan be able to receive one as well? I had to look at the ceiling for a moment. As many as you want. Inside the sword, the Empress was troubled. Why has Ling Feng's temperament changed so suddenly? An hour ago, he intended only to submit temporarily, and the sealed evil spirit in the corner of that space, who had been listening to everything, started grinning to itself. That idiot swordsman is being controlled by somebody else. I need to study this method. One day, I will get out of here. I walked away from that conversation genuinely happy. That is my first son of luck. It feels excellent. Then I took Fan Qing into the dark plane, because it was time to find out who had been aiming all of this at my family. Her demigod causal thread plus her mythic karma controller class is the only tool on Earth that can trace a person by consequence rather than by location. I poured extreme Tao source power into her the whole time so that the load would not tear her open. The first threads that came up were not thin. 4 of them, thick as hawsers, coming out of me and going up and out of the world entirely. Underworld God, Thunder God, God of Devouring, Darkness God. And something started coming back down, all 4 of them at once. Jiaxing, cut them, now! She took them off with a black blade at the wrist, and I have never seen anyone move that fast. Somewhere very far away, in a sea of stars, 4 mythic beings woke up at the same instant and reached toward this planet and lost their grip halfway. Who is this human who has mastered the power of karma? Because of him, I lost my peace on that world. When the Earth's origin recovers, Ye Cheng dies. And a 4th voice, which I recognized and which was in no hurry at all. Wait a little longer. There are already holes in the void around that planet. The ancient races are coming back, and every one of them will be livestock in my divine kingdom. Jia Qing sat down on nothing and wiped her forehead with the back of her hand. That was my mistake, she said. The heart of karma warned me. I touched them anyway. Then we went back to work, and the threads came faster. Su Long, Keller DuPont, Zhao Wei, which surprised me, my own tiger, Ye Zhang, my father, and then one that was not a person. A beast, and the karma coming off it was black. Jiaxing, that one. The thread split in 2. Trace back. And on a red field in the middle of the dark plain, 2 figures resolved. A shape standing in shadow with a dark blue pearl turning above its head, and a man in a white robe with a small mole under one eye like a tear, and underneath both of them, one line of text. Nanchang, Dragon Country. I looked at that for about 4 seconds. Well, I said, that is a gift. Mulan and the puppeteer in the same room. Then I picked up the bow. Both of them die today. They were drinking when I found them, and they were arguing. Mulan had a cup in his hand and was in a genuinely bad mood. He destroyed the DuPonts and got home, in the same day. That dragon of yours did not even get inside the wall. Do you have any idea what it cost me to pull the Crimson Demon sect out of the ground? And now their sect master knows that 2 of his elders died because of an arrangement I made. And He Liang, whose origin had been burned down twice by his own patron in a week, snapped back at him. Then why didn't you release the Demon Sword sect as well, since you enjoy it so much? The pearl above his head flared. Idiot. The power of karma has already covered your true body. You do not have enough mythic origin left to dodge it. Run! Space came apart across the whole room, and several hundred arrows came through it. Mulan was gone before the first one landed, because he owned that space, and he had never in his life been the one who stayed. He Liang poured every scrap of origin he had into the pearl. The barrier took one volley and cracked down the middle. Shadow escape! He went into the shadow plane. The arrows followed him in. The report I got afterward from my own clones describes them as behaving like somebody had installed aim assistance on the heads, which is not far off, because sure hit does not stop being true when a target changes planes. Part of the volley went ahead of him and sealed every direction he had left. God of mischief, save me! And his god spent the last of what it had, reaching across a universe to put up a barrier and tear him an exit. I stepped through a dark node and came out inside the shadow plane in front of him. The god of mischief? It does not matter who it is. Nobody is saving you today. 800 clones threw 800 mountain-breaking palms with thunder and fire behind them. Minus 18,790,000. Minus 21,340,000. He did not get up. I never learned his name from him. The shadow came off his face when he stopped, and the face underneath it was the plainest, most ordinary, most honest-looking face I have ever seen on a human being. He looked like somebody's uncle. He looked like a man who fixes bicycles. The pearl came apart into dust and blew away. 500 Godslayer points, and the quest called All Conspirators Must Die closed out with a skill book called Causal Induction, 3 origin fruits, and 1,000,000 crystals. The skill book was garbage. I want to be precise about this because it matters. Causal Induction, mythic grade, does exactly one thing. It lets you sense malice directed at you. You cannot trace it. You cannot act on it. You feel a bad mood in your general direction, and then you get on with your day. This skill description, I said out loud, is it being deliberately cryptic, or is it just bad? I learned it anyway, and then hit it with Extreme Tao without looking up. The rune fought and lost. Extreme Tao Causal Induction. Mythic, Level 1. Effect 1, Insight. See events through any connection that exists. Effect 2, Source Tracing. Sense malice and follow it back to its origin, all the way. Effect 3, Good and evil always have consequences. Forcibly bind a karmic thread to a target and strike along the thread. Requires 10% of the rule of karma, and it contains the rule of karma, which is one of the upper rules, not one of the 8 lower foundations. With a note appended. Extreme karma produces no backlash from the far end, and if you do not wish it to be seen, it will not be seen. I read that twice and gave the only honest assessment. This is just a long-range cheat. Then I looked at myself with it. There were several clots of black karma sitting on me, and I knew every one of them by name, and none of them had moved since the day they were attached. Jia Xing was quiet on the way out. You have a better grip on karma than I do now, she said eventually. Am I useless? I put my hand on her head and ruined her hair. The clan is starting to expand. You are taking Ye Chuan and Ye Zhang, and you are going to go and pull the heads out of every faction between here and the coast, personally, by the thread. She thought about that. How many factions? All of them. Mulan did not get far, because that is what karma is for. I bound him with a thread he could not cut, and then, standing in front of him, I melted raw materials with solar true flame and laid down a 6th rank ceiling formation across the exits while he watched. He watched me do it, and something in his face came apart. In your last life, he said, you did not know a single formation. Your subclass was Rune Master. It was Rune Master. Where did this come from? He hit me with an annihilation fist, carrying almost 5 million strength. Miss. Then again. Miss. Then again, and the recoil off his own strike moved something inside him. Miss. Are you scratching an itch for me? I said. Have you actually eaten today? Then I started putting life-death talismans onto the sky-gazing mirror, dozens of them, and then hundreds, because the mirror has a spirit, and a spirit is a being, and a being is in range. Mulan burned his own origin core to get his strength to 10 million and threw a nirvana fist at me. Minus 280,000. It came back before he finished the follow-through. My half of the mirror was buzzing in my hand like a boy who has been promised something. Every step of the courtship was over. There was one move left. The two halves came together. Sky-gazing mirror, complete. 7th rank. Mythic, 6 stars. Defense plus 15 million. Physique plus 15 million. Luck plus 100. Trait, origin gazing. Trait, sky gazing, which shows me where a bearer of great fortune is about to be born, so that I can either befriend them or kill them in advance, and which covers the karma of that decision so the world does not bill me for it. Skills, trajectory, which shows a target's future as a script. Kuei Yuan imprint, 30 days, instant arrival. Reveal source. Reverse fate strengthening, which breaks a person's destiny and converts their fortune into my attributes. Past and present lives, which extracts and stores the entire memory of a soul once per day. And Kuei Yuan retrospection, which replays the past of a place. Lore, state-protecting artifact of the Great Xia. It has broken the fate of Children of Fortune 3 times. Mulan knelt on his own formation floor with nothing left. More than 100,000 people had died in my city because this man wanted the timeline moved forward. He was not even angry at me. That is the part I could not get past. It was scheduling. I broke his cultivation down to that of an ordinary human being, which took about a second and a half. You are not dying today, I said. You will die at the exact moment I finish reading your memory. Then I used past and present lives and pulled his entire life into the mirror, from the first thing he could remember to the last thing he had thought, and I read all of it while he sat on the floor and waited. He shouted one thing at the end, and I kept it because it was the only useful thing he ever gave me. Behind He Liang there is the most mysterious god of all, and the great races that vanished are coming back, all of them. The Crimson Demon sect alone is more than you can hold. Ye Cheng, you will never leave this planet. You will never become a true myth. Then I finished reading, and he stopped. His memory answered a question that had been bothering me since a storm drain in Qianjiang City. He had the memories of a previous life, the same as me. He did not get them the same way. He pulled his out of a fragment of time drifting in void turbulence, and it was not his own life he remembered. It was a life he had watched. Plunder, spiritual affinity, SS. Every pill and every fruit works 20% better on me, and they light up when I walk past them. 400 Godslayer points. And the old quest updated and the reward went up, which is never a good sign. Adults do not make choices. Sword Chu, Mo Qingqing, and Lin Kang are still alive. Since all 3 have now entered ancient sects, difficulty increased. Reward now, the Mythic Building Astrology Pavilion, the schematic for a belt from the Extreme set, 10 million 7th rank crystals and 100,000 8th rank crystals, and 1,000 Godslayer points, which told me something I did not enjoy. The system does not raise a reward for sentiment. The places those 3 had gone were very strong. I took his grotto heaven on the way out. 5th rank, water and wood aligned, which makes it a perfect medicine garden, and I had a 6-year-old alkistic who had been asking for one for a month. On a black mountain in Mongolia shaped like a sword driven into the sky, a delayed message opened. Mulan, to Sword Chu. By the time you read this, I am dead. Ye Cheng killed me. I have done a great many things in my life, and the one I am proudest of is pulling you out of the dark. I am sorry I will not see your peak. Do not avenge me. He is too strong. First on the strength rankings, first on the wealth rankings, and the Lin Tower list says he is carrying at least 2 mythic weapons. Live well. I will see you next time around. Sword Chu was an orphan who attached himself to a bad organization at 11 because it fed him, and who loved wuxia novels and swords the way other children love football. At 16, he killed a man in a fight he did not start, and the people he worked for were going to make an example of him and put him in the river. Mulan took him instead. He read that letter 3 times. "Teacher," he said, "I will avenge you." Then he told the man at the door that he wanted his quota, and the man at the door went and fetched it. Living demonic stock out of the sect's pits. The Crimson Demon sect prices everything. The price of 1 aperture for a saint is a specific number of lives, and they do not care whose. He took them, all of them. He is at 190 apertures now, and he was at 160 that morning. And then he broke a fellow disciple, an overseer who had been sent to supervise him, down 2 full ranks, on the grounds that the man had been slow. His last order that night went to a subordinate called Zhang Hai. "I have a list of the Ye clan of Demon Capital. Every name. Go and start killing them." He put the letter in his robe. "And find me more material." In a place called the Dark Trial Grounds, Lin Kang was killing something for practice. The Arrow God sect has a mythic building that bridges planes and pulls dark otherworlders through to serve as the guardians of its trial floors, and disciples earn contribution points by putting them down. He was on a 7th order 1-star, kiting it, and every single arrow was going into a vulnerable point and leaving a stacked debuff behind it. He never once let it close. He never once took a hit. He is very good. I want to be honest about that because it is going to matter later. He read Mulan's farewell letter without any expression on his face at all. "We crossed paths once," he said to nobody. "He helped me when Ye Chung was hunting me, and he showed me a road. A pity about the mirror." Then he folded it and put it away. "Ye Chung will still die by my hand. Not now, but at the very least I can fray his nerves and collect the interest." That is his whole life. It has been his whole life since the day I killed his brother and his sister in a street in Ximing City, and I do not have a single word to say in my own defense about that. The final trial floor put 27th Order 2-star Dark Otherworlders against him, and one of them controlled space. He killed 13 and then died on the space one. First place. 18,000 contribution points. While he was recovering, an elder named Ding Ho gave a lecture to the junior disciples, and I have the transcript because I have made a point of collecting everything the ancient sects say about the ladder they climbed and we have not. 6th Order, Heavenly Origin. You condense a Dharma. 7th Order, Divine Treasure. You open apertures. 8th Order, Tao Palace. You take rules into yourself. 9th Order, Saint Emperor. Your rules become a domain. 10th Order, Pseudo-God, and above that, Myth. Apertures come in grades: low, medium, high, excellent, king, epic, legendary, mythic. And each grade is worth from 50,000 up to 300,000 attributes on its own. There are 360 aperture sites in a human body, which means somebody who opened all of them at mythic grade would carry 180 million attributes. And then he told them the part that matters. King grade apertures. You will almost certainly never become a Saint Emperor. Epic grade. 60% chance at Saint Emperor, 10% at myth. Legendary grade, 30% at myth. And chaos apertures give you 100%. Then, immediately, because it is a lecture and not a sales pitch, chaos apertures cost 50 times the resources of a mythic aperture. Pushing one to its peak costs 100 times. In the ancient age, geniuses who chose the chaos path died of old age without ever breaking into the divine treasure realm, because there were not enough resources in the world to finish what they had started. I attempted it myself once. It is the great regret of my life. I had 11 chaos apertures at that exact moment. By the end of that week, I had 112. Ding Ho finished his lecture, was informed that the Crimson Demon sect was about to move on the Ye clan, and made a decision. When the Arrow God sect returns to its full strength, he told the room, I will erase that family with one gesture. Then he gave Lin Kang permission to go and watch, with 2 peak 7th Order elders as escort, and made it clear that the Arrow God sect would not object to a share of whatever was left afterward. Lin Kang's stated reason for going was that he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Somewhere in the Kunming range, there is a holy land with palaces and hot springs and peach trees that have been in fruit for 400 years. The Yaoqi Holy Land came out of the ancient age the same way the others did, and it is entirely women, and its master was a 10th Order pseudo-god when the world was young, and has very probably passed into myth since. 2 senior disciples, Liu Ping, who has a small mole under one eye, and An Lihua, who has wheat-colored skin and the manners of a street fighter, spent an afternoon teasing the newest junior about how quiet she was. Then they checked her talent out of curiosity and discovered it was higher than either of theirs. And she started crying. Her name is Mo Ching Ching, and this is her story, and I want to tell it properly, because I am the villain in it, and I have earned that. Before the apocalypse, she was an ordinary girl in an ordinary apartment. Her father went out to find food in the second week and did not come back. She and her mother starved for 11 days. Then awakened men came, and they were the kind that the first month produced in enormous numbers. Her mother did not let them get to her. It cost her her life. Mulan found the girl afterward, woke her talent, woke her lineage, and walked her personally to the gates of Yao Qi. And he is dead, she said. Do you know who killed him? Said An Lihua cheerfully. Tell us, and we will simply go and kill him for you. It is the head of the Ye clan of Demon Capital, Ye Cheng. And then she told them what she had been told about me. And here's the thing that I have not been able to put down since. None of it was a lie. Teacher Mu said he is a hypocrite. He says he protects people. In the first week, he blew up an entire district of his own city with military explosives to farm crystals, and he killed the zombies and the people together. Thousands of people saw it happen. It is not the kind of thing anybody even denies. Nobody has ever denied it. We put out a statement about resource recovery. Liu Ping thought about it for a while. Teacher has sealed the region, she said. We cannot use any transport. If we go, we walk. Then we walk, said An Lihua, stretching. I want to see what the world looks like now anyway. Fine, we go, but not only for Qingqing. Liu Ping stood up. On the way, we will bring every awakened faction between here and there under Yao Qi, and we will take their resources. At home, I sealed my own room with 3 formations, isolation and guard and spirit gathering, and then I did something that I had specifically been told was a bad idea. A Dongtian fruit opens 1 chaos aperture. A 9th rank Kaichin fruit accelerates the evolution of the small world inside an aperture. Taken together, the effect doubles. So does the pain. And the standard warning is that taking them together is the most reliable way in the world to give birth to a heart demon. The image the system uses for what happens is not a metaphor. The Dongtian opens the aperture, and then the Kaitian goes into it as a pair of golden axes and splits the chaos inside, and the clear rises and the turbid settles, and a sun and a moon and stars come out of the sediment. 1 pair of fruits is 2 perfect chaos apertures. I had 50 of one and 100 of the other. 13, 15, 17, 29, 39. The 40th collided with all the others, and instead of fighting, they merged. And what stood up behind me was a single chaos sky, with the darkness and the thunder and the fire poured into it whole. 7th order, 2 stars. 47, 59, 81. 7th order, 3 stars. 99, 111. Strength, 71,705,276, plus 13 million from the bow. Speed, 67,495,000. Vitality, 186 million. Source power, 200 million. Demonic path rule, 30%. Battle rule, 26%. And 38% of the immortal supreme demon bone marrow finally refined. Lanfen and Jiaxing and Ru all woke up in the next room because a 6th rank isolation formation is not rated to contain me anymore. Lanfen stood in the doorway for a while and did not say anything. I chose priest, she said finally. I know. I cannot help you anymore. I did not have a good answer for that at the time, and I still do not, so I will simply record that she was wrong, and that I did not manage to say so. And then, while I was sitting there thinking that I would put the next batch purely into strength and speed, the extreme Tao causal induction went off on its own without being asked. 3 threads condensed in my palm, and 3 blurred images came with them. The first was a crimson color spreading outward and a malice with no bottom to it. That one I recognized, the Crimson Demon Sect. The second was black sword shadows without number, and among them things moving that were not people and were being moved. The Demon Sword Sect. The third was a group of figures with long, loose hair, and it was the third one that came with the strongest warning, by a distance. Something inside it is terrifying. Yao Qi. I tried to trace all 3, and my system refused me for the first time in 11 weeks. Too many targets. Consumption prohibitive. You do not possess the rule of karma. Your 200 million source power is insufficient. Use with care. Insufficient? Then a quest opened. Whoever dares come knocking must die. You are an overwhelmingly powerful great villain, and people are knocking on your door? That is intolerable. Although, for the sake of your cultivation of the yin and yang path, some of them might be worth sparing. Your call. Reward. A mythic material called wind-controlling origin crystal, 50 Dongtian fruits, and 30 million 7th rank crystals. I sat there on the floor of my own bedroom in the middle of the night with 3 ancient sects converging on my house. All I wanted, I said, out loud, was to sit at home quietly and cultivate, and this crowd is walking here to die on my doorstep. I closed the panel. Fine, come on then. Before any of that could arrive, I had one thing left to collect. The origin mark between my eyebrows had been pulling at me for 2 days, and it was not pointing at a mountain or a sea or another continent. It was pointing up. Into my own back garden. The supreme Tao weapon was buried inside the infinite demon tower. The building I won in a lottery on the 4th day of the apocalypse, that I had been using as a gym, that 100 million people had walked in and out of every week for 2 months. The boat that a dead man built to sail the river of time had washed up on this planet, and somebody, at some point, had put it inside a tower and put the tower somewhere safe. And then the world ended twice, and everybody forgot. I went up through the tower that night with Jia Xing and Ru for company, because they had started a contribution competition with each other, and neither of them was willing to stop first. I made the mistake of offering the winner a prize. What do you want? I could give you a park, an actual park. Pick a district. Ru looked at me with an expression of genuine offense. Shameless. And which of us exactly is giving whom the gift here? The tool spirit of the tower speaks in a woman's voice, with nothing in it at all. The weapon acknowledges an owner through trial, it said. The tower will move you to the dark land. Survive 3 months. Then it paused. Correction, 1 month. But if you take serious injury, or if you come close to death, you remain there permanently. Time ratio, 60-1. 1 month there is half a day at home. And contribution earned there counts in the general standings with a 30% bonus. I was still working out whether to argue about the 3 months when a clot of karma condensed in my palm on its own. It was worse than the underworld gods. It was worse than the thunder gods. It was worse than the one I had been carrying since the DuPont castle. It was not pointing at anything I could see. It was simply the shape of what happens if I say no. Fine, I said. Send me. Quest 003, Dark War Zone. You are leaving Earth and entering a genuinely brutal world. Kill as many dark beings as you can and take first place in contribution among the 7th Order. Reward. The schematic for the armor of the Extreme set, Mythic grade. 50 Dongtian fruits, 50 Kaiqian fruits, and 3 epic and 1 legendary 7th rank source vein. And then it showed me where I was going. 2 chaos universes, each the size of everything, standing against each other like 2 animals that have been fighting for so long that neither one remembers starting. And between them, a gap with no floor, broken into pieces, and every piece an ancient battlefield. 003 is one of them. Human strong point number 6 is a walled town with a wall that has been rebuilt 11 times, and it has a bar in it. I came out of the array in a white t-shirt and jeans, because I had not thought about clothes, and sat down in a corner and ordered the best thing they had. A man with a scar across his face was at the bar shouting at nobody in particular. Those things out of the Divine Kingdom universe manufacture creatures. That is what they do. They grow things whose entire purpose is to corrode our source universe from the inside, and then they stand behind them and cast. Our relief columns never get there in time. Half of us are dead before the horn stops. When does this war end? Tell me when it ends. Nobody told him. The news that day was that in War Zone 007, a commander named Lin Jun, peak 10th Order, had been ambushed by 3 Divine Kingdom pseudo-gods. His divine body was almost gone, half his spirit was destroyed, and his qualification for myth was permanently finished. The line there had fallen back to half of what it had held. The local economics. 1 epic lord's core is worth 10,000 epic crystals. Killing 1 7th Order lord takes hundreds of 7th Order fighters minimum, and you still take casualties, because the core detonates. The drink is called Source Power Boiling, and I drank the whole thing in one go. Extreme Tao progress, plus 0.01%. Boy, said somebody sitting down opposite me, that is not how you drink boiling. You are wasting good material. I had not seen him arrive. That is the part I want you to sit with, because at that moment, my perception ran at 5,000 out to a kilometer in 3 dimensions, and I had 111 chaos apertures, and an exhausted-looking man with gray through his hair sat down across a table from me, and I did not notice until he spoke. His name was Old Liu. His eyes had nothing left in them at all. You take the first mouthful, and the source boils, and that is when you start your technique. The second mouthful goes in at the moment the aperture shakes. The third goes in at the moment it opens, and your comprehension goes through the roof for about a minute. He turned the empty glass around. 1 glass of that is worth an epic core off a 7th order lord. I tried it his way, and the aperture did not have enough energy behind it, because I am on the chaos path, and everything I do costs 50 times what it costs anybody else. So without thinking about it, I took out a 9th rank Caitian fruit. The golden light off it lit the entire bar. Every conversation in that room stopped. Caitian fruits are extinct in that universe. They have been extinct for a very long time. And a boy in a white t-shirt with no faction markings and no armor had just put one on a table in a border town bar full of people who kill things for a living. 112th chaos aperture. Old Liu put his face in his hand. That is a catalyst, he said. It works once a month at most. You have wasted most of it. And putting a 9th rank treasure on a table in front of this crowd is a formal invitation to be murdered. Heh, he wanted something from me. I could tell from the moment he sat down, because nobody in that bar had wanted anything from anybody in years. I will tell you about 003, he said. You tell me what is happening inside the source universe. So he told me, and it is the single most valuable hour of my second life. 003 was born from the collision of 2 chaos universes. The fragments of space fused into resource worlds, and those resource worlds are also the invasion corridor. Every creature of the divine kingdom carries its own domain, and inside its domain it is close to omnipotent, and it regenerates without limit for as long as one single being anywhere still believes in it. And the summons. Once every 5,000 dark years, the source universe issues a call to every being at the 6th order or above. Every race, no exemptions. Anyone who does not come is sanctioned by the Mythic Alliance. The only way to leave early is to buy your return date with contribution, and only below the 10th order. The next summons is in 1800 years, and that is when I went cold in a warm room. Because by Earth's own history, roughly 10,000 years have passed since the end of the Middle Antiquity, and 5,000 dark years converts to about 80-odd Earth years. How many times has my planet already been harvested by a summons nobody on it can remember receiving? Every strong person on Earth vanished at the end of the Ancient Age. Every strong person vanished again at the end of the Middle Age. 2 clean sweeps that our records treat as mysteries. The Zhao, the Han, the disappearance of every master in a single generation. And in the Ming Dynasty, a man named Liu Bowen went out and severed the dragon veins of an entire country, and every historian for 600 years has treated that as a superstition about geomancy. He was cutting the cable. He was making the earth quiet enough that the summons could not find it. It worked. It cost us our source for 5 centuries and left us with no cultivators and no myths and a planet full of people who thought all of it had been a story, and it worked, and nobody ever got to say thank you. 1,800 years here is 30 years on Earth. In my first life, I did not live long enough to find any of this out. Then old Liu asked me his question, and his voice was not steady. Is humanity doing well on Shenzhou? I looked up. Since the Great Han, he said, I have not seen one single person from the origin continent in this place. Not one. In all that time. He was holding the glass with both hands. I cannot go home. I have not been able to go home for a very long time. I gave him the honest version, because he had earned it, and because I am not in the habit of being kind. After the Han, there was a long war. By the Ming, the source had run dry, and the consciousness of the world went to sleep. And for centuries after that, the people of the origin continent were farmed by outside gods, and nobody came, and nobody intervened. I finished the drink. It is still happening. It is happening right now. He said, what? And the privacy barrier around our table failed, and the entire bar heard it, and the number of people planning to follow me out of that door approximately doubled. Then he got himself back under control and stood up, and his face had changed in a way I did not have a word for. "If everything you have said is true," he said, "then somebody is going to come and look into it. Very soon." He clapped me on the shoulder on his way past. And then he was not there, and every single person in that bar had forgotten that anyone had been sitting with me at all. Ninth Order Saint Emperors cannot do that. I know because in my first life I watched what a Ninth Order could and could not do for 9 years. I sat there with an empty glass and worked out roughly what old Lou actually was, and then I stopped working it out because there was no version of the answer that made my evening better. There is a mark on my back now. He left it when he touched my shoulder. I can feel it and I cannot remove it, and I have decided not to try. So, 11 weeks ago, I opened my eyes on a couch in Zhenjiang City with a girl kneeling in front of me and a knife still coming down inside my head, and everything I owned in the world was a family that was going to be exterminated and one afternoon of warning. Tonight, I sat in a bar between two universes, wearing the mark of something older than my planet's recorded history, and the thing that worried me was not the 3 ancient sects walking toward my house. It was this. Every god that has come at me has left something on me. Devouring put a mark on my hand on the first night. The underworld. God put a flower on my palm. Thunder put lightning on my wrist. Not one of them finished the job. Every single one of them touched me and walked away. And when I killed the Dark God Lord on Golden Mountain, it stopped fighting me at the very end. It laughed. It let the plunder go through with no resistance at all. And it said, "Human, let this fragment of the Grand Tao Law stay with you for now. I look forward to our next meeting." I took that. I put it inside myself. It is in there now, underneath 112 chaos apertures and a Dharma 90,000 meters tall, and I have never once been able to find it when I go looking. They were not fighting over whether I should die. They were choosing which one of them gets to open me. Somewhere out on the edge of that town, a young man from a mountain in Kunlun who had spent a month telling his grandfather that he had found the one variable that changes the outcome was walking toward the strong point with a small girl beside him, saying, "That boy you are all so excited about is the man I have acknowledged as my boss. Come on, let's go and introduce ourselves." And 40 people in dog masks were following me through the market, complaining to each other that I was spending their money. I bought everything. Materials that do not exist on Earth, spirit plant seeds, dozens of fist and palm technique manuals at epic and legendary grade, sitting on shelves at prices that made me want to laugh out loud, because in that universe, they are as common as cookware. If I can come and go from this place freely, I can pull my entire clan up in order in a year. Then I stood at the teleport array and waited, on purpose, until the tail behind me had grown to 40. The strongest of them was at the peak of the 7th Order. None of them were a threat, but I needed one of them with enough rank and enough standing to be worth taking a memory from. I had 30 days.